Section 12 of the Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3 continued. But methinks I hear the shepherd Doris calling me to tell you something of his hopeful adventures. Whosoever hath found by experience how unspeakable a comfort a true friend is, where there is so sincere a participating of each other's fortunes as a man is sure either to have help or comfort, may hold easily in his conjecture the present case of divided Doris, divided betwixt love and friendship, but love carrying with it, besides the force of such arguments of which affectionated brains are never unprovided, the continual sting of insatiate desire, had, as you have heard, gotten the fort, though without prejudice of his loyal friendship, which doth never bar the mind from his free satisfaction. Yet still Doris, a cruel judge over himself, thought he was some ways faulty, and applied his mind how to amend it with a speedy and behooveful return. But then was his first study how to get away, whereto already he had Pamela's consent confirmed and concluded under the name of Mopsa, in her own presence. Doris taking this way, that whatsoever he would have of Pamela, he would ask her whether in such a case it were not best for Mopsa so to behave herself. Thus was Mopsa's envy made an instrument of that she did envy, as already you have understood by the relation Doris made thereof to Cleophila. Now that Doris had passed over his first most feared difficulty, he busied his spirits how to come to the harvest of his desires, whereof he had so fair a show. And thereunto having gotten leave for some days of his master Demetus, who began to account him as his son-in-law, he roamed round about the desert to find some unknown way that might bring him to the next seaport, as much as might be out of all course of other passengers, which all very well succeeding him, and he having hired a bark for his life's traffic, and provided horses to carry her thither, returned homeward, now come to the last end of his care, how to go beyond the loathsome watchfulness of his 3 comely companions, and therein did wisely consider how they were to be taken with whom he had to deal, remembering that in the particularities of everybody's mind and fortune there are particular advantages by which they are to be held. The muddy mind of Demetus he found most easily stirred with covetousness, the cursed mischievous heart of Miso most apt to be tickled with jealousy, as whose rotten brain could think well of nobody but young Mistress Mopsa, who could open her eyes upon nothing that did not all to bewonder her. He thought curiosity the best bait for her. And first, for Demetus, Doris having employed a whole day's work about 10 miles off from the lodge, a quite contrary way to that he meant to take with Pamela, in digging and opening the ground under an ancient oak that stood there in such sort as might longest hold Demetus' greedy hopes in some show of comfort, he came to his master with a countenance mixed between cheerfulness and haste, and taking him by the right hand, as if he had a great matter of secrecy to reveal to him, "Master," said he, "I did never think that the gods had appointed my mind freely brought up to have so longing a desire to serve you, but that they minded thereby to bring some extraordinary fruit to one so beloved of them as your honesty makes me think you are. This binds me in my conscience to disclose that which I persuade myself is allotted unto you, that your fortune may be of equal balance with your deserts." He said no further, because he would let Demetus play upon the bit a while, who, not understanding what his words intended, yet well finding they carried no evil news, was so much the more desirous to know the matter, as he had free scope to imagine what measure of good hap himself would. Therefore, putting off his cap to him, which he had never done before, and assuring him he should have Mopsa, though she had been all made of cloth of gold, he besought Doris not to hold him long in hope, for that he found it a thing his heart was not able to bear. "Master," answered Doris, "you have so satisfied me with promising me the uttermost of my desired bliss, that if my duty bound me not, I were in it sufficiently rewarded." To you therefore shall my good hap be vowed, and the fruit of all my labour dedicated." Therewith he told him how under an ancient oak, the place he made him easily understand by sufficient marks he gave unto him, he had found, digging but a little depth, scatteringly lying a great number of medaillas, and that piercing further into the ground he had met with a great stone, which, by the hollow sound it yielded, seemed to be the cover of some great vault, and upon it a box of cypress, with the name of the valiant Aristomenes graven upon it. And within the box he found certain verses which signified that some depth again under that all his treasure lay hidden, what time, for the discord fell out in Arcadia, he lived banished. Therewith he gave Demetus a certain medaille of gold he had long kept about him, and asked him, because it was a thing much to be kept secret, and a matter one man in 20 hours might easily perform, whether he would have him go and seek the bottom of it, which he had refrained to do till he knew his mind, promising he would faithfully bring him what he found, or else that he himself would do it, and be the first beholder of that comfortable spectacle. No man need doubt which part Demetus would choose, whose fancy had already devoured all this great riches, and even now began to grudge at a partner before he saw his own share. Therefore, taking straight a strong jade laden with spades and mattocks, which he meant to bring back otherwise laden, he went in all speed thitherward, taking leave of nobody, only desiring Doris he would look well to the Princess Pamela, and promising him mountains of his own labour, which nevertheless he little meant to perform, like a fool not considering that no man is to be moved with part that neglects the whole. Thus away went Demetus, having already made an image in his fancy what palaces he would build, how sumptuously he would fare, and among all other things imagined what money to employ in making coffers to keep his money. His 10 miles seemed twice so many leagues, and yet, contrary to the nature of it, though it seemed long, it was not wearisome. Many times he cursed his horse's want of consideration, that in so importunate a matter would make no greater speed. Many times he wished himself the back of an ass, to help carry away his new-sought riches. An unfortunate wisher, for if he had as well wished the head, it had been granted him. At length, being come to the tree which he hoped should bear so golden acorns, down went all his instruments, and forthwith to the renting up of the hurtless earth, where by and by he was caught with the lime of a few promised medaillas, which was so perfect upon unto him of his further expectation, that he deemed a great number of hours well employed in groping further unto it, which with logs and great stones was made as cumbersome as might be. At length, with sweaty brows, he came to the great stone, a stone, God knows, full unlike to the cover of a monument, but yet there was the cypress box, with Aristomenes graven upon it, and these verses written in it: "A banished man, long barred from his desire, by inward lets of them his state possessed, hid here his hopes, by which he might aspire to have his harms with wisdom's help redressed. Seek then, and see what man esteemeth best. All is but this is but labour's hire. Of this we love, in this we find our rest. Who holds this fast, no greater wealth require. Look further then, so shalt thou find at least a bait most fit for hungry-minded guest." He opened the box, and to his great comfort read them, and with fresh courage went about to lift up that stone. But in the meantime I must tell you that Demetus was not half a mile gone to the treasure-ward, when Doris came to Miso, whom he found sitting in the chimney's end, babbling to herself, and showing in all her gestures that she was loathsomely weary of the world, not for any hope of a better life, but finding no one good, neither in mind nor body, whereat she might nourish a quiet thought, having long since hated each thing else, began now to hate herself. Before this sweet honey-word dame, Doris set himself, and framed towards her such a smiling countenance as might seem to be mixed betwixt a tickled mirth and a forced pity. Miso, to whom cheerfulness in others was ever a sauce of envy in herself, took quickly mark of his behaviour, and with a look full of forworn spite, "Now the devil," said she, "take these villains, that can never leave grinning, because I am not so fair as Mistress Mopsa, to see how the skipjack looks at me." Doris, that had the occasion he desired, "Truly, mistress," answered he, "my smiling is not at you, but at them that are from you, and indeed I must needs a little accord my countenance with others' sport," and therewithal took her in his arms, and rocking her to and fro, "In faith, mistress," said he, "it is high time for you to bid us good night for ever, since others can possess your place in your own time." Miso, that was never void of malice, to suspect the uttermost evil, to satisfy a further shrewdness, took on a present mildness, and gently desired him to tell her what he meant. "For," said she, "I am like enough to be knavishly dealt withal by that churl my husband." Doris fell off from the matter again, as if he had meant no such thing, till, by much refusing her entreaty, and vehemently stirring up her desire to know, he had strengthened a credit in her to that he should say. And then, with a formal countenance, as if the conscience of the case had touched himself, "Mistress," said he, "I am much perplexed in mine own determination, for my thoughts do ever will me to do honestly, but my judgment fails me. What is honest betwixt the general rule that intrusted secrecies are wholly to be observed, and the particular exception that the dishonest secrecies are to be revealed, especially where by revealing they may either be prevented or amended. Yet in this balance your judgment weighs me down, because I have confidence in it that you will use what you know moderately, and rather take such faults as an advantage to your deserts, than by your bitter using it be content to be revenged on others with your own harms. So is it, mistress," said he, "that yesterday, driving my sheep up to the stately hill which lifts his head over the fair city of Mantinea, I happened upon the side of it, in a little falling of the ground, which was a rampier against the sun's rage, to perceive a young maid, truly of the finest stamp of beauty, and that which made her beauty the more admirable, there was at all no art added to the helping of it. For her apparel was but such as shepherds' daughters were wont to wear, and as for her hair, it hanged down at the free liberty of his goodly length, but that sometimes falling before the clearest stars of her sight, she was forced to put it behind her ears, and so open again the treasure of her perfections, which that for a while had in part hidden in her lap. There lay a shepherd, so wrapped up in that well-liked place that I could discern no piece of his face, but as mine eyes were attent in that, her angel-like voice straked mine ears with this song: "My true love hath my heart, and I have his, by just exchange one for the other given. I hold his dear, and mine he cannot miss, there never was a better bargain driven. His heart in me keeps me and him in one, my heart in him his thoughts and senses guides. He loves my heart, for once it was his own, I cherish his because in me it bides. His heart his wound received from my sight, my heart was wounded with his wounded heart. For as for me on him his hurt did light, so still methought in me his hurt did smart. Both equal hurt in this change sought our bliss. My true love hath my heart, and I have his." But as if the shepherd that lay before her had been organs which were only to be blown by her breath, she had no sooner ended with the joining her sweet lips together, but that he recorded to her music this rural poesy: "O words which fall like summer dew on me, O breath more sweet than is the growing bean, O tongue in which all honey liquors be, O voice that doth the thrush in shrillness stain, do you say still this is her promise due, that she is mine, and I to her am true? Gay hair, more gay than straw when harvest lies, lips red and plum as cherries ready side, eyes fair and great, like fair great ox's eyes, O breast in which two white sheep swell in pride, join you with me and seal this promise due, that she be mine, as I to her am true. But thou, white skin, as white as curds well pressed, so smooth as slick stone, like it smooths each part, and thou, dear flesh, as soft as wool new dressed, and yet as hard as brawn made hard by art. First for, but say, next for their saying seal, but you must pay the gage of promised weal. And with the conclusion of this song he embraced her about the knees. O sweet Charita, said he, when shall I enjoy the rest of my toiling thoughts? And when shall your blissful promise, now due, be verified with just performance? With that I drew near to them, and saw, for now he had lifted up his face to glass himself in her fair eyes, that it was my master Dametas. But here Miso interrupted his tale with railing at Dametas, with all those exquisite terms which I was never good schooled enough to imagine. But Doris, as if he had been much offended with her impatience, would proceed no further till she had vowed more stillness. For, said he, if the first drum thus chafe you, what will you be when you come to the blows? Then he told her how, after many familiar entertainments betwixt them, Dametas, laying before her his great credit with the Duke, and withal giving her very fair presents, with promise of much more, had in the end concluded together to meet as that night at Mantinia in the Eudaemean street, at Charitas' uncle's house, about 10 of the clock. After which bargain Dametas had spied Doris, and calling him to him, had with a great bravery told him all his good hap, willing him in any case to return to the old witch Miso, for indeed, mistress, of liveliness and not of evil will he termed you, and make some honest excuse of his absence. For, said he, kissing Charita, if thou didst know what a life I lead with that drivel, it would make thee even a pity receive me into thy only comfort. Now, mistress, said he, exercise your discretion, which if I were well assured of, I would wish you to go yourself to Mantinia, and lie in secret in some of your gossips' houses, till the time appointed come. So you may find them together, and, using mercy, reform my master from his evil ways. There had nothing more enraged Miso than the praises Doris gave to Charitas' beauty, which made her jealousy swell the more with the poison of envy, and that being increased with presents she heard Dametas had given her, which all seemed torn out of her bowels, her hollow eyes yielded such wretched looks as one might well think Pluto at that time might have had her soul very good cheap. But when the fire of spite had fully caught hold of all her inward parts, then whosoever would have seen the picture of Alecto, or with that manner of countenance Medea killed her own children, needed but take Miso for the full satisfaction of that point of his knowledge. She, that could before scarce go but by crutches, now flew about the house borne up with the wings of anger. There was no one sort of mortal revenge that had ever come to her ears, but presented itself now to her gentle mind. At length, with few words, for her words were choked up with the rising of her revengeful heart, she ran down, and with her own hand saddled a mare of hers, a mare that 7 years before had not been acquainted with a saddle, and so to Mantinia she went, casting with herself how she might couple shame with the punishment of her cursed husband. But the person is not worthy in whose passion I should too long stand. Therefore now must I tell you that Mistress Mopsa, who was the last party Doris was to practise his cunning withal, was at the parting of her parents attending upon the Princess Pamela, whom, because she found to be placed in her father's house, she knew it was for suspicion the Duke had of her. This made Mopsa, with a right base nature, which joys to see any hard hap happen to them they deem happy, grow proud over her, and use great ostentation of her own diligence in prying curiously into each thing that Pamela did. Neither is there anything sooner overthrows a weak heart than opinion of authority, like too strong a liquor for so feeble a glass, which joined itself to the humour of envying Pamela's beauty, so far that oft she would say to herself, if she had been born a duchess as well as Pamela, her perfection then should have been as well seen as Pamela's. With this manner of women, and placed in these terms, had Doris to play his last part, which he would quickly have dispatched, in tying her up in such a manner that she should little have hindered his enterprise, but that the virtuous Pamela, when she saw him so minded, by countenance absolutely forbade it, resolutely determining she would not leave behind her any token of wrong, since the wrong done to herself was the best excuse for her escape. So that Doris was compelled to take her in the manner he first thought of, and accordingly Pamela, sitting musing at the strange attempt she had condescended unto, and Mopsa hard by her, looking in a glass with very partial eyes, Doris put himself between them, and casting up his face to the top of the house, shrugging all over his body, and stamping sometimes upon the ground, gave Mopsa occasion, who was as busy as a bee to know anything, to ask her lover Doris what ailed him that made him use so strange a behaviour. He, as if his spirits had been ravished by some supernatural contemplation, stood still mute, sometime rubbing his forehead, sometimes starting in himself, that he set Mopsa in such an itch of inquiry that she would have offered her maidenhead rather than to be kept long from it. Doris, not yet answering to the purpose, still keeping his amazement, "O Hercules," said he, "resolve me in this doubt. A tree to grant one's wishes? Is this the cause of the Duke's solitary life? Oh, which part shall I take? Happy in either, unhappy because I cannot know which were my best hap." These doubtful self-speeches made Mopsa yet in a further longing of knowing the matter, so that the pretty pig, laying her sweet burden about his neck, "My Doris," said she, "tell me these wonders, or else I know not what will befall me. Honey Doris, tell them me." Doris, having stretched her mind upon a right last, "Extremely loved Mopsa," said he, "the matters be so great as my heart fails me in the telling them. But since you hold the greatest seat in it, it is reason your desire should add life unto it." Therewith he told her a far-fet tale, how that many millions of years before, Jupiter, fallen out with Apollo, had thrown him out of heaven, taking from him the privilege of a god, so that poor Apollo was fain to lead a very miserable life, unacquainted to work, and never used to beg. That in this order, having in time learned to be Admetus' herdman, he had upon occasion of fetching a certain breed of goodly beasts out of Arcadia, come to that very desert, where, wearied with travel, and resting himself in the boughs of a pleasant ash-tree stood a little off from the lodge, he had with pitiful complaints gotten Father Jupiter's pardon, and so from that tree was received again to his golden share. But having that right nature of a god, never to be ungrateful, to Admetus he had granted a double life, and because that tree was the chapel of his prosperous prayers, he had given it this quality, that whosoever of such estate, and in such manner as he then was, sat down in that tree, they should obtain whatsoever they wished. This Basilius, having understood by the oracle, was the only cause which made him try whether, framing himself to the state of a herdman, he might have the privilege of wishing only granted to that degree. But that having often attempted it in vain, because indeed he was not such, He had now opened the secret to Demetus, making him swear he should wish according to his direction. But because, said Doris, Apollo was at that time with extreme grief muffled round about his face with a scarlet cloak Admetus had given him, and because they that must wish must be muffled in like sort, and with like stuff, my master Demetus is gone I know not whither to provide him a scarlet cloak, and to-morrow doth point to return with it. My mistress, I cannot tell how, having gotten some inkling of it, is trudged to Mantinia to get herself a cloak before him, because she would have the first wish. My master at his parting of great trust told me the secret, commanding me to see nobody climb that tree. But now, my Mopsa, said he, I have here the like cloak of mine own, and I am not so very a fool as though I kept his commandment and others to bar myself. I rest only extremely perplexed, because having nothing in the world I wish for but the enjoying you and your favour, I think it a much pleasanter conquest to come to it by your own consent, than to have it by such a charming force as this is. Now therefore choose, since have you I will, in what sort I shall have you. But never child was so desirous of a gay puppet as Mopsa was to be in the tree, and therefore without squeamishness, promising all he would, she conjured him by all her precious loves that she might have the first possession of the wishing tree, assuring him that for the enjoying of her he should never need to climb far. Doris, to whom time was precious, made no great ceremonies with her, but helping her up to the top of the tree, from whence likewise she could ill come down without help, he muffled her round about the face so truly that she herself could not undo it. And so he told her the manner was she should hold her mind in continual devotion to Apollo, without making at all any noise, till at the furthest within 12 hours space she should hear a voice call her by name 3 times, and that till the 3rd time she should in no wise answer. And then you shall not need to doubt your coming down, for at that time, said he, be sure but to wish wisely, and in what shape soever he come unto you, speak boldly unto him, and your wish shall have as certain effect as I have a desire to enjoy your sweet loves. In this plight did he leave Mopsa, resolved in her heart to be the greatest lady in the world, and never after to feed on worse than frumenty. Thus Doris, having delivered his hands of his 3 tormentors, took speedily the benefit of his device, and mounting the gracious Pamela upon a fair horse he had provided for her, he thrust himself forthwith into the wildest part of the desert, where he had left marks to guide him from place to place to the next seaport, disguising her very fitly with scarfs, although he rested assured he should meet with nobody till he came to his bark, into which he meant to enter by night. But Pamela, who all this while, transported with desire and troubled with fear, had never free scope of judgment to look with perfect consideration into her own enterprise, but even by the laws of love had laid the care of herself upon him to whom she had given herself, now that the pang of desire with evident hope was quieted, and most part of the fear past, reason began to renew his shining in her heart, and make her see herself in herself, and weigh with what wings she flew out of her native country, and upon what ground she built her determination. But love, fortified with her lover's presence, kept still his own in her heart, so that as they rid together, with her hand upon her faithful servant's shoulder, suddenly casting her bashful eyes to the ground, and yet bending herself towards him, like the client that commits the cause of all his worth to a well-trusted advocate, from a mild spirit said unto him these sweetly delivered words: Prince Musidorus, for so my assured hope is I may justly call you, since with no other my heart could ever have yielded to go, and if so I do not rightly term you, all other words are as bootless as my deed miserable. and I as unfortunate as you wicked. My Prince Musidorus, I say, now that the vehement shows of your faithful love towards me have brought my mind to answer it, in so due a proportion, that, contrary to all general rules of reason, I have laid in you my state, my life, my honour, it is now your part to double your former care, and make me see your virtue no less in preserving than in obtaining, and your faith to be a faith as much in freedom as bondage. Tender now your own workmanship, and so govern your love towards me, as I may still remain worthy to be loved. Your promise you remember, which here by the eternal givers of virtue I conjure you to observe. Let me be your own, as I am, but by no unjust conquest. Let not our joys, which ought ever to last, be stained in our own consciences. Let no shadow of repentance steal into the sweet consideration of our mutual happiness. I have yielded to be your wife. Stay then till the time that I may rightly be so. Let no other defiled name burden my heart. What should I more say? If I have chosen well, all doubt is past, since your action only must determine whether I have done virtuously or shamefully in following you. Musidorus, that had more abundance of joy in his heart than Ulysses had, what time with his own industry he staled the fatal Palladium, imagined to be the only relic of Troy's safety, taking Pamela's hand, and many times kissing it, "What I am," said he, "the gods, I hope, will shortly make your own eyes judges. And of my mind towards you, the meantime shall be my pledge unto you. Your contentment is dearer to me than mine own. And therefore doubt not of his mind, whose thoughts are so thralled unto you, as you are to bend or slack them as it shall seem best unto you. You do wrong to yourself to make any doubt that a base estate could ever undertake so high an enterprise, or a spotted mind ever be able to behold your virtues. Thus much only I must confess I can never do to make the world see you have chosen worthily, since all the world is not worthy of you." In such delightful discourses kept they on their journey, maintaining their hearts in that right harmony of affection which doth interchangeably deliver each unto other the secret working of their souls, till with the unused travel the Princess being weary, they alighted down in a fair thick wood, which did entice them with the pleasantness of it to take their rest there. It was all of pine trees, whose broad heads meeting together yielded a perfect shade to the ground, where their bodies gave a spacious and pleasant room to walk in. They were set in so perfect an order, that every way the eye being full, yet no way was stopped, and even in the midst of them there were many sweet springs which did lose themselves upon the face of the earth. Here Musidorus drew out such provision of fruits and other cates as he had brought for that day's repast, and laid it down upon the fair carpet of the green grass. But Pamela had much more pleasure to walk under those trees, making in their barks pretty knots which tied together the names of Musidorus and Pamela, sometimes intermixedly changing them to Pamidorus and Misimela, with 20 other flowers of her travelling fancies, which had bound themselves to a greater restraint than they could without much pain well endure. And to one tree, more beholden to her than the rest, she entrusted the treasure of her thoughts in these verses: "Do not disdain, O straight upraised pine, that wounding thee my thoughts in thee I grave, since that my thoughts, as straightness thine, no smaller wound, alas, far deeper have. Deeper engraved, which salve nor time can save, given to my heart by my forewounded eyne. Thus, cruel to myself, how canst thou crave my inward hurt should spare thy outward rine? Yet still, fair tree, lift up thy stately line, live long, and long witness my chosen smart. with bared desires, bared by myself in part, and in this growing bark grow verses mine. My heart, my word hath given my heart. The giver given from gift shall never part. Upon a root of the tree that the earth had left something barer than the rest, she writ this couplet: Sweet root, say thou the root of my desire was virtue clad in constant love's attire? Musidorus, seeing her fancies drawn up to such pleasant contemplations, accompanied her in them, and make the trees as well bear the badges of his passions, as this song engraved in them did testify. You goodly pines, which still with brave assent in nature's pride your heads to heavenward heave, though you, besides such graces, earth hath lent of some late grace a greater grace, receive by her who was, O blessed you, content with her fair hand your tender barks to cleave, and so by you, O blessed you, hath sent such piercing words as nothing else conceive. Yet yield your grant, a baser hand may leave his thoughts in you, where so sweet thoughts were spent. For how would you the mistress thoughts bereave of waiting thoughts, all to her service meant? Nay, higher thoughts, though thralled thoughts, I call my thoughts than hers, who first your rind did rent, than hers, to whom my thoughts, a lovely thrall rising from love, are to the highest bent, where hers, whom worth makes highest over all, coming from her, can not but downward fall. While Pamela, sitting her down under one of them, and making a posy of the fair undergrowing flowers, filled Musidorus' ears with the heavenly sound of her music, which before he had never heard, so that it seemed unto him a new assault given to the castle of his heart, already conquered, which to signify, and withal reply to her sweet notes, he sang in a kind of still but ravishing tune a few verses. Her song was this, and his reply follows. Pamela. Like diverse flowers, whose diverse beauties serve to deck the earth with this well-coloured weed, though each of them his private form preserve, yet joining forms one sight of beauty breed. Right so my thoughts, whereon my heart I feed. Right so my inward parts and outward glass, though each possess a diverse working kind, yet all well knit to one fair end do pass, that he, to whom these sundry gifts I bind, all what I am, still one, his own to find. Musidorus. All that you are, still one, his own to find, you that are born to be the world as I. What were it else but to make each thing blind, and to the sun with waxen wings to fly? No, no, such force with my small force to try is not my skill, nor reach of mortal mind. Call me but yours, my title is most high. Hold me most yours, then my long suit is signed. You none can claim but you yourself by right, for you do pass yourself in virtue's might. So both are yours, I bound by gaged heart, you only yours, too far beyond desart. In these virtuous wantonies, suffering their minds to descend to each tender enjoying their united thoughts, Pamela, having tasted of the fruits, and growing extreme sleepy, having been long kept from it with the perplexity of her dangerous attempt, laying her head in his lap, was invited by him to sleep with these softly uttered verses. Look up, fair lids, the treasures of my heart, preserve those beams, this age's only light. To her sweet sense, sweet sleep, some ease impart, her sense too weak to bear her spirit's might. And while, O sleep, thou closest up her sight where love did forge his fairest dart, O harbour all her parts in easeful plight, let no strange dream make her fair body start. But yet, O dream, if thou wilt not depart in this rare subject from thy common right, but wilt thyself in such a seat delight, then take my shape, and play a lover's part. Kiss her from me, and say unto her sprite, till her eyes shine, I live in darkest light. The sweet Pamela was brought into a sweet sleep with this song, which gave Musidorus opportunity at leisure to behold her excellent beauties. He thought her fair forehead was a field where her fancies fought, and every hair of her head seemed a strong chain that tied him. Her fair lids, then hiding her fairer eyes, seemed unto him sweet boxes of mother of pearl, rich in themselves, but containing in them far richer jewels. Her cheeks, with their colour most delicately mixed, would have entertained his eyes some while, but that the roses of her lips, whose separating was wont to be accompanied with most sweet speeches, now by force drew his sight to mark how prettily they lay one over another, uniting their divided beauties. And through them the eye of his fancy delivered to his memory the lying as in ambush under her lips those armed ranks, all armed in most pure white, and keeping the most precise order of military discipline. And lest this beauty might seem the picture of some excellent artificer, forth there stale a soft breath, carrying good testimony of her inward sweetness, and so stealingly it came out, as it seemed loath to leave his contentful mansion, but that it hoped to be drawn in again to that well-closed paradise, that did so tyrannize over Musidorus' affects, that he was compelled to put his face as low to hers as he could, sucking the breath with so much joy, that he did determine in himself there had been no life to a chameleon's, if he might be suffered to enjoy that food. But each of these, having in his heart a several working, all joined together, did so draw his will into the nature of their confederacy, that now his promise began to have but a fainting force, and each thought that rose against those desires was received but as a stranger to his counsel, well experiencing in himself that no vow is so strong as the avoiding of occasions. So that rising softly from her, overmastered with fury of delight, having all his senses partial against himself, and inclined to his well-beloved adversary, he was bent to take the advantage of the weakness of the watch, and see whether at that season he could win the bulwark before timely help might come. And now he began to make his approaches, when, to the just punishment of his broken promise, and most unfortunate bar of his long pursued and achieved desires, there came by a dozen clownish villains, armed with divers sorts of weapons, and for the rest, both in face and apparel, so far wasted that they seemed to bear a great conformity with the savages, who, miserable in themselves, thought to increase their mischief in other bodies' harms, came with such cries as they awaked Pamela, whose sleep had been set upon with two dangers, the one of which had saved her from the other, and made Musidorus turn unto them full of a violent rage, with the look of a she-tiger when her whelps are stolen away. End of section 12. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 13 of the Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This book is in the public domain. Book 3 continued. A dozen clownish villains, armed with divers sorts of weapons, made Musidorus turn unto them, full of a violent rage, with the look of a she-tiger when her whelps are stolen away. But Cleophila, whom I left in the cave hardly bestead, having both great wits and stirring passions to deal with, makes me lend her my pen a while, to see with what dexterity she could put by her dangers. Cleophila, who had in one instant both to resist rage and go beyond wisdom, having to deal with a lady that had her wits awake in everything but in helping her own hurt, saw now none other remedy in her case but to qualify her rage with hope, and to satisfy her wits with plainness. Yet, lest too abrupt a falling into it should yield too great an advantage unto her, she thought good to come to it by degrees with this kind of insinuation. Your wise but very dark speeches, most excellent lady, are wound up in so intricate a manner as I know not how to proportion mine answer unto them. So are your prayers mixed with threats, and so is the show of your love hidden with the name of revenge, the natural effect of mortal hatred. You seem displeased with the opinion you have of my disguising, and yet if I be not disguised, you must needs be much more displeased. Hope, then, the only succour of perplexed minds, being quite cut off, you desire my affection, and yet you yourself think my affection already bestowed. You pretend cruelty before you have the subjection, and are jealous of the keeping that which as yet you have not gotten. And that which is strongest in your jealousy is both the unnatural injustice of it, in being loath that should come to your daughter which you deem good, and the vainness, since you two are in so divers respects, that there is no necessity one of you should fall to be a bar to the other. For neither, if I be such as you fancy, can I marry you, which must needs be the only end I can aspire to in her. Neither need the marrying of her keep me from a grateful consideration how much you honour me in the love you vouchsafe to bear me. Ganesha, to whom the fearful agony she still lived in made any small reprival sweet, did find her words falling to a better way of comfort, and therefore, with a mind ready to show nothing could make it rebellious against Cleophila, but too extreme tyranny, she thus said, Alas, too much beloved Cleophila, the thoughts are but outflowings of the mind, and the tongue is but a servant to the thoughts. Therefore marvel not that my words suffer contrarieties, sith my mind doth hourly suffer in itself whole armies of mortal adversaries. But, alas, if I had but the use of mine own reason, then should I not need, for want of it, to find myself in this desperate mischief. But because my reason is vanished, so have I likewise no power to correct mine unreasonableness. Do you therefore accept the protection of my mind, which hath no other resting place, and drive it not by being unregarded to put itself into unknown extremities. I desire but to have mine affection answered, and to have a right reflection of my love in you. That granted, assure yourself mine own love will easily teach me to seek your contentment, and make me think my daughter's a very mean price to keep still in mine eyes the food of my spirits. But take heed that contempt draw me not into despair, the most violent cause of that miserable effect. Cleophila, that already saw some fruit of her last determined fancy, so far as came to a mollifying of Ganesha's rage, seeing no other way to satisfy suspicion, which was held open with the continual pricks of love, resolved now with plainness to win trust, which trust she might after deceive with a greater subtlety. Therefore, looking upon her with a more relenting grace than ever she had done before, pretending a great bashfulness before she could come to confess such a fault, she thus said unto her, Most worthy lady, I did never think till now that pity of another could make one betray himself, nor that the sound of words could overthrow any wise body's determination. But your worth, I think, hath charmed me, and your grace bewitched me. Your compassion makes me open my heart to you, and leave unharboured mine own thoughts. For proof of it, I will disclose my greatest secret, which well you might suspect, but never know, and so have your wandering hope in a more painful wilderness, being neither way able to be lodged in any perfect resolution. I will, I say, unwrap my most hidden estate, and after make you judge of it, perchance director. The truth is, I am a man. Nay, I will say further to you, I am born a prince, and to make your mind in a thorough understanding of me, since I came to this place, I may not deny, I have had some sprinkling of I know not what good liking to my lady Philoclea. For how could I ever imagine the heavens would have rained down so much of your favour upon me? And of that side there was a show of possible hope, the most comfortable counsellor of love. The cause of this my changed attire was a journey 2 years ago I made among the Amazons, where, having sought to try my unfortunate valour, I met not one in all the country but was too hard for me, till in the end, in the presence of their queen Senetia, I, hoping to prevail against her, challenged an old woman of 80 years to fight on horseback to the uttermost with me, who, having overthrown me, for saving of my life, made me swear I should go like an unarmed Amazon, till the coming of my beard did with the discharge of my oath deliver me from that bondage. Here Cleophila ended, not coming to a full conclusion, because she would see what this wrought in Ganesia's mind, having in her speech sought to win belief of her, and, if it might be, by the disgrace of herself, to diminish Ganesia's affection. For the first it had much prevailed, but Ganesia, whose end of loving was not her fighting, neither could her love, too deeply grounded, receive diminishment, and besides she had seen herself sufficient proofs of Cleophila's admirable prowess. Therefore, straightly passing over that point of her feigned dishonour, but taking good hold of the confessing her manly sex, with the shamefast look of the suitor who, having already obtained much, is yet forced by want to demand more, put forth her sorrowful suit in these words: "The gods," said she, "reward thee for thy virtuous pity of my overladen soul, who yet hath received some breath of comfort by finding thy confession to maintain some possibility of my anguishing hope. But, alas, as they who seek to enrich themselves by mineral industry, their first labour is to find the mine, which to their cheerful comfort being found, if, after any unlooked-for stop or casual impediment keep them from getting the desired ore, they are so much the more grieved as the late-conceived hope adds torments to their former want, so falleth it out with me, happy or hapless woman, as it pleaseth you to ordain, who am now either to receive some guerdon of my long woeful labours, or to return into a more wretched darkness, having had some glimmering of my blissful sun. O Cleophila, tread not upon a soul that lies under your feet. Let not the abasing of myself make me more base in your eyes, but judge of me according to that I am and have been, and let my errors be made excusable by the immortal name of love." With that, under a feigned rage, tearing her clothes, she discovered some parts of her fair body, which, if Cleophila's heart had not been so fully possessed as there was no place left for any new guest, no doubt it would have yielded to that gallant assault. But Cleophila, so much the more arming her determination as she saw such force threatened, yet still remembering she must wade betwixt constancy and courtesy, embracing Ganesia, and once or twice kissing her, "Dear lady," said she, "he were a great enemy that would refuse such offered bliss, in the purchase of which a man's life were blessedly bestowed. Nay, how can I over-yield due reverence for such excessive a favour? But having no more to give you but myself, take that, I must confess, a small but a very free present, and whatsoever other affection I have had shall give place to as great perfections, working besides upon the bond of gratefulness. The gods forbid I should be so foolish as not to see, or so wicked as not to remember, how much my small deserts are overbalanced by your unspeakable goodness. Nay, happy may I well account my mishap among the Amazons, since that dishonour hath been so true a path to my greatest honour, and the changing of my outward raiment hath clothed my mind in such inward contentation. Take, therefore, noble lady, as much comfort to your heart as the full commandment of me can yield you. Wipe your fair eyes, and keep them for nobler services. And now I will presume thus much to say unto you, that you make of yourself for my sake, that the joys of my new obtained riches may be accomplished in you. But let us leave this place, lest you be too long missed, and henceforward quiet your mind from any further care, for I will now, to my too much joy, take the charge upon me within few days to work your satisfaction and my felicity. Thus she said, and withal led Ganesha out of the cave, for well she saw the boiling mind of Ganesha did easily apprehend the fitness of that lonely place. But indeed this direct promise of a short space, joined with the cumbersome familiar of womankind, I mean modesty, stayed so Ganesha's mind that she took thus much at that present for good payment, remaining with a painful joy and wearisome kind of comfort, not unlike the condemned prisoner, whose mind, still running upon the violent arrival of his cruel death, hears that his pardon is promised, but not yet signed. In this sort they both issued out of that obscure mansion, Ganesha already half persuaded in herself, O weakness of human conceit, that Cleophilus' affection was turned towards her. For such, alas, are we all, in such a mould are we cast, that with too much love we bear ourselves. Being first our own flatterers, we are easily hooked with others' flattery, we are easily persuaded with others' love. But Cleophila, who had now to play her prize, seeing no way things could long remain in that estate, and now finding her promise had tied her trial to a small compass of time, began to throw her thoughts into each corner of her invention, how she might achieve her life's enterprise. For well she knew deceit cannot otherwise be maintained but by deceit, and how to deceive such heedful eyes, and how to satisfy, and yet not satisfy, such hopeful desires, it was no small skill. But both their thoughts were called from themselves with the sight of Basilius, who then lying down by his daughter Philoclea, upon the fair though natural bed of green grass, seeing the sun what speed he made to leave our west, to do his office in the other hemisphere, his inward muses made him in his best music sing this madrigal: Why dost thou haste away, O Titan fair, the giver of the day? Is it to carry news to western wights what stars in east appear? Or dost thou think that here is left a sun whose beams thy place may use? Yet stay, and well peruse what be her gifts that make her equal thee. Bend all thy light to see in earthly close enclosed a heavenly spark. Thy running course cannot such beauties mark. No, no, thy motions be hastened from us with bar of shadow dark, because that thou, the author of thy sight, disdains we see thee stained with others' light. And having ended, Dear Philoclea, said he, sing something that may divert my thoughts from the continual taste of their ruinous harbour. She, obedient to him, and not unwilling to disburden her secret passion, made her sweet voice be heard in these words: O stealing time, the subject of delay, delay the rack of unrefrained desire, what strange desire hast thou my hopes to stay? My hopes, which do but to mine own aspire. Mine own? O word, on whose sweet sound doth prey my greedy soul with gripe of inward fire, thy title great I justly challenge may, since in such phrase his faith he did attire. O time, become the chariot of my joys. As thou drawest on, so let my bliss draw near. Each moment lost part of my hap destroys. Thou art the father of occasion dear. Join with thy son, to ease my long annoys. In speedy help, thankworthy friends appear. Philoclea brake off her song as soon as her mother with Cleophila came near unto them, rising up with a kindly bashfulness, being not ignorant of the spite her mother bare her, and stricken with the sight of that person whose love made all those troubles seem fair flowers of her dearest garland. Nay, rather, all those troubles made her love increase. For as the arrival of enemies makes a town to fortify itself, as ever after it remaineth stronger, so that a man may say enemies were no small cause of the town's strength, so to a mind once fixed in a well-pleasing determination, who hopes by annoyance to overthrow it, doth but teach it to knit together all his best grounds, and so, perchance, of a changeable purpose make an unchangeable resolution. But no more did Philoclea see the wonted signs of Cleophila's affection towards her. She thought she saw another light in her eyes, with a bold and careless look upon her, which was wont to be dazzled with her beauty. And the framing of her courtesies rather ceremonious than affectionate, and that which worse liked her, was that it proceeded from such a quiet settledness, as it rather threatened a full purpose than any sudden passion. She found her behaviour bent altogether to her mother, and presumed in herself she discerned the well-acquainted face of his fancies, now turned to another subject. She saw her mother's worthiness, and too well knew her affection, these joining their diverse working powers together in her mind. But yet apprentice in the painful mystery of passions brought Philoclea into a new traverse of her thoughts, and made her keep her careful look the more attentive upon Cleophila's behaviour, who indeed, though with much pain and condemning herself to commit a sacrilege against the sweet saint that lived in her inmost temple, yet strengthening herself in it, being the surest way to make Ganesha bite of her other baits, did so quite overrule all wonted shows of love to Philoclea, and convert them to Ganesha, that the part she played did work in both a full and lively persuasion to Ganesha, such excessive comforts as the being preferred to a rival doth deliver to swelling desire. But to the delicate Philoclea, whose calm thoughts were unable to nourish any strange debate, it gave so stinging a hurt that, fainting under the force of her inward torments, she withdrew herself to the lodge, and there, weary of supporting her own burden, cast herself upon her bed, suffering her sorrow to melt itself into abundance of tears. At length, closing her eyes, as if each thing she saw were a picture of her mishap, and turning her upon her heart side, which with vehement panting did so move her to consider her fortune, she thus bemoaned herself: Alas, Philoclea, is this the price of all thy pains? Is this the reward of this thy given away liberty? Hath too much yielding bred cruelty? Or can too great acquaintance make me be held for a stranger? Hath the choosing a companion made me be left alone? Or doth the granting desire cause the desire to be neglected? Alas, despised Philoclea, why didst thou not hold thy thoughts in their simple course, and content thyself with the love of thine own virtue, which would never have betrayed thee? Ah, silly fool! Didst thou look for truth in him that with his own mouth confesseth his falsehood? For plain proceeding in him that still goes disguised? They say the falsest men will yet bear outward shows of a pure mind, but he that even outwardly bears the batch of treachery, what hells of wickedness must needs in the depth be contained? But, O wicked mouth of mine, how darest thou thus blaspheme the ornament of the earth, the vessel of all virtue? O wretch that I am! It will anger the gods, dispraising their most excellent work. Oh, no, no, there was no fault but in me, that could ever think so high eyes would look so low, or so great perfection would stain themselves with my unworthiness. Alas, why could I not see I was too weak a band to tie so heavenly a heart? I was not fit to limit the course of his wonderful destinies. Was it ever like, that upon only Philoclea his thought should rest? Ah, silly soul, that could please thyself with so impossible imagination, and universal happiness is to flow from him? How was I so inveigled to hope I might be the anchor of such a mind? He did thee no wrong, Philoclea, he did thee no wrong. It was thy weakness to fancy the beams of the sun should give light to no eyes but thine. And yet, O Prince Pyrocles, for whom I may well begin to hate myself, but can never leave to love thee, what triumph canst thou make of this thy conquest? What spoils wilt thou carry away of this my undeserved overthrow? Could thy force find out no fitter field than the feeble mind of a poor maid, who at the first sight did wish thee all happiness? Shall it be said the mirror of mankind hath been employed to destroy a hurtless gentlewoman? O Pyrocles, Pyrocles, let me call thee before the judgment of thine own virtue. Let me be accepted for a plaintiff in a cause which concerns my life. What need hadst thou to arm thy face with the enchanting mask of thy painted passions? What need hadst thou to fortify thy excellencies with so exquisite a cunning in making our own arts betray us? What needest thou descend so far from thy incomparable worthiness as to take on the habit of weak womankind? Was all this to win the undefended castle of a friend, which being won thou wouldst after raise? Could so small a cause allure thee? Or did not so unjust a cause stop thee? O me, what say I more? This is my case. My love hates me, virtue deals wickedly with me, and he doth me wrong whose doing I can never account wrong. With that, the sweet lady turning herself upon her weary bed, she happily saw a lute, upon the belly of which Ganesha had written this song, what time Basilius had imputed her jealous motions to proceed of the doubt she had of his untimely loves, under which veil she, contented to cover her never-ceasing anguish, had made the lute a monument of her mind, which Philoclea had never much marked, till now the fear of a competitor more stirred her than before the care of another. The verses were these: My lute, within thyself thy tunes enclose. Thy mistress' song is now a sorrow's cry, her hand benumbed with fortune's daily blows. Her mind, amazed, can neither's help apply. Wear these my words as mourning weeds of woes, black ink, become the state wherein I die. And though my moans be not in music bound of written griefs, yet be they silent ground. The world doth yield such ill-consorted shows with circled course, which no wise stay can try. That childish stuff, which knows not friends from foes, better despised, be wonder gazing eye. Thus noble gold down to the bottom goes, when worthless cork aloft doth floating lie. Thus in thyself least strings are loudest found, and lowest stops do yield the highest sound. Philoclea read them, and throwing down the lute, Is this the legacy you have bequeathed me? O kind mother of mine, said she, did you bestow the light upon me for this? Or did you bear me to be the author of my burial? O trim purchase you have made of your own shame! Robbed your daughter to ruin yourself. The birds unreasonable, yet use so much reason as to make nests for their tender young ones. My cruel mother turns me out of mine own harbour. Alas, plaints boots not, for my case can receive no help. For who should give me help? Shall I fly to my parents? They are my murderers. Shall I go to him who, already being won and lost, must needs have killed all pity? Alas, I can bring no new intercessions. He knows already what I am is his. Shall I come home again to myself? O me, contemned wretch, I have given away myself. With that the poor soul beat on her breast, as if that had been guilty of her faults, neither thinking of revenge nor studying of remedy. But the sweet creature gave grief a free dominion, keeping her chamber a few days after, not needing to feign herself sick, feeling even in her soul the pangs of extreme pain. But little did Gynecia reck that, neither when she saw her go away from them, neither when she after found that sickness made her hide her fair face, so much had fancy prevailed against nature. But you, that have ever known how tender to every motion love makes the lover's heart, how he measures all his joys upon her contentment, and doth with respectful eye hang all his behaviour upon her eyes, judge, I pray you, now of Cleophilus' troubled thoughts, when she saw Philoclea with an amazed kind of sorrow carry away her sweet presence, and easily found, so happy a conjecture unhappy affection hath, that her demeanour was guilty of that trespass. There was never foolish soft-hearted mother that, forced to beat her child, did weep first for his pains, and, doing that she was loath to do, did repent before she began, did find that half that motion in her weak mind as Cleophila did, now that she was forced by reason to give an outward blow to her passions, and for the lending of a small time to seek the usury of all her desires. The unkindness she conceived Philoclea might conceive did wound her soul. Each tear she doubted she spent drowned all her comfort. Her sickness was a death unto her. Often would she speak to the image of Philoclea, which lived and ruled in the highest of her inward part, and use vehement oaths and protestations unto her that nothing should falsify the free-chosen vow she had made. Often would she desire her that she would look well to Pyrocles' heart, for as for her, she had no more interest in it to bestow it any way. Alas, would she say, only, Philoclea, hast thou not so much feeling of thine own force as to know no new conqueror can prevail against thy conquests? Was ever any dazzled but the moon, that had used his eyes to the beams of the sun? Is he carried away with the greedy desire of acorns, that hath had his senses ravished with a garden of most delightful fruits? O Philoclea, Philoclea, be thou but as merciful a princess to my mind as thou art a sure possessor, and I shall have as much cause of gladness as thou hast no cause of misdoubting. Oh, no, no, when a man's own heart is the gauge of his debt, when a man's own thoughts are willing witnesses to his promise, lastly, when a man is the jailer over himself, there is little doubt of breaking credit, and less doubt of such an escape. In this combat of Cleophila's doubtful imaginations, in the end reason, well backed with the vehement desire to bring her matters soon to the desired haven, did ever rule the boiling of her inward kindness, though, as I say, with such a manifest strife, that both Basilius and Gynecia's well-waiting eyes had marked her muses had laboured in deeper subject than ordinary, which she, likewise perceiving they had perceived, awaking herself out of those thoughts, and principally caring how to satisfy Gynecia, whose judgment and passion she stood most in regard of, bowing her head to her attentive ear, "Madam," said she, "with practice of my thoughts I have found out a way by which your contentment shall draw on my happiness." Gynecia, delivering in her face as thankful a joyfulness as her heart could hold, said, it was then time to retire themselves to their rests, for that, what with the tumult the day before, and late sitting up for the eclogues, Their bodies had dearly purchased that night's quiet. So went they home to their lodge, Cleophila framing of both sides bountiful measures of loving countenances to either's joy and neither's jealousy, but to the special comfort of Basilius, whose weaker bowels were straight full with the least liquor of hope, so that, still holding her by the hand, and sometimes tickling it, he went by her with the most gay conceits that ever had entered his brains, growing now so haughty in his resolution that he little respected Ganesia's presence, but with a lustier note than wonted, clearing his voice, and cheering his spirits, looking still upon Cleophila, whom now the moon did beautify with her shining almost at the full, as if her eyes had been his song-book, he did the message of his mind in singing these verses. When two suns do appear, some say it doth betoken wonders near, as princes' loss or change. Two gleaming suns of splendour like I see, and seeing feel in me a prince's heart quite lost, the ruin strange. But now each where doth range with ugly cloak the dark envious night, who, full of guilty spite, such living beams should her black seat assail, too weak for them our weaker sight doth veil. No, says fair moon, my light shall bar that wrong, and though it not prevail like to my brother's rays, yet those I send hurt not the face which no thing can amend. And by that time, being come to the lodge, and having visited the sweet Philoclea, with much less than natural care of the parents, and much less than wonted kindness of Cleophila, each party, full fraught with diversely working fancies, made their pillows weak props of their overloaden heads. Yet of all other were Cleophila's brains most turmoiled, troubled with love both active and passive, and lastly and specially with care how to use her short limited time to the full performance of her violent affection, by some wise and happy diverting her two lovers' unwelcome desires. Cleophila, having had the night her only counsellor in the busy enterprise she was to undertake, and having all that time mused, and yet not fully resolved how she might join obtaining with preventing, was offended with the day's bold entry into her chamber, as if he had now by custom grown an assured bringer of evil news, which she, taking a citron to her, did lay to Aurora's charge with these well-sung verses. Aurora, now thou show'st thy blushing light, which oft to hope lays out a guileful bait, that trusts in time to find the way aright, to ease those pains which on desire do wait. Blush on for shame, that still with thee do light on pensive souls instead of restful bait, or upon care instead of doing right, to overpressed breasts more grievous weight. As, O myself, whose woes are never light, tied to the stake of doubt, strong passion's bait, while thy known course, observing nature's right, stirs me to think what dangers lie in wait. For mischiefs great, day after day do show, make me fear still thy fair appearing hue. Alas, said she, am I not run into a strange gulf, that am fain for love to hurt her I love, and because I detest the others, to please them I detest? O only Philoclea, whose beauty is matched with nothing but with the unspeakable beauty of the fairest mind, if thou didst see upon what a rock my tormented soul is set, little would you think I had free scope now to leap to any new change. With that, with hasty hands, she got herself up, turning her sight to everything as if change of object might help her invention. So went she again to the cave, where forthwith it came into her head that should be the fittest place to perform her exploit, of which she had now a kind of confused concept, although she had not set down in her fancy the meeting with each particularity that might fall out. But as a painter doth at the first show a rude proportion of the thing he imitates, which after, with more curious hand, he draws to the representing each lineament, so had her thoughts, beaten about it continually, received into them ground plot of her device, although she had not in each part shaped it according to a full determination. But in this sort, having early visited the morning's beauty in those pleasant deserts, she came to the Duke and Duchess, and told them that for the performance of certain her country devotions, which only were to be exercised in solitariness, she did desire their leave she might for a few days lodge herself in the cave, the fresh sweetness of which did greatly delight her in that hot country, and that for that small space they would not otherwise trouble themselves in visiting her, but at such times as she would come to wait upon them, which should be every day at certain hours. Neither should it be long she would desire this privileged absence of them. They, whose minds had already taken out that lesson perfectly, to yield a willing obedience to all her desires, with consenting countenance made her soon see her pleasure was a law unto them. Both, indeed, inwardly glad of it, Basilius hoping that her dividing herself from them might yet give him some freer occasion of coming in secret unto her, whose favourable face had lately strengthened his fainting countenance. But Gynecia, of all others most joyous, holding herself assured that this was but a prologue to the play she had promised her. Thus, both flattering themselves with diversely grounded hopes, they rang a bell, which served to call certain poor women, which ever lay in cabins not far off, to do the household services of both lodges, and never came to either but being called for, and commanded them to carry forthwith Cleophilus' bed and furniture of her chamber into the pleasant cave, and to deck it up as finely as it was possible for them, that their soul's rest might rest her body to her best pleasing manner. That was with all diligence performed of them, and Cleophila already in possession of her new chosen lodging, where she, like one of Vesta's nuns, entertained herself for a few days in all show of straightness, yet once a day coming to do her duty to the Duke and Duchess, in whom the seldomness of the sight increased the more unquiet longing, though somewhat qualified, as her countenance was decked to either of them with more comfort than wanted. Especially to Gynecia, who, seeing her wholly neglect her daughter Philoclea, had now promised herself a full possession of Cleophila's heart, still expecting the fruit of the happy and hoped-for invention. But both she and Basilius kept such continual watch about the precincts of the cave, that either of them was a bar to the other for having any secret commoning with Cleophila, while in the meantime the sweet Philoclea, forgotten of her father, despised of her mother, and in appearance left of Cleophila, had yielded up her soul to be a prey to sorrow and unkindness, not with raging conceit of revenge, as it passed through the stout and wise heart of her mother, but with a kind of meekness, taking upon herself the weight of her own woes, and suffering them to have so full a course in her, as it did not a little weaken the estate of her body, as well for which cause, as for that she could not see Cleophila without expressing, more than she would, how far now her love was imprisoned in extremity of sorrow, she bound herself to the limits of her own chamber. But Cleophila, having a full liberty to cast about every way how to bring about her conceived attempt to a desired success, was oft so perplexed with the difficulty of it, that sometimes she would resolve by force to take her away, though it were with the death of her parents; sometime to go away herself with Musidorus, and bring both their forces to win her. But lastly, even the same day that Musidorus, by feeding the humours of his 3 loathsome guardians, had stolen away the Princess Pamela, whether it were that love meant to match them every way, or that indeed Cleophila forbare the practising her device till she found her friend had passed through his. The same day, I say, thus she governed her purpose, having curiously trimmed herself to the beautifying her beauties, that being now at her last trial she might come to it in her best armour, having put on that kind of mild countenance which doth encourage the looker on to hope for a gentle answer, according to her late received manner, she left the pleasant darkness of her melancholy cave, to go take her dinner with the Duke and Duchess, and give unto both them a pleasant food of seeing the owner of their desires. But even as the Persians were anciently wont to leave no rising sun unsaluted, but as his fair beams appeared cleared unto them, would the more heartily rejoice, laying upon themselves a great foretoken of their following fortunes, so there was no time that Cleophila encountered their eyes with her beloved presence, but that it bred a kind of burning devotion in them, yet so much the more gladding their greedy souls, as her countenance were cleared with the more favour unto them, which now being determinately framed to the greatest descent of kindness, it took such hold of her infortunate lovers, that, like children about a tender father from a long voyage returned, with loving childishness hang about him, and yet with simple fear measures by his countenance how far he accepts their boldness, so were these two thrown into so serviceable an affection, that the turning of Cleophila's eye was a strong stern enough to all their motions, winding no way but as the enchanting force of it guided them. But having made a light repast of the pleasant fruits of that country, interlarding their food with such manner of general discourses as lovers are wont to cover their passions in, when respect of a third person keeps them from plainer particulars, at the earnest entreaty of Basilius, Cleophila, first saluting the Muses with a bass viol hung hard by her, sent this ambassade in versified music to both her ill-requited lovers. Beauty hath force to catch the human sight. Sight doth bewitch the fancy ill awaked. Fancy, we feel, eludes all passion's might. Passion rebelled oft reason's strength hath shaked. No wonder then, though sight my sight did taint, and though thereby my fancy was infected, though yoked so my mind with sickness faint had reason's weight for passion's ease rejected. But now the fit is past, and time hath given leisure to weigh what due desert requireth. All thoughts so sprung are from their dwelling driven, and wisdom to his wonted seat aspireth. Crying in me, I hopes deceitful prove, things rightly prized, love is the band of love. And after her song, with an affected modesty, she threw down her eye, as if the conscience of a secret grant her inward mind made had suddenly cast a bashful veil over her, which Basilius finding, and thinking now was the time to use his painful petition, beseeching his wife with more careful eye to accompany his sickly daughter Philoclea, being rid for that time of her who was content to grant him any scope, that she might after have the like freedom, with a gesture governed by the force of his passions, making his knees his best supporters, he thus said unto her, If either, said he, O lady of my life, my deadly pangs could bear delay, or that this were the first time the same were manifested unto you, I would now but maintain still the remembrance of my misfortune, without urging any further reward than time and pity might procure for me. But alas, since my martyrdom is no less painful than manifest, and that I no more feel the miserable danger than you know the assured truth thereof, why should my tongue deny his service to my heart? Why should I fear the breath of my words, who daily feel the flame of your works? Embrace, in your sweet consideration, I beseech you, the misery of my case. Acknowledge yourself to be the cause, and think it is reason for you to redress the effects. Alas, let not certain imaginative rules, whose truth stands but upon opinion, keep so wise a mind from gratefulness and mercy, whose never-failing laws nature hath planted in us. I plainly lay my death unto you, the death of him that loves you, the death of him whose life you may save. Say your absolute determination, for hope itself is a pain, while it is overmastered with fear, and if you do resolve to be cruel, yet is the speediest condemnation, as in evils, most welcome. Cleophila, who had fully set to herself the train she would keep, yet knowing that who soonest mean to yield doth well to make the bravest parley, keeping her countenance aloft, "Noble prince," said she, "your words are too well couched to come out of a restless mind, and thanked be the gods your face threatens no danger of death. These be those swelling speeches which give the uttermost name to every trifle, which all were worthy nothing, if they were not enamelled with the goodly outside of love. Truly, love were very unlovely, if it were half so deadly as you lovers, still living, term it. I think well it may have a certain childish vehemency, which for the time to one desire will engage all the soul, so long as it lasteth. But with what impatience you yourself show, who confess the hope of it a pain, and think you your own desire so unworthy, as you would fain be rid of it, and so with overmuch love sue hard for a hasty refusal." "A refusal!" cried out Basilius, amazed withal, but pierced with the last. "Now assure yourself, whenever you use that word, definitively it will be the undoubted doom of my approaching death. And then shall your own experience know in me how soon the spirits dried up with anguish leave the performancy of their ministry, whereupon our life dependeth. But alas, what a cruelty is this, not only to torment, but to think the torments light! The terriblest tyrants would say by no man they killed he died not, nor by no man he punished that he escaped free. For of all other there is left hope of mercy, where there is no acknowledging of the pain. And with like cruelty are my words, breathed out from a flamy heart, accounted as messengers of a quiet mind. If I speak nothing, I choke myself, and am in no way of relief. If simply, neglected. If confusedly, not understood. If by the bending together all my inward powers, they bring forth any lively expressing of what they truly feel, that is, a token. Forsooth, the thoughts are apt to too much leisure. Thus is silence, desperate folly, punished, and wit suspected. But indeed it is vain to say any more, for words can bind no belief. Lady, I say, determine of me. I must confess I cannot bear this battle in my mind, and therefore let me soon know what I may account of myself, for it is a hell of dolors when the mind, still in doubt for want of a resolution, can make no resistance." "Indeed," answered Cleophila, "if I should grant to your request, I should show an example in myself that I esteem the holy band of chastity to be but an imaginative rule, as you termed it, and not the truest observance of nature, the most noble commandment that mankind can ever have of themselves, as indeed both learning teacheth and inward feeling assureth. But first shall Cleophila's grave become her marriage bed, before my soul shall consent to his own shame, before I will leave a mark in myself of an unredeemable trespass. And yet must I confess that if ever my heart were stirred, it hath been with the manifest and manifold shows of the misery you live in for me. For in truth so it is, nature gives not us her degenerate children any more general concept than one to help the other, one to feel a true compassion of the other's mishap. But yet if I were never so contented to speak with you, for further, O Basilius, never look for at my hands, I know not how you can avoid your wife's jealous attendance, but that her suspicion shall bring mine honour into question." Basilius, whose small sails the least wind did fill, was forthwith as far gone into a large, promising himself his desire, as before he was stricken down with a threatening denial. And therefore, bending his brows, as though he were not a man to take the matter as he had done, "What," said he, "shall my wife become my mistress? Think you not that thus much time hath taught me to rule her? I will mew the gentlewoman till she have cast all her feathers, if she rouse herself against me." And with that he walked up and down, nodding his head as though they mistook him much that thought he was not his wife's master. But Cleophila, now seeing it was time to conclude, "Of your wisdom and manhood," said she, "I doubt not, but that sufficeth not me, for both they can hardly tame a malicious tongue, and impossibly bar the freedom of thought, which be the things that must be my only witnesses of honour or judges of dishonour. But, that you may see I do not set light your affection, if to-night, after your wife be assuredly asleep, whereof by your love I conjure you to have a most precise care, you will steal handsomely to the cave to me, there I do grant you as great proportion as you will take of free conference with me." Basilius, that was old enough to know that women are not wont to appoint secret night meetings for the purchasing of land, holding himself already an undoubted possessor of his desires, kissing her hand, and lifting up his eyes to heaven, as if the greatness of the benefit did go beyond all measure of thanks, said no more, lest stirring of more words might bring forth some perhaps contrary matter. In which trance of joy Cleophila left him, saying she would leave him to the remembrance of their appointment, and for her she would go visit the lady Philoclea, into whose chamber being come, keeping still her late taken on gravity, and asking her how she did, rather in the way of dutiful honour than any special affection, with extreme inward anguish to them both, she turned from her, and, taking the Duchess Ganesha, led her into a bay window of the same chamber, determining in herself not to utter to so excellent a wit as Ganesha had the uttermost point of her pretended device, but to keep the clause of it for the last instant, when the shortness of the time should not give her spirits leisure to look into all those doubts that easily enter into an open invention, but with smiling eyes, and with a delivered overgrace, feigning as much love to her as she did counterfeit little love to Philoclea, she began with more credible than eloquent speech to tell her that, with much consideration of a matter so nearly importing her own fancy and Ganesha's honour, she had now concluded that the night following should be the fittest time for the joining together of their several desires. What time sleep should perfectly do his office upon the Duke her husband, and that the one should come to the other to the cave, which place, as it was the first receipt of their promised love, so it might have the first honour of the due performance. That the cause why those few days past she had not sought the like, was lest the new change of her lodging might make the Duke more apt to mark any sudden event, which now the use of it would take out of his mind. "And therefore now, most excellent lady," said she, "there resteth nothing but that quickly, after supper, you train up the Duke to visit his daughter Philoclea, and then, framing yourself not well at ease, by your going to bed drawn him not long to be after you. In the meantime I will be gone home to my lodging, where I will attend you with no less devotion, but, as I hope, with better fortune than Thisbe did the too much loving and too much loved Pyramus." The blood that quickly came into Ganesha's fair face was the only answer she made, but that one might easily see contentment and consent were both to the full in her, which she did testify with the wringing Cleophila fast by the hand, closing her eyes and letting her head fall, as if she would give her to know she was not ignorant of her fault, although she were transported with the violence of her evil. But in this triple agreement did the day seem tedious of all sides, till his never-erring course had given place to the night's succession, and the supper, by each hand hasted, was with no less speed ended, when Ganesha, presenting a heavy sleepiness in her countenance, brought up both Basilius and Cleophila to see Philoclea, sick in her bed, and far more sick in mind than in body, and more grieved than comforted with any such visitation. Thence Cleophila, wishing easeful rest to Philoclea, did seem to take that night's leave of that princely crew, when Ganesha, likewise seeming somewhat diseased, desired Basilius to stay a while with her daughter, while she recommended her sickness to her bed's comfort, indeed desirous to determine again of the manner of her stealing away, to no less comfort of Basilius, who the sooner she was asleep, the sooner hoped to come by his long-pursued prey. Thus were both bent to deceive each other, and to take the advantage of each other's disadvantage. But Ganesha, having taken Cleophila into her bedchamber to speak a little with her of their sweet determination, Cleophila, upon a sudden, as though she had never thought of it before, "Now the gods forbid," said she, "so great a lady as you are should come to me, or that I should leave it to the hands of fortune, if by either the evil governing of your passion, or your husband's sudden awaking, any danger might come unto you. No, if there be any superiority in the points of true love, it shall be yours. If there be any danger, since myself am the author of this device, it is reason it should be mine. Therefore, do you but leave with me the keys of the gate, and upon yourself take my upper garment, that if any of Demeter's house see you, they may think you to be myself. And I will presently lie down in your place so muffled for your supposed sickness, as the Duke shall nothing know me. And then, as soon as the Duke is asleep, will I, as much better becomes me, wait upon you. And if the uttermost of mischief should happen, I can assure you the Duke's life shall sooner pay for it than your honour." And with the ending of her words she threw off her gown, not giving Ganesha any space to take the full image of this new change into her fancy, but seeing no objection against it in her heart, and knowing there was no time then to stand long disputing. Besides, remembering the giver was to order the manner of his gift, yielded quickly to this conceit, indeed not amongst the smallest causes tickled thereunto by a certain wanton desire that her husband's deceit might be the more notable. In this sort did Cleophila, nimbly disarming herself, possess Ganesha's place, hiding her head in such a close manner as grievous and overwatched sickness is wont to invite to itself the solace of sleep. And of the other side, the Duchess, putting on Cleophila's uppermost garment, went first into the closet there, quickly to beautify herself with the best and sweetest night deckings, but there, casting a hasty eye over her precious things, which ever since Cleophila's coming, her head otherwise occupied, had left unseen, she happened to see a bottle of gold, upon which down along were graved these verses: "Let him drink this whom long in arms to fold thou dost desire, and with free power to hold." She remembered her bottle, for it had been kept of long time by the kings of Cyprus, as a thing of rare virtue, and given to her by her mother, when she, being very young, married to her husband of much greater age. Her mother, persuaded it was of property to force love with love's effects, had made a precious present of it to this her well-beloved child, though it had been rather received by tradition to have such quality than by any approved experiment. This Ganesha, according to the common disposition not only, though especially, of wives, but of all other kind of people, not to esteem much one's own, but to think that labour lost employed about it, had never cared to give it to her husband, but suffered his affection to run according to his own scope. But now that love of her particular choice had awaked her spirits, and perchance the very unlawfulness of it had a little blown the coal, Among her other ornaments, with glad mind she took most part of the liquor, and put it into a fair cup all set with diamonds. For what dare not love undertake, armed with the night, and provoked with lust? And this done, she went to the caveward, guided only by the moon's fair shining, suffering no other thought to have any familiarity with her brains, but that which did present unto her a picture of her approaching contentment. She that had long disdained this solitary life her husband had entered into, now wished it much more solitary, so she might only obtain the private presence of Cleophila. She that before would not have gone so far, especially by night, and to so dark a place, now took a pride in the same courage, and framed in her mind a pleasure out of the pain itself. Thus, with thick doubled paces, she went to the cave, receiving to herself for her first contentment the only lying where Cleophila had done, whose pillow she kissed 1,000 times, for having borne the print of that beloved head, and so keeping with panting heart her travelling fancies so attentive, that the wind would stir nothing, but that she stirred herself, as if it had been the pace of the longed-for Cleophila. She kept her side of the bed, defending only and cherishing the other side with her arm, till, after a while waiting, counting with herself how many steps were betwixt the lodge and the cave, and oft accusing Cleophila of more curious stay than needed, she was visited as you shall presently hear. End of section 13. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 14 of the Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3 concluded. For Basilius, as soon as his wife was gone to her feigned repose, as long as he remained with his daughter to give his wife time of unreadying herself, it was easily seen what a very thorny abode he made there, and the discourses with which he entertained his daughter, not unlike to those of earnest players, when, in the midst of their game, trifling questions be put unto them. His eyes still looking about, and himself still changing places, began to speak of a thing, and break it off before it were half done, to any speech Philoclea ministered unto him. With a sudden starting and casting up his head, he would make an answer far out of all grammar, with a certain deep musing, and by, out of it, uncertain motions, unstayed graces. Having borne out the limit of a reasonable time, with as much pain as might be, he came darkling into his chamber, forcing himself to tread as softly as he could. But the more curious he was, the more everything creaked under him, and his mind being out of the way with another thought, and his eyes not serving his turn in that dark place, each coffer or cupboard he met, one saluted his shins, another his elbows, sometimes ready in revenge to strike them again with his face, till at length, lifting up the clothes, as gently as I think poor Pan did when instead of Iola's bed he came into the rough embracings of Hercules, and laying himself down as tenderly as a new bird, rested awhile with a very open ear, to mark each breath of his supposed wife. And sometimes he himself would yield a long-fetched sigh, as though that had been a music to draw on another to sleep, till within a very little while the other parties counterfeited sleep, who was as willing to be rid of him as he was to be gotten thence, assuring himself he left all safe, in the same order stale out again. And putting on his nightgown, with much groping and scrambling, he got himself out of the little house, and then did the moonlight serve to guide his feet. Thus, with a great deal of pain, did Basilius go to her whom he fled, and with much cunning left the person for whom he had employed all his cunning. But when Basilius was once gotten, as he thought, into a clear coast, what joy he then made! how each thing seemed vile in his sight in comparison of his fortune, how far already he deemed himself in the chief tower of his desires, it were tedious to tell. But once his heart could not choose but yield this song as a fairing of his contentment. Get hence, foul grief, the canker of the mind, farewell complaint, the miser's only pleasure, away vain cares, by which few men do find their sought-for treasure. Ye helpless sighs, blow out your breath to naught, tears, drown yourselves, for woe your cause is wasted. Thought, think to end, too long the fruit of thought my mind hath tasted. But thou, sure hope, tickle my leaping heart, comfort, sleep thou in place of wonted sadness, for felt desire, begin to savour part of my cunning gladness. Let voice of sighs into clear music run, eyes, let your tears with gazing now be mended. Instead of thought, true pleasure here begun and never ended. Thus imagining, as then with himself, his joys so held him up that he never touched the ground, like a right old beaten soldier, that knows well enough the greatest captains do never use long orations when it comes to the point of execution. As soon as he had gotten into the cave, and, to the joyful, though silent, expectation of Ganesha, came close to the bed, never wrecking his promise of looking for nothing but conference, he leapt into that side preserved for a more welcome guest. And laying his loving hold upon Ganesha, "O Cleophila," said he, "embracing your favour, this humble servant of yours, hold with me my heart, which pants to leave his master to come unto you." In what case poor Ganesha was, when she knew the voice and felt the body of her husband. Fair ladies, it is better to know by imagination than experience. For straight was her mind assaulted, partly with the being deprived of her unquenched desire, but principally with the doubt that Cleophila had betrayed her to her husband, besides the renewed sting of jealousy, what in the meantime might befall her daughter. But of the other side, her love, with a fixed persuasion, she had taught her to seek all reason of hopes, and therein thought best, before discovering of herself, to mark the behaviour of her husband, who both in deeds and words, still using her, as taking her to be Cleophila, made Ganesha hope that this might be Basilius' own enterprise, which Cleophila had not stayed, lest she should discover the matter, which might be performed at another time. Which hope, accompanied with Basilius' manner of dealing, he being at that time fuller of livelier fancies than many years before he had been, besides the remembrance of her daughter's sickness and late strange countenance between her and Cleophila, all coming together into her mind, which was loath to condemn itself of an utter overthrow, made her frame herself, not truly with a sugared joy, but with a determined patience, to let her husband think he had found a very gentle and supple-minded Cleophila, which he, good man, making full reckoning of, did melt in as much gladness as she was oppressed with divers ungrateful burdens. But Pyrocles, who had at this present no more to play the part of Cleophila, having, as I told you, so naturally measured the manner of his breathing that Basilius made no doubt of his sound sleeping, having lain a pretty while with a quiet unquietness to satisfy his greedy desire, as soon as, by the debate between Basilius' shins and the unregarding forms, he perceived that he had fully left the lodge, after him went he with stealing steps, having his sword under his arm, still doubting lest some mischance might turn Basilius back again, down to the gate of the lodge, which, not content to lock fast, he barred and fortified with as many devices as wit and haste could suffer him, resolving to win full time to accomplish his enterprise, and to have warning enough before they should come at him. For further ends of those ends, and what might ensue of this action, his love and courage, well matched, never looked after, holding for an assured ground that whosoever in great things will think to prevent all objections must lie still and do nothing. This only, generally, he remembered, that as long as Gynecia bewrayed not the matter, which he thought she would not do, as well for her own honour and safety as for the hope she might still have of him, which is loath to die in a lover's heart, all the rest would turn to a pretty merriment, and inflame his lover Basilius again to a new casting about for the missed favour. This determination thus weighed, this first part thus performed, up to Philoclea's chamber went Pyrocles, rapt from himself with the excessive forefeeling of his near-coming contentment. Whatever pains he had taken, what dangers he had run into, and specially those saucy pages of love, doubts, griefs, languishing hopes, and threatening despairs, came all now to his mind in one rank, to beautify this after-following blissfulness, and to serve for a most fit sauce, whose sourness might give a kind of life to the delightful cheer his imagination fed upon. All the great estate of his father seemed unto him but a trifling pomp, whose good stands in other men's conceit, in comparison of the true comfort he found in the depth of his mind, and the knowledge of any mystery that might ensue this joyous adventure was recked of but as a slight purchase of possessing the top of happiness. And yet well he found that extremity of joy is not without a certain joyful pain, by extending the heart beyond its wonted limits, and so forcibly holding all the fancies to one object, that it confounds their mutual working, not without a charming kind of ravishing them from the free use of their own function. Thus, grieved only with too much gladness, being come to the door which should be the entry to his happiness, he was met with the later end of a song which Philoclea, like a solitary nightingale, bewailing her guiltless punishment and helpless misfortune, had newly delivered over, meaning none should be judge of her passion but her own conscience. The song, having been accorded to a sweetly played-on lute, contained these verses, which she had lately with some art curiously written to enwrap her secret and resolute woes. Here follow 3 4-line stanzas, each consisting of 2 trios of words, numbered 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, as if 3 separate rhyming stanzas were locked like interlaced fingers. When separated, the most successful of these 3 smaller poems is number 3, which reads as follows. Speech did charm my ears with delight, and last arm his fruits with vows' might. Thus trust deep possessed my will, till deceit did creep faith to kill. Then proof taught due disdain. Alas, in vain my thought doth his words refrain, for place cannot ease my sought dis-ease. Here is how the poem appears on the page. Virtue, beauty, and speech did strike, wound, charm my heart, eyes, ears, with wonder, love, delight. First, second, last, did bind, enforce, and arm his works, shows, fruits, with wit, grace, and vows' might. Thus honour, liking, trust, much, far, and deep, held, pierced, possessed my judgment, sense, and will, till wrong, contempt, deceit did grow, steal, creep, bands, favour, faith, to break, defile, and kill. Then grief, unkindness, proof, took, kindled, taught, well-grounded, noble, due, spite, rage, disdain. But, alas, in vain my mind, sight, thought, doth him, his face, his words, leave, shun, refrain. For nothing, time nor place, can loose, quench, ease mine own, embraced, sought, not fire, dis-ease. The force of love, to those poor folk that feel it, is many ways very strange, but no way stranger than that it doth so encharm the lover's judgment upon her that holds the reins of his mind, that whatsoever she doth is ever in his eyes best. And that best being by the continual motions of our changing life turned by her to any other nothing, that thing again becometh best, so that nature in each kind suffering but one superlative, the lover only admits no positive if she sit still that is best, for so is the conspiracy of her several graces held best together to make one perfect figure of beauty. If she walk, no doubt that is best, for besides the making happy the more places by her steps, the very stirring adds a pleasant life to her natural perfections. If she be silent, that without comparison is best, since by that means the untroubled eye most freely may devour the sweetness of his object. But if she speak, he will take it upon his death, that is best, the quintessence of each word being distilled down into his affected soul. Example of this was well to be seen in the given over Pyrocles, who with panting breath and sometimes sighs, and not such as sorrow, restraining the inward parts, doth make them glad to deliver, but such as the impatience of desire, with the unsurety of never so sure hope, is wont to breathe out. Now being at the door, of the one side hearing her voice, which he thought, if the philosophers said true of the heavenly sphered harmony, was by her not only represented but far surmounted, and of the other, having his eyes overfilled with her beauty, for the Duke at his parting had left the chamber open, and she at that time lay, as the heat of that country did well suffer, upon the top of her bed, having her beauties eclipsed with nothing but with a fair smock, wrought all in flames of ash-colour silk and gold, lying so upon her right side that the left thigh down to the foot yielded his delightful proportion to the full view, which was seen by the help of a rich lamp, which, though the curtains a little drawn, cast such a light upon her as the moon doth when it shines into a thin wood. Pyrocles, I say, was stopped with the violence of many darts cast by Cupid altogether upon him, that quite forgetting himself, and thinking therein already, he was in the best degree of felicity. I think he would have lost much of his time, and with too much love omitted great fruit of his love, had not Philoclea's pitiful accusing of him forced him to bring his spirits again to a new bias. For she, laying her hand upon her fair cheek, upon which there did privily trickle the sweet drops of her delightful though sorrowful tears, made these words wait upon her mournful song. And hath that cruel Pyrocles, said she, deserved so much of me, that I should for his sake lift up my voice in my best tunes, and to him continually, with pouring out my plaint, make a disdainful oblation? Shall my soul still do this honour to his unmerciful tyranny, by my lamenting his loss, to show his worthiness and my weakness? He hears thee not, simple Philoclea, he hears thee not, and if he did, some hearts grow the harder the more they find their advantage. Alas, what a miserable constitution of mind have I! I disdain my fortune, and yet reverence him that disdains me. I accuse his ungratefulness, and have his virtue in admiration. O ye deaf heavens! I would either his injury could blot out my affection, or my affection could forget his injury. With that, giving a pitiful but a sweet speech, she took again the lute, and began to sing this sonnet, which might serve as an explaining to the other. The love which is imprinted in my soul with beauty's seal, and virtue fair disguised, with inward cries puts forth a bitter roll of huge complaints, that now it is despised. Thus, the more I love, the wrong the more monstrous appears. Long truth received late. Wrong stirs remorsed grief, Grief's deadly sore unkindness breeds, unkindness fostereth hate. But the more I hate, the more I think whom I do hate. The more I think on him, the more his matchless gifts do deeply sink into my breast, and love's renewed swim. What medicine then can such disease remove, where love draws hate, and hate engendereth love? But Pyrocles, that had heard his name accused and condemned by the mouth which of all the world and more he most loved, had then cause enough to call his mind to his own home, and with the most haste he could, for true lovers fears the accident of an instant, to match the excusing of his fault with accomplishment of his errand thither, and therefore, blown up and down with as many contrary passions as Aeolus sent out winds upon the Trojan relics guided upon the sea by the valiant Aeneas, he went into her chamber, and with such a pace as reverent fear doth teach, he came to her bedside, where kneeling down, and having prepared a long oration for her, his eyes were so filled with her sight, that, as if they would have robbed all their fellows of their services, both his heart fainted and his tongue failed, in such sort that he could not bring forth one word, but referred her understanding to his eyes' language. But she, in extremity amazed to see him there at so undue a season, and ashamed that her beautiful body made so naked a prospect, drawing in her delicate limbs into the weak guard of the bed, and presenting in her face to him such a kind of pitiful anger as might show this was only a fault. Therefore, because she had a former grudge unto him, turning away her face from him, she thus said unto him, O Cleophila, or Pyrocles, for whether name I use it much skills not, since by the one I was first deceived, and by the other now betrayed, what strange motion is the guide of thy cruel mind hither? Dost thou not think the day torments thou hast given me sufficient, that thou dost envy me the night's quiet? Wilt thou give my sorrows no truce, but by making me see before mine eyes how much I have lost, offer me due cause of confirming my complaint? Or is thy heart so full of rancour that thou dost desire to feed thine eyes with the wretched spectacle of thine overthrown enemy, and so to satisfy the full measure of thy undeserved rage with the receiving into thy sight the unrelievable ruins of my desolate life? O Pyrocles, Pyrocles, for thine own virtue's sake, let miseries be no music unto thee, and be content to take to thyself some colour of excuse, that thou didst not know to what extremity thy inconstancy, or rather falsehood, hath brought me. Pyrocles, to whom every syllable she pronounced was a thunderbolt to his heart, equally distracted betwixt amazement and sorrow, abashed to hear such a stop of his desires, grieved with her pain, but tormented to find himself the author of it, with quaking lips and pale cheer, Alas, divine lady, said he, your displeasure is so contrary to my desert, and your words so far from all expectation, that I have least ability now I have most need to speak in the cause upon which myself dependeth. For my truth is so undoubtedly constant unto you, my heart is so assured witness to itself of his unspotted faith, that, having nothing in me whereout such sacrilege might arise, I have nothing likewise in so direct thing to say for myself, but sincere and vehement protestations. For in truth there may most words be spent, where there is some probability to breed on both sides conjectural allegations, but so perfect a thing is my love in you as it suffers no question, so it seems to receive injury by any addition of words unto it. If my soul could have been polluted with treachery, it would likewise have provided for itself due furniture of colourable answers, but as it stood upon the naked confidence of his untouched duty, so I must confess it is altogether unarmed against so unjust a violence as you lay upon me. Alas! let not the pains I have taken to serve you be now accounted injurious unto you. Let not the dangerous cunning I have used to please you be deemed a treason against you. Since I have deceived them whom you fear for your sake, do not you destroy me for their sake. What can my words further express? I have rid them both out of the house. There is none here to be either hinderers or knowers of the perfecting the mutual love which once my love wrought in you towards me, but only the almighty powers whom I invoke to be the triers of my innocency. And if ever my thoughts did receive so much as a fainting in their true affection, if they have not continually with more ardour from time to time pursued the possession of your sweetest favour, if ever in that profession they received either spot or falsehood, then let their most horrible plagues fall upon me. Let mine eyes be deprived of their light, which did abase the heavenly beams that strake them. Let my falsified tongue serve to none use but to bemoan mine own wickedness. Let my heart, empoisoned with detestable treason, be the seat of infernal sorrow. Let my soul, with the endless anguish of his conscience, become his own tormentor. O false mankind, cried out the sweet Philoclea, how can an impostumed heart but yield forth evil matter by his mouth? Are oaths there to be believed where vows are broken? No, no. Who doth not fear due recompensing plagues, doth little fear the invoking of plagues will make them come ever a whit the sooner. But alas, what aileth this new conversion? Have you yet another sleight to play? Or do you think to deceive me in Pyrocles' form, as you have done in Cleophilus? Or rather, now you have betrayed me in both those, is there some third sex left you, into which you can transform yourself to inveigle my simplicity? Enjoy the conquests you have already won, and assure yourself you are come to the furthest point of your cunning. For my part, unkind Pyrocles, my only defence shall be belief of nothing, my comfort my faithful innocency, and the punishment I desire of you shall be your own conscience. Philoclea's hard persevering in this unjust condemnation of him did so overthrow all the might of Pyrocles' mind, who saw that time would not serve to make proof by deeds, and the better words he used, the more they were suspected of deceitful cunning, that, void of all counsel and deprived of all comfort, finding best deserts punished and nearest hopes prevented, he did abandon the succour of himself, and suffered grief so to close his heart that, his breath failing him, with a deathful shutting of his eyes, he fell down by her bedside, having had time to do no more but, "Oh, whom dost thou kill, Philoclea?" She, that little looked for such an extreme event of her doings, starting out of her bed like Venus rising from her mother the sea, not so much, with amazement and grief of her fault, stricken down, as lifted up with force of love and desire to help, she laid her fair body over his breast, and throwing no other water in his face but the stream of her tears, nor giving him no other blows but the kisses of her well-formed mouth, her only cries were these lamentations. "O unfortunate suspicions," said she, "the very mean to lose that we most suspect to lose! O unkindness, kindness of mine, which turns an imagined wrong into an effectual injury! O folly, to make quarrels my supplications, or to use hate as the mediator of love! Childish Philoclea, hast thou thrown away the jewel wherein all thy pride consisted? Hast thou with too much haste overrun thyself?" Then would she renew her kisses, and yet, not finding the life return, redouble her plaints in this manner. "O divine soul," said she, "whose virtue can possess no less than the highest place in heaven, if for my eternal plague thou hast utterly left this most sweet mansion, before I follow thee with Thisby's punishment of my rash unwariness. Hear this protestation of mine, that is, the wrong to thee proceeded of a most sincere but unresistible affection. So led with this pitiful example, it shall end in the mortal hate of myself, and, if it may be, I will make me a tomb of thy memory. But as she was rising, perchance to have begun some such enterprise, Pyrocles, severing his eyelids, and having for his first object her beloved beauty, which wrought in him not unlike to those who, lying abroad, are so moved by the morning sun to pay the tribute of their sight to his fairness, he was almost in as much danger of having his spirits again overpressed with this too excessive joy, but that she, finding him alive, and forgetting natural bashfulness for the late fear of his loss, with her dear embracements added strength to his life, so that, coming again to the use of his feet, and lifting the sweet burden of Philoclea in his arms, he laid her on her bed again, having so free scope of his serviceable sight, that there came into his mind a song the shepherd Felicities had in his hearing sung of the beauties of his unkind mistress, which in Pyrocles' judgment was fully accomplished in Philoclea. The song was this: What tongue can her perfections tell, in whose each part all pens may dwell? Her hair fine laces made of gold, in curled knots man's thoughts do hold. But that her forehead says, in me a whiter beauty you may see, whiter indeed, more white than snow, which on cold winter's face doth grow, that doth present those pretty brows, whose equal lines their angles bows, like to the moon, when after change her horned face in heaven doth range, and arches be to those fair lids, whose wink each bold attempt forbids. As for the stars, whose spheres contain the matchless praise even praise doth stain, no lamp whose light by art is got, no sun which shines but seeth not, can liken them without all peer, save one as much as other clear, which only thus unhappy be, because themselves they cannot see. Her cheeks with kindly claret spread, like crystal underlaid with red. Her nose and chin such ivory wears, no elephant so perfect bears. But who those ruddy lips can miss, which blessed still themselves do kiss? Rubies, cherries, and roses new, in worth, in taste, in perfect hue, which never part, but that they show of precious parts the double row. The second sweetly fenced ward her heavenly jewed tongue to guard, whence never word in vain doth flow. Fair under these doth stately grow the handle of this pleasant work, the neck, in which strange graces lurk. Such be, I think, the sumptuous towers, which skill doth make in princely bowers. So true a taste invites the eye a little downward, to espy the lovely clusters of her breasts. Of Venus' bab the wanton nests, like pummels round of marble clear, where azured veins well mixed appear, with liquorous stalks of porphyry. Betwixt these two a way doth lie, a way more worthy beauty's fame than that which bears the milken name. These leads unto the joyous field, which only still doth lilies yield, but lilies such whose native smell the Indian odours do excel. Waste is it called, for it doth waste men's lives until it be embraced. There may one see, and yet not see, her tender ribs well armed be, like whitest snow in silver brook, fair through fair strikes of heedful look. In these delights the wandering thought might of each side astray be brought, but that her navel doth unite the curious circle, busy sight. A dainty seal of virgin wax, where nothing but impression lacks. The belly there glad sight doth fill, justly entitled Cupid's Hill, a hill most fit for such a master, a spotless mind of alabaster. Like alabaster fair and sleek, but soft and supple, satin-like. For such an use the world hath gotten, the best things still must be forgotten. Yet never shall my song omit those thighs, for Ovid's song more fit, which, flanked with 2 sugared flanks, lift up their stately swelling banks, that Albion cleaves in whiteness pass, with haunches smooth as looking-glass. But bow all knees, now of her knees my tongue doth tell what fancy sees, the knots of joy, the gins of love, whose motion makes all graces move, whose bought and chained doth yield such sight, like cunning painters shadowing white. The gartering place doth childlike sign, shows easy print in metal fine. But there again the flesh doth rise in her brave calves, like morning skies, that limits have in smallest small, whose even descent makes equal fall. There oft steals out that round clean foot, this noble cedar's precious root. In show and scent pale violets, whose step on earth all beauty sets. But back unto her back, my muse, where Leda's swan his feathers muse, along whose ridge such bones are met, like comfits round in marchpane set. Her shoulders be like 2 white doves, perching upon square royal roofs, whose gentle rays such lustre find, like thinnest lawn with tinsel lined. And thence those arms derived are, the phoenix wings be not so rare. For faultless length and stainless hue, ah, woe is me, my woes renew, now course doth lead me to her hand, of my first love the fatal band, where whiteness doth for ever sit, nature herself enamelled it. For there with strange compact doth lie warm snow, moist pearl, soft ivory. There fall those sapphire-colored brooks, which conduit-like, with curious crooks, sweet islands makes in that sweet land. As for the fingers of the hand, the bloody shafts so Cupid's wore, with amethysts they headed are. Thus hath each part his beauty's part, but how the graces do impart to all her limbs a special grace, becoming every time and place, which doth even beauty beautify, and most bewitch the wretched eye. How all this is but a fair inn, of fairer guest, which dwells therein, of whose high praise and praiseful bliss, goodness the pen, heaven paper is, the ink immortal fame doth lend. As I began, so must I end, no tongue can her perfections tell, in whose each part all pens may dwell. But do not think, fair ladies, his thoughts had such leisure as to run over so long a ditty. The only general fancy of it came into his mind, fixed upon the sense of the sweet subject, where, using the benefit of the time, and fortifying himself with the confessing her late fault, to make her now the sooner yield to penance, turning the past griefs and unkindness to the excess of all kind joys, as passion is apt to slide into all contrary, beginning now to envy Argus 1,000 eyes, Briareus 100 hands, fighting against a weak resistance which did strive to be overcome, he gives me occasion to leave him in so happy a plight, lest my pen might seem to grudge at the due bliss of these poor lovers, whose loyalty had but small respite of their fiery agonies. And now Laela's pipe doth come to my hearing, which invites me to his marriage, that in this season was celebrated between him and the handsome Caela, whom long he had loved, which I hope, fair ladies, your ears be not so full of great matters that you will disdain to hear. Here ends the 3rd book or act. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 15 of The Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This book is in the public domain. The third Eclogues. Laelus, not with many painted words nor false-hearted promises, had won the consent of the beloved Kayla, but with a true and simple making her know he loved her, not forcing himself beyond his reach to buy her affection, but giving her such pretty presents as neither could weary him with the giving nor shame her with the taking. Thus the first strawberries he could find were ever in a clean-washed dish sent to Kayla, thus posies of the spring flowers wrapped up in a little green silk and dedicated to Kayla's breasts, thus sometimes his sweetest cream, sometimes the best cake bread his mother made, were reserved for Kayla's taste. Neither would he stick to kill a lamb, when she would be content to come over the way unto him. But then, lo, how the house was swept, and rather no fire than any smoke to trouble her. Then love-songs were not dainty, when she would hear them, and as much mannerly silence when she would not. In going to church, great worship to Kayla, so that all the parish said never a maid they knew so well waited on, and when dancing was about the Maypole, nobody taken out but she, and he, after a leap or two, to show her his activity, would frame all the rest of his dancing only to please her. As for her father's sheep, he had no less care of them than his own, so that she might play her as she would, warranted with honest Laelus' carefulness. But if he spied Kayla favouring any one of the flock more than his fellows, then that was cherished, shearing him so, when shorn he must be, as might most become him, but while the wool was on, wrapping within it some verses, wherein Laelus had a special gift, and making the innocent beast his unwitting messenger. Thus constantly continuing, though he were none of the fairest, at length he won Kayla's heart, the honestest wench in all those quarters. And so, with consent of both parents, without which neither Laelus would ask nor Kayla grant, their marriage day was appointed, which, because it fell out in this time, I think it shall not be impertinent to remember a little our shepherds, while the other greater persons are either sleeping or otherwise occupied. Laelus' marriage once known, there needed no inviting of the neighbours in that valley, for so well was Laelus beloved that they were all ready to do him credit. Neither yet came they like harpies to devour him, but one brought a fat pig, the other a tender kid, the third a great goose. As for cheese and milk and butter, without gossips' presents. Thither came of strangers' shepherds only the melancholy felicities, for the virtuous Corydons had long since left all joyful solemnities, and as for Strephon and Caius, they had lost their mistress, which put them into such extreme sorrows as they could scarcely abide the light of day, much less the eyes of men. But of the Arcadian-born shepherds, thither came good old Charon, young Histor, though unwilling, and upright Dicas, merry Pass, and jolly Nico. As for Demetus, they durst not presume, his pride was such, to invite him, and Doris they found might not be spared. And there under a bower was made of boughs, for Laelus' house was not able to receive them, they were entertained with hearty welcome, and every one placed according to his age. The women, for such was the manner of that country, kept together to make good cheer among themselves, from which otherwhiles a certain painful modesty restrains them. And there might the sadder matrons give good counsel to Kayla, who, poor soul, wept for fear of that she desired. But among the shepherds was all honest liberty, no fear of tell-tales who hunt great praise, nor indeed minds in them to give tell-tales any occasion, but one questioning with another of the manuring of his ground, and governing his flock. The highest point they reached was to talk of holiness of marriage. To which purpose, as soon as their sober dinner was ended, Dicas, instead of thanks, sang this song with a clear voice and cheerful countenance. Let Mother Earth now deck herself in flowers, to see her offspring seek a good increase, where justice love doth vanquish Cupid's powers, and war of thoughts is swallowed up in peace, which never may decrease. But like the turtles fair live one in two, a well-united pair, which that no chance may stain, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. O Heaven, awake, show forth thy stately face, let not these slumbering clouds thy beauty hide, but with thy cheerful presence help to grace the honest bridegroom and the bashful bride, whose loves may ever bide. Like to the elm and vine, with mutual embracements them to twine, in which delightful pain, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. Ye Muses, all which chaste effects allow, and have to Laelus showed your secret skill, to this chaste love your sacred favours bow, and so to him and her your gifts distil, that they all vice may kill. And like as lilies pure do please all eyes, and spotless do endure, where that all bliss may reign, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. Ye nymphs, which in the waters empires have, since Laelus' music oft doth yield you praise, grant to the thing which we for Laelus crave. Let one time, but long first, close up their days, one grave their bodies seize. And like to rivers sweet, when they through divers do together meet, one stream both streams contain, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. Pan, Father Pan, the god of silly sheep, whose care is cause that they in number grow, have much more care of them which them do keep, since from these good the others good doth flow, and make their issue show in number, like the herd of younglings which thyself with love hath reared, or like the drops of rain, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. Virtue, if not a god, yet God's chief part, be thou the knot of this their open vow, that still he be her head, she be his heart, he cleave to her, she unto him do bow. Each other still allow like oak and mistletoe, her strength from him, his praise from her do grow, in which most lovely train, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. But thou, foul Cupid, sire to lawless lust, be thou far hence with thy empoisoned dart, which, though of glittering gold, shall here take rust, where symbol love, which chasteness doth impart, avoids the hurtful art that, needing charming still such minds with sweet affections for to kill, which being pure and plain, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. All churlish words, shrewd answers, crabbed looks, all privateness, self-seeking inward spite, all waywardness which nothing kindly brooks, all strife for toys and claiming master's right, be hence put to flight. All stirring husbands' hate 'gainst neighbours, good for womanish debate, be fled as things most vain. O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. All peacock's pride, and fruits of peacock's pride, longing to be with loss of substance gay, with recklessness what may the house betide, so that you may on her sure slippers stay, for ever hence away. Yet let not sluttery, the sink of filth, be counted hussifry, but keeping wholesome mien, O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. But above all, away vile jealousy, the ill of ills, just cause to be unjust. How can he love suspecting treachery? How can she love where love cannot win trust? Go, snake, hide thee in dust, ne dare once show thy face, where open hearts do hold so constant place, that they thy sting restrain. O Hymen, long their coupled joys maintain. The earth is decked with flowers, the heavens displayed, Muses grant gifts, nymphs long and joined life, Pan store of babes, virtue their thoughts well stayed, Cupid's lust gone, and gone is bitter strife. Happy man, happy wife, no pride shall them oppress, nor yet shall lead to loathsome sluttishness, and jealousy is slain, for Hymen will their coupled joys maintain. Truly, Decus, said Nico, although thou didst not grant me the prize the last day, when undoubtedly I won it, yet I must needs say thou for thy part hast sung well and thriftily. Pass straight desired all the company they would bear witness that Nico had once in his life spoken wisely. For, said he, I will tell it his father, who will be a glad man when he heareth such news. Very true, said Nico, but indeed so would not thine in like case, for he would not thou shouldst live but 1 hour longer that a discreet word wandered out of thy mouth. And I pray thee, said Pass, gentle Nico, tell me what mischance it was that brought thee to taste so fine a meat. Marry, goodman Blockhead, said Nico, because he speaks against jealousy, the filthy traitor to true affection, and yet disguising itself in the raiment of love. Sentences, sentences, cried Pass. Alas, how ripe-witted these young folks be nowadays. But well counselled shall that husband be when this man comes to exhort him not to be jealous. And so shall he, answered Nico, for I have seen a fresh example, though it be not very fit to be known. Come, come, said Pass, be not so squeamish. I know thou longest more to tell it than we to hear it. But for all his words, Nico would not bestow his voice till he was generally entreated by the rest, and then with a merry marriage look he sang this following discourse, for with a better grace he could sing than tell. A neighbour mine, not long ago there was, but nameless he, for blameless he shall be, that married had a trick and bonny lass, as in a summer day a man might see, but he himself a foul unhandsome groom, and far unfit to hold so good a room. Now, whether moved with self-unworthiness, or whether beauty fit to make a prey, fell jealousy did so his brains oppress, that if he absent were but half a day, he guessed the worst, you wot what is the worst, and in himself new doubting causes nursed. While thus he feared the silly innocent, who yet was good because she knew none ill, unto his house a jolly shepherd went, to whom our prince did bear a great good will, because in wrestling and in pastoral he far did pass the rest of shepherds all. And therefore he a courtier was benamed, and as a courtier was with cheer received, for they have tongues to make a poor man blamed, if he to them his duty misconceived. And for this courtier should well like this table, the good man bade his wife be serviceable. And so she was, and all with good intent. But few days passed while she good manners used, but that her husband thought her service bent to such an end as he might be abused. Yet like a coward, fearing strangers' pride, he made the simple wench his worth abide, with clumpish looks, hard words, and secret nips, grumbling at her when she his kindness sought. Asking her how she tasted courtiers' lips, he forced her think that which she never thought. In fine, it made her guess there was some sweet in that which he so feared that she should meet. When once this entered was in woman's heart, and that it had inflamed a new desire, there rested then to play a woman's part, fuel to seek, and not to quench the fire, but for his jealous eye she well did find, she studied cunning, how the same to blind. And thus she did. One day to him she came, and, though against his will, on him she leaned, and out gan cry, "Ah, well away, for shame! If you help not, our wedlock will be stained." The good man, starting, asked what did her move. She sighed, and said the bad guest sought her love. He, little looking that she should complain of that whereto she feared she was inclined, bussing her oft, and in his heart full fain, he did demand what remedy to find, how they might get that guest from them to wend, and yet the prince that loved him not offend. "Husband," quoth she, Go to him by and by, and tell him that you find I do him love, and therefore pray him that of courtesy he will absent himself, lest he should move a young girl's heart to that were shame for both, whereto you know this honest heart were loath. Thus shall you show that him you do not doubt, and as for me, sweet husband, I must bear. Glad was the man when he had heard her out, and did the same, although with mickle fear, for fear he did lest he the young man might in choler put, with whom he would not fight. The courtly shepherd, much aghast at this, not seeing erst such token in the wife, though full of scorn, would not his duty miss, knowing that ill becomes a household strife, did go his way, but sojourned near thereby, that yet the ground thereof he might espy. The wife, thus having settled husband's brain, who would have sworn his wife Diana was, watched when she a further point might gain, which little time did fitly bring to pass, for to the court her man was called by name, whither he needs must go for fear of blame. 3 days before that he must sure depart, she written had, but in a hand disguised, a letter such which might from either part seem to proceed, so well it was devised. She sealed it first, then she the sealing brake, and to her jealous husband did it take. With weeping eyes, her eyes she taught to weep, she told him that the courtier had it sent. Alas, quoth she, thus women's shame doth creep. The goodman read on both sides the content. It title had, Unto my only love. Subscription was, Yours most, if you will prove. The epistle's self such kind of words it had, My sweetest joy, the comfort of my sprite, so may thy flocks increase, thy dear heart glad, so may each thing, even as thou wishest, light, as thou wilt deign to read, and gently read, this morning ink in which my heart doth bleed. Long have I loved, alas, thou worthy art, long have I loved, alas, love craveth love. Long have I loved thyself, alas, my heart doth break, now tongue unto thy name doth move, and think not that my answer is, but that it is my doom of bale or bliss. The jealous wretch must now to court be gone, ne can he fail, for prince hath for him sent. Now is the time we may be here alone, and give a long desire a sweet content. Thus shall you both reward a lover true, and eke revenge his wrong, suspecting you. And this was all, and this the husband read with chafe enough, till she him pacified, desiring that no grief in him be bred, now that he had her words so truly tried, but that she would to him the letter show, that with his fault he might her goodness know. That straight was done, with many a boisterous threat, that to the Duke he would his sin declare. But now the courtier gan to smell the feat, and with some words which showed little care, he stayed until the good man was departed. Then gave he him the blow which never smarted. Thus may you see the jealous wretch was made the pander of the thing he most did fear. Take heed, therefore, how you ensue that trade, lest that some marks of jealousy you bear. For sure no jealousy can that prevent, whereto 2 parties once be full content. Behold, said Pass, a whole dicker of wit. He hath picked out such a tale with intention to keep a husband from jealousy, which were enough to make a sanctified husband jealous, to see subtleties so much in the feminine gender. But, said he, I will strike Nico dead, with the wise words that flew out of my gorge, and without further entreaty thus sang, Who doth desire that chaste his wife should be? First be he true, for truth doth truth deserve. Then such be he as she his worth may see, and one man still credit with her preserve. Not toying kind, nor causelessly unkind, not stirring thoughts, nor yet denying right, not spying faults, nor in plain errors blind, never hard hand, nor never reins too light, as far from want as far from vain expense, The one doth force, the latter doth entice. Allow good company, but keep from thence all filthy mouths that glory in their vice. Thus done, thou hast no more but leave the rest to virtue, fortune, time, and woman's breast. Well concluded, said Nico. When he hath done all, he leaves the matter to his wife's discretion. Now, whensoever thou marriest, let her deck thy head with Actaeon's ornament. Pas was angry with his wish, being indeed towards marriage, that they might perchance have fallen to buffets. But the Decus, who knew it was more wisdom to let a fray than part a fray, desired Felicities, who as a stranger sat among them, revolving in his mind all the tempests of evil fortunes he had passed, that he would do so much grace to all the company as to sing one of his country songs. Felicities knew it no manners to be squeamish of his cunning, having put himself in their company, and yet loath either in time of marriage to sing his sorrows, more fit for funerals, or by any outward matter to be drawn to such mirth as to betray as it were that passion to which he had given over himself. He took a mean way between both, and sang this song he had learned before he had ever subjected his thoughts to acknowledge no master but a mistress. As I my little flock on Ister bank, a little flock, but well my pipe they cooth, did piping lead, the sun already sank beyond our world, and, ere I gat my booth, each thing with mantle black the night did soothe, saving the glowworm, which would courteous be of that small light oft watching shepherds see. The welkin had full niggardly enclosed in coffer of dim clouds his silver groats, eclipsed stars, each thing to rest disposed. The caves were full, the mountains void of goats, the birds' eyes closed up their chirping notes. As for the nightingale, wood music king, it August was, he deigned not then to sing. Amid my sheep, though I saw naught to fear, yet, for I no thing saw, I feared sore. Then found I, which thing is a charge to bear, for my sheep I feared mickle more than ever for myself since I was bore. I sat me down, for so to go ne could, and sang unto my sheep, lest stray they should. The song I sang old Languet had me taught. Languet, the shepherd best swift Ister knew, for clerkly rede and hating what is naught. His faithful heart, clean mouth, and hands as true, with his sweet skill my skilless youth he drew, to have a feeling taste of him that sits beyond the heaven, far more beyond our wits. He said the music best thilk powers pleased was jump concord between our wit and will. Her highest notes to godliness are raised, and lowest sink not down to jot of ill. With old true tales he wont my ears to fill, how shepherds did of yore, how now they thrive, spoiling their flock, or while twixt them they strive. He liked me, but pitied lustful youth, his good strong staff my slippery years upbore. He still hoped well, because I loved truth, till forced to part, with heart and eyes even sore, the worthy Corydons he gave me o'er. But thus in oak's true shade recounted he, which now, in night's deep shade, sheep heard of me. Such manner time there was, what time I note, when all this earth, this dam or mould of ours, was only one with such as beasts begot, unknown as then were they that builden towers. The cattle wild or tame in nature's bowers might freely roam, or rest as seemed them. Man was not man, their dwellings into him. The beasts had sure some beastly policy, for nothing can endure where orderness. For once the lion by the lamb did lie, the fearful hind the leopard did kiss, hurtless was tiger's paw, and serpent's hiss. This think I well, the beasts with courage clad, like senators a harmless empire had. At which, whether the others did repine, for envy harboureth most in feeblest hearts, or that they all to changing did incline, as even in beasts their dames leave changing parts. The multitude to Jove a suit imparts, with neighing, blaying, braying, and barking, roaring and howling, for to have a king. A king in language theirs they said they would, for then their language was a perfect speech. The birds likewise with chirps and pieing could, cackling and chattering that of Jove beseech. Only the owl warned them not to seech so hastily that which they would repent, but saw they would, and he to deserts went. Jove wisely said, for wisdom wisely says, O beasts, take heed what you of me desire. Rulers will think all things made them to please, but soon forget the swink due to their hire. But since you will, part of my heavenly fire I will you lend, the rest yourselves must give, that it both seen and felt may with you live. Full glad they were, and took the naked sprite, which straight the earth eclothed in his clay. The lion heart the ounce gave active might, the horse good shape, the sparrow lust to play, nightingale voice enticing songs to say, elephant gave a perfect memory, and parrot ready tongue that to apply. The fox gave craft, the dog gave flattery, ass patience, the mole a working thought, eagle high look, wolf secret cruelty, monkey sweet breath, the cow her fair eyes brought, the ermine sweetest skin spotted with naught, the sheep mild seeming face, climbing the bear, the stag did give the harm eschewing fear, the bear her sleights, the cat his melancholy, ant industry, and coney skill to build, crane's order, storks to be appearing holy, chameleon ease to change, duck ease to yield, crocodile tears which might be falsely spilled, ape great thing gave, though he did moving stand, the instrument of instruments, the hand. Each other beast likewise his present brings, and, but they dread their prince they oft should want, they all consented were to give him wings, and more awe towards him for to plant. To their own work this privilege they grant, that from thenceforth to all eternity no beast should freely speak, but only he. Thus man was made, thus man their lord became, who at the first, wanting or hiding pride, he did to beasts best use his cunning frame. With water, drink, herbs, meat, and naked hide, and fellowship let his dominion slide, not in his saying I, but we, as if he meant his lordship common be. But when his seat so rooted he had found, that they now skilled not how from him to wend, then gan in guiltless earth full many a wound iron to seek, which against itself should bend, to tear the bowels that good corn should send. But yet the common dam none did bemoan, because, though hurt, they never heard her groan. Then gan he factions in the beasts to breed, where helping weaker sort, the nobler beasts, as tigers, leopards, bears, and lions seed, disdained with this, in deserts sought their rests, where famine, raven, taught their hungry chests. Thus craftily he forced them to do ill, which being done, he afterwards would kill. For murder done, which never erst was seen by those great beasts, as for the weaker's good he chose themselves his guarders for to be, 'gainst those of might, of whom in fear they stood, as horse and dog, and not great, but gentle blood. Blithe were the commons cattle of the field, though when they saw their foe in greatness killed. But they, or spent, or made of slender might, then quickly did their meaner cattle find the great beams gone, the house on shoulders light. For by and by the horse fair bits did find, the dog was in a collar taught his kind. As for the gentle birds, like case might rue, when falcon they and goshawk saw in mew. worst fell to smallest birds and meanest herd, who now his own full like his own he used. Yet first but wool or feathers off he teared, and when they were well used to be abused, for hungry throat their flesh with teeth he bruised. At length for glutton taste he did them kill, at last for sport their silly lives did spill. But yet, O man, rage not beyond thy need, deem it no praise to swell in tyranny. Thou art of blood, joy not to make things bleed. Thou fearest death, think they are loath to die? A plaint of guiltless hurt doth pierce the sky, and you, poor beasts, in patience bide your hell, or know your strengths, and then you shall do well. Thus did I sing and pipe 8 solemn hours, to sheep whom love, not knowledge, made to hear now fancy's fits, now fortune's baleful stowers. But then I homeward called my lambkins dear, for to my dimmed eyes began to appear the night grown old, her black head waxen grey, sure shepherd's sign that morn would soon fetch day. Finis. According to the nature of diverse ears, diverse judgments straight followed, some praising his voice, others the words fit to frame a pastoral style, others the strangeness of the tale, and scanning what he should mean by it. But old Geron, who had borne him a grudge, even since in one of their eclogues he had taken him up over bitterly, took hold of this occasion to make his revenge, and said he never saw thing worse proportioned than to bring in a tale of he knew not what beasts at such a banquet, when rather some song of love or matter for joyful melody was to be brought forth. But, said he, this is the right concept of a young man. Think then they speak wiseliest when they cannot understand themselves. Then invited he Histor to answer him in eclogue wise, who indeed, having been long in love with the fair bride Cala, and now prevented, was grown into a detestation of marriage. But thus it was. Geron, Histor. Geron. In faith, good Histor, long is your delay. From holy marriage, sweet and surest mean, our foolish lusts in honest rules to stay. I pray thee, do to Leila's sample lean. Thou seest how frisk and jolly now he is. That last day seemed he could not chew a bean. Believe me, man, there is no greater bliss than is the quiet joy of loving wife, which whoso wants, half of himself doth miss. Friend without change, playfellow without strife, food without fullness, counsel without strife, is this sweet doubling of our single life. Histor. No doubt, to whom so good chance did betide as for to find a pasture strewed with gold, he were a fool if there he did not bide. Who would not have a phoenix if he could? The humming wasp, if it had not a sting. Before all fleas the wasp accept I would. But this bad world few golden fields doth bring, phoenix but one, of crows we millions find. The wasp seems gay, but is a cumbrous thing. If many Calas our Arcadia gave, latest example I would soon ensue, and think I did myself from sorrow save. But of such wives we find a slender crew. Shrewdness so stirs, pride so puffs up their heart, they seldom ponder what to them is due. With meagre looks, as if they still did smart, puling and whimpering, or else scolding flat, make home more pain than following of the cart, either dull silence or eternal chat. Still contrary to what her husband says, if he do praise the dog, she likes the cat. Ouster she is when he would honest plays, and gamesome then when he thinks on his sheep. She bids him go, and yet from journey stays. She war doth ever with his kinfolk keep, and makes them friend who friends by nature are, envying shallow toys with malice deep. And if forsooth there come some new-found ware, The little coin his sweating brows hath got must go for that, if for her love he care. Or else, nay, faith, mine is the luckless lot that ever fell to honest woman yet. No wife but I have such a man, God wot. Such is their speech, who be of sober wit, but who doth let their tongues show well their rage, Lord, by what words they speak, what spite they spit. The house is made a very loathsome cage, wherein the bird doth never sing but cry, with such a will that nothing can assuage. Dearly the servants do their wages buy, reviled for each small fault, sometime for none. They better live that in a gale do lie. Let other fouler spots away be blown, for I seek not their shame, but still methinks a better life it is to live alone. Geron. Who for each fickle fear from virtue shrinks, shall in this life embrace no worthy thing. No mortal man the cup of surety drinks. The heavens do not good haps in handfuls bring, but let us pick out good from out much bad, that still our little world may know his King. But certainly so long we may be glad, while that we do what nature doth require. And for the event we never ought be sad. Man oft is plagued with air, is burnt with fire, in water drowned, in earth his burial is. And shall we not therefore their use desire? Nature above all things requireth this, that we our kind do labour to maintain, which drawn outline doth hold all human bliss. Thy father justly may of thee complain, if thou do not repay his deeds for thee in granting unto him a grandsire's gain. Thy commonwealth may rightly grieved be, which must by this immortal be preserved. If thus thou murder thy posterity, his very being he hath not deserved, who for a self-conceit will that forbear whereby that being must be conserved. And God forbid women such cattle were as you paint them. But well in you I find, no man doth speak aright who speaks in fear. Who only sees the ill is worse than blind. These 50 winters married I have been, and yet find no such faults in womankind. I have a wife worthy to be a queen, so well she can command, and yet obey. In ruling of a house so well she is seen. And yet in all this time betwixt us tway, we bear our double yoke with such consent, there never passed foul word, I dare well say. But these are your love toys, which still are spent in lawless games, and love not as you should, but with much study learn late to repent. How well last day before your prince you could blind Cupid's works with wonder testify, yet now the root of him abase you would. Go to, and Cupid now apply to that where thou thy Cupid mayst avow, and thou shalt find in women virtues lie, sweet supple minds, which soon to wisdom bow. Where they by wisdom's rules directed are, and yet not forced fond thraldom to allow, as we to get are framed, so they to spare. We made for pains, they made our pains to cherish. We care abroad, and they of home have care. O Histor, seek within thyself to flourish. Thy house by thee must live, or else be gone. And then who shall the name of Histor nourish? Riches of children pass a prince's throne, which touch the father's heart with secret joy, when without shame he saith, These be mine own. Marry therefore, for marriage will destroy those passions which to youthful head do climb, mothers and nurses of all vain annoy. Histor. Perchance I will. But now methinks it time we go unto the bride, and use this day to speak with her, while freely speak we may. He spake these last words with such affection, as a curious eye might easily have perceived he liked Leila's fortune better than he loved his person. But then, indeed, did all arise and went to the women, where, spending all the day and good part of the night in dancing, carolling, and wassailing, Lastly they left Laelus, where he long desired to be left, and with many unfeigned thanks returned every man to his home. But some of them, having to cross the way of the two lodges, might see a lady making doleful lamentation over a body seemed dead unto them. But methinks Dametas cries unto me, if I come not the sooner to comfort him, he will leave off his golden work, hath already cost him so much labour and longing. Here end the third book and third Eclogues. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 16 of the Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. Book 4 begun. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The fourth book, or act. The everlasting justice, using ourselves to be the punishers of our faults, and making our own actions the beginning of our chastisement, that our shame may be the more manifest, and our repentance follow the sooner, took Dametas at this present, by whose folly the other's wisdom might receive the greater overthrow, to be the instrument of revealing the secretest cunning. So evil a ground doth evil stand upon, and so manifest it is, that nothing remains strongly but that which hath the good foundation of goodness. For so it fell out, that Dametas, having spent the whole day in breaking up the cumbersome work of the pastor Doris, and feeling in all his labour no pain so much as that his hungry hope received any stay, having with the price of so much sweat and weariness gotten up the huge stone, which he thought should have such a golden lining, the good man in the great bed that stone had made found nothing but these two verses written upon a broad sheet of vellum. Who hath his hire hath well his labour placed. Earth thou dost seek, and store of earth thou hast. What an inward discountenance it was to Master Dametas to find his hope of wealth turned into poor verses, for which he never cared much. Nothing can describe but either the feeling in oneself, the state of such a mind as Dametas had, or at least the thinking what was Midas' fancy, when, after the great pride he conceived to be made judge between gods, he was rewarded with the ornament of an ass's ears. Yet the deep apprehension he had received of such riches could not suddenly lose the colour that had so thoroughly dyed his thick brain, but that he turned and tossed the poor bowels of the innocent earth till the far passing of the night, and the tediousness of his fruitless labour made him content rather to exercise his discontentation at home than there. Yet forced he was, his horse being otherwise burdened with digging instruments, to return as he came, most part of the way on foot, with such grudging lamentations as a nobler mind would, but more nobly, make for the loss of his mistress. For so far he had his foolish soul with the expectation of that which he reputed felicity, that he no less accounted himself miserable than if he had fallen from such an estate his fancy had embraced. So then home again went Dametas, punished in conceit as in conceit he had erred, till he had found himself there, from a fancied loss fallen into an essential misery. For entering into his house 3 hours within night, instead of the lightsome countenance of Pamela, which gave such an inward decking to that lodge, as proudest palaces might have cause to envy it, and of the grateful conversation of Doris, whose witty behaviour made that loneliness seem full of good company, instead of the loud scolding of Miso and the busy tumbling up and down of Mopsa, which, though they were so short as quite contrary to the other's praiseworthiness, yet were they far before them in filling of a house, he found nothing but a solitary darkness, which, as naturally it breeds a kind of irksome gastfulness, so it was to him a most present terror, remembering the charge he had left behind, which he well knew imported no less than his life unto him. Therefore, lighting a candle, there was no place a mouse could have dwelled in, but that he with quaking diligence sought into, But when he saw he could see nothing of that he most cared for, then became he the right pattern of a wretch dejected with fear. For crying and howling, knocking his head to the walls, he began to make pitiful complaints where nobody could hear him, and with too much dread he should not recover her, leave all considerations how to recover her. But at length, looking like a she-goat when she casts her kid, for very sorrow he took in his own behalf, out of the lodge he went running as fast as he could, having now received the very form of hanging into his consideration. Thus running as a man would have run from himself, it was his foolish fortune to espy by the glimmering light the moon did then yield him, one standing aloft among the boughs of a fair ash. He that would at that time have asked counsel of a dog cast up his face, as if his tooth had been drawing out, and with much bending his sight he perceived it was Mistress Mopsa, fitly seated there for her wit and dignity. There, I will not say with joy, for how could he taste of joy whose imagination was fallen from a palace to a gallows, but yet with some refreshing of comfort in hope he should learn better tidings over, he began to cry out, "O Mopsa, my beloved chicken, here I am, thine own father Demetus, never in such a towardness of hanging, if thou cannot help me." But never a word could his eloquence procure of Mopsa, who indeed was there attending for great matters. This was yet a new burden to Demetus, who thought all the world was conspired against him, and therefore with a silly choler he began another tune. "Thou vile Mopsa," said he, "now the vengeance of my fatherly curse light athwart thee, if thou do not straight answer me." But neither blessing nor cursing could prevail with Mopsa, who was now great with child, with expectation of her May-game hopes, and did long to be delivered, with the third time being named, which by and by followed. For Demetus, rubbing his elbow, stamping and whining, seeing neither of these take place, began to throw stones at her, and withal to conjure her by the name of hellish Mopsa. But when he had named her the third time, no chime can more suddenly follow the striking of a clock than she, verily thinking it was the god that used her father's voice, throwing her arms abroad, and not considering she was muffled upon so high a tree, came fluttering down like a hooded hawk, like enough to have broken her neck, but that the tree, full of boughs, tossed her from one bough to another, and lastly, well bruised, brought her to receive an unfriendly salutation of the earth. Demetus, as soon as she was down, came running unto her, and finding her so close wrapped, pulled off the scarlet cloak in good time for her, for with the soreness of the fall, if she had not had breath given her, she had delivered a foolish soul to Pluto. But then Demetus began afresh to desire his daughter not to forget the pains he had taken for her in her childhood, which he was sure she could not remember, and to tell him where Pamela was. "O good Apollo," said Mopsa, "if ever thou didst bear love to Phaeton's mother, let me have a king to my husband." "Alas, what speakest thou of Phaeton?" said Demetus. "If by thy circumspect means I find not out Pamela, thy father will be hanged to-morrow." "It is no matter though he be hanged," said Mopsa. "Do but thou make Doris a king, and let him be my husband, good Apollo, for my courage doth much prick me towards him." "Ah, Mopsa," cried out Demetus, "where is thy wit? Dost thou not know thy father? Hast thou forgotten thyself?" "I do not ask wit of thee, mine own good Apollo," said she, "but I see thou wouldst have me remember my father, and indeed forget myself. No, no, a good husband." "Thou shalt have thy fill of husbands," said Demetus, "and do but answer me my question." "Oh, I thank thee," said Mopsa, "with all my heart, heartily, but let them be all kings." Demetus, seeing no other way prevail, fell down on his knees. "Mopsa, Mopsa," said he, "do not thus cruelly torment me. I am already wretched enough. Alas, either help me, or tell me thou canst not. She that would not be behind Apollo in courtesy kneeled down on the other side. I will never leave tormenting thee, said Mopsa, until thou hast satisfied my longing. But I will proclaim thee a promise-breaker, that even Jupiter shall hear it. Now by the fostering thou hast received in this place, save my life, said Demetus. Now by this fair ash, answered Mopsa, where thou didst receive so great a good turn, grant post-haste to my burning fancy. Oh, where is Pamela? said Demetus. Oh, a lusty husband, said Mopsa. Demetus, that now verily assured himself his daughter was mad, began utterly to despair of his life, and therefore amazed, catching her in his arms to see whether he could bring her to herself, he might feel the weight of a great cudgel light upon his shoulders. And for his first greeting he knew his wife Miso's voice, by the calling him ribald, villain, and asking him whether she could not serve his turn as well as Charita. For Miso, having, according to Dora's counsel, gone to Mantinea, and there harboured herself in an old acquaintance house of hers, as soon as 10 of the clock was stricken, where she had remained closely all that while, I think with such an amiable cheer as when jealous Juno sat cross-legged to hinder the childbirth of her husband's love, with open mouth she went to the magistrate appointed over such matters, and there, with the most scolding invective her rage rather than eloquence could bring forth, she required his aid to take Demetus, who had left his duty to the duke and daughter, to commit adultery in the house of Charita's uncle in the Eudaemon street. But neither was the name of Charita remembered, nor any such street known. Yet such was the general mislike all men had of Demetus' unworthy advancement, that every man was glad to make himself a minister of that which might redound to his shame. Therefore, with pans, cries, and laughters, there was no suspected place in all the city but was searched for under the title of Demetus. Miso, ever foremost, encouraging them with all the shameful blazings of his demeanour, increasing the sport of hunting her husband with her diligent barking, till at length, having done both him and herself as much infamous shame as such a tongue in such an action might perform, in the end, not being able to find the thing that was not, to her mare again she went, having neither suspicion nor rage anything mitigated. But, leaving behind her a sufficient comedy of her tragical fancies, away homeward she came, imputing the not finding her husband rather to any chance than to his innocency. For her heart being apt to receive and nourish a bitter thought, it had so swallowed up a determined condemnation, that in the very anatomy of her spirits one should have found nothing but devilish disdain and hateful jealousy. In this sort, grunting at her mischievous spite, she came by the tree, even as Demetus was making that evil understood intercession to his foolish Mopsa. As soon as she heard her husband's voice, she verily thought she had her prey, and therefore, stealing from her mare as softly as she could, she came creeping and halting behind him, even as he, thinking his daughter's little wits had quite left her great nowl, began to take her in his arms, thinking perchance her feeling sense might call her mind parts unto her. But Miso, who saw nothing but thought of the choler of revengeful anger, established upon the forejudgment of his trespass, undoubtedly resolving that Mopsa was Charita Doris had told her of, mamping out her hoarse voice, she gave him the wooden salutation you heard of. Demetus, that was not so sensible in anything as in blows, turned up his blubbered face like a lout new whipped. Alas, thou woman, said he, what hath thy poor husband deserved to have his own ill luck loaden with thy displeasure? Pamela is lost. Pamela is lost. Miso, still holding on the course of her former fancy, What tellest thou me, naughty varlet, said she, of Pamela? Dost thou think that doth answer me for abusing the laws of marriage? Have I brought thee children? Have I been a true wife to thee, to be despised in mine old age? and ever among she would sauce her speeches with such bastinades that poor Demetus began now to think that either a general madding was fallen, or else that all this was but a vision. But as for visions, the smart of the cudgel put those out of his fancy. And therefore, again turning to his wife, not knowing in the world what she meant, "Miso," said he, "hereafter thou mayst examine me. Do but now tell me what is become of Pamela." "I will first examine this drab," said she, and withal let fall her staff as hard as she could upon Mopsa, still taking her for Charita. But Mopsa, that was already angry, thinking she had hindered her from Apollo, leapt up and caught her by the throat, like to have strangled her. But that Demetus, from a condemned man, was fain to become a judge and part this fray, such a picture of a rude discord, where each was out with the other two. And getting the opportunity of their falling out to hold himself in surety, who was indeed the veriest coward of the three, he renewed his earnest demand of them. But it was a sport to see how the former conceits Doris had imprinted in their imaginations kept still such a dominion in them that Miso, though she now found and felt it was her daughter Mopsa, yet did Charita continually pass through her thoughts, which she uttered with such crabbed questions to Demetus, that he, not possible conceiving any part of her doubt, remained astonished, and the astonishment increased her doubt. And as for Mopsa, as she had first assuredly taken him to be Apollo, and thought her mother's coming did mar the bargain, so now, though much talking to and fro had delivered so much light into the misty mould of her capacity as to know him to be her father, yet remained there such footsteps of the foretaken opinion, that she thought verily her father and her mother were hasted there to get the first wish, and therefore to whatsoever they asked of her she would never answer, but embracing the tree, as if she feared it had been running away, "Nay," says she, "I will have the first wish, for I was first here," which they understood no more than Demetus did what Miso meant by Charita, till at length, with much urging them, being indeed better able to persuade both than to meet hand in hand with either, he prevailed so much with them as to bring them into the lodge, to see what loss their negligence had suffered. Then, indeed, the near neighbourhood they bare to themselves made them leave their toys, and look into what dangerous plight they were fallen as soon as the Duke should know his daughter's escape. And as for the women, they began to enter afresh into their brawling, whether were in the fault. But Demetus, who did fear that among his other evils the thunderbolt of that storm would fall upon his shoulders, slipped away from them, and with so meagre a cheer as might much sooner engender laughter than pity, "O true Arcadia," would he say, tearing his hair and beard, and sometime, for too much woe, making unwieldy somersaults, "how darest thou bear upon thee such a felonious traitor as I am? And you, false-hearted trees, why would you make no noise to make her ungracious departure known? O Pamela, Pamela, how often, when I brought thee in fine posies of all-coloured flowers, wouldst thou clap me on the cheek, and say thou wouldst be one day even with me? Was this thy meaning, to bring me to an even pair of gallows? Ah, ill-thought Doris, that came hither to learn good manners of me! Did I ever teach thee to make thy master sweat out his heart for nothing, and in the meantime run away with thy mistress? O my dun cow, I did think some evil was towards me ever since the last day thou didst run away from me, and hold up thy tail so piteously. Did I not see an eagle kill a cuckoo, which was a plain foretoken unto me Pamela should be my destruction? O wife Miso, if I durst say it to thy face, why didst thou suspect thy husband that loves a piece of cheese better than a woman? And thou, little Mopsa, that shalt inherit the shame of thy father's death, was it time for thee to climb trees which should so shortly be my best burial. Oh, that I could live without death, or die before I were aware! O heart, why hast thou no hands at commandment to dispatch me? O hands, why want you a heart to kill this villain? In this sort did he inveigh against everything, sometimes thinking to run away while it was yet night, but he that had included all the world within his sheep-hook thought that worse than any death. Sometimes, for dread of hanging, he went to hang himself, finding, as indeed it is, that fear is far more painful to cowards than death to a true courage. But his fingers were nothing nimble in that action, and anything was let enough thereunto, he being a true lover of himself, without any rival. But lastly, guided by a far greater constellation than his own, he remembered to search the other lodge, where it might be Pamela that night had retired herself. So thither with trembling hands, he carrying himself, but employing his double key, which the Duke for special credit had unworthily bestowed upon him, he found all the gates so barred that his key would not prevail, saving only one trap-door, which went down into a vault by the cellar, which, as it was left unknown of Pyrocles, so he left it unguarded. But Demetus, that ever knew the buttery better than any place, got in that way, and passing softly into Philoclea's chamber, where he thought most likely to find Pamela, the door being left open, he entered in, and by the light of the lamp he might discern one abed with her, which, although he took to be Pamela, yet, thinking no surety enough in a matter touching his neck, he went hard to the bedside of those two unfortunate lovers, who at that time, being not much before the break of day, whether it were they were so by foreappointment surprised to bring their fault to open punishment, or that the too high degree of their joys had overthrown the wakeful use of their senses, or that their soul, lifted up with extremity of love after mutual satisfaction, had left their bodies dearly joined, to unite themselves together so much more freely as they were freer of that earthly prison, or whatsoever other cause might be imagined of it. But so it was, that they were as then possessed with a mutual sleep, yet not forgetting with viny embracements to give any eye a perfect model of affection. But Demetus, looking with the lamp in his hand, but neither with such a face nor mind, upon these excellent creatures, as Psyche did upon her unknown lover, and giving every way freedom to his fearful eyes, did not only perceive it was Cleophila, and therefore much different from the lady he sought, but that this same Cleophila did more differ from the Cleophila he and others had ever taken her for. Satisfied with that, and not thinking it good to awake the sleeping lion, he went down again, taking with him Pyrocles' sword, wherewith upon his shirt Pyrocles came only apparel thither, being sure to leave no weapon in the chamber, and so making the door as fast as he could on the outside, hoping with the revealing of this fault to make his own the less, or at least that this injury would so fill the Duke's head that he should not have leisure to chastise his negligence, like a fool, not considering that the more rage breeds the crueller punishment, he went first into the Duke's chamber, and, not finding him there, he ran down, crying with open mouth the Duke was betrayed, and that Cleophila did abuse his daughter. The noise he made, being a man of no few words, joined with the yelping sound of Miso and his unpleasant inheritrix, brought together some number of the shepherds, to whom he, without any regard of first reserving it for the Duke's knowledge, spattered out the bottom of his stomach, swearing by him he never knew that Cleophila, whom they had taken all that while to be a woman, was as arrant a man as himself was, whereof he had seen sufficient signs and tokens, and that he was as close as a butterfly with the Lady Philoclea. The poor men, jealous of their prince's honour, were ready with weapons to have entered the lodge, standing yet in some pause whether it were not best to hear some news of the Duke himself, when by the sudden coming of other shepherds, which with astonished looks ran from one cry to the other, their griefs were surcharged with the evil tidings of the Duke's death. Turning therefore all their eyes and minds that way, they ran to the cave where they say he lay dead, the sun beginning now to send some promise of his coming light, making haste, as I think, to be spectator of the following tragedies. But of Basilius thus had it fallen out. The Duke, having passed over the night more happy in contemplation than action, having had his spirit sublimed with the sweet imagination of embracing the most desired Cleophila, doubting lest the cave's darkness might deceive him in the day's approach, thought it now season to return to his wedlock bed, remembering the promise he had made Cleophila, to observe true order towards Gynecia. Therefore departing, but not departing without bequeathing by a will of words, sealed with many kisses, a full gift of all his love and life to his misconceived bedfellow, he went to the mouth of the cave, there to apparel himself, in which doing the motion of his joy could not be bridled from uttering such like words. "Blessed be thou, O night," said he, "that hast with thy sweet wings shrouded me in the veil of bliss. It is thou that art the first begotten child of time. The day hath been but an usurper upon thy delightful inheritance. Thou invitest all living things to comfortable rest. Thou art the stop of strife, and the necessary truce of approaching battles." And therewith he sang these verses, to confirm his former praises. O night, the ease of care, the pledge of pleasure, desire's best mean, harvest of hearts affected, the seat of peace, the throne which is erected of human life to be the quiet measure. Be victor still of Phoebus' golden treasure, who hath our sight with too much sight infected, whose light is cause we have our lives neglected, turning all nature's course to self-displeasure. These stately stars, in their now shining faces, with slyly sleep and silence, wisdom's mother, witness his wrongs, which by thy help is eased. Thou art therefore of these our desert places the sure refuge. By thee and by none other my soul is blissed, sense joyed, and fortune raised. And yet further would his joy needs break forth. "O Basilius," said he, "the rest of thy lifetime hath been but a dream unto thee. It is now only thou beginnest to live. Now only thou hast entered into the way of blissfulness. Should fancy of marriage keep me from this paradise, or opinion of I know not what promise bind me from paying the right duties of nature and affection? Oh, who would have thought there could have been such difference betwixt women? Be not jealous no more, Gynecia, but yield to the preeminence of more excellent gifts. Support thyself upon such marble pillars as she doth. Deck thy breast with those alabaster bowels that Cleophila doth. Then, accompanied with such a little, perhaps thou mayst recover the possession of my otherwise included love. But alas, Gynecia, thou canst not show such evidence. Therefore thy plea is vain." Gynecia heard all this he said, who had cast about her Cleophila's garment, wherein she came thither, and had followed Basilius even to the cave's entry. Full of inward vexation betwixt the deadly accusation of her own guiltiness and despiteful doubt she had Cleophila had abused her, but because of the one side finding the Duke did think her to be Cleophila, she had liberty to imagine it might rather be the Duke's own unbridled enterprise which had barred Cleophila, than Cleophila's cunning deceiving of her, and that of the other side, if she should headily seek a violent revenge, her own honour might be as much interest as Cleophila endangered, she fell to this determination: first, with fine handling of the Duke, to settle in him a perfect good opinion of her, and then, as she should learn how things had passed, so to take into herself newly devised counsels. But this, being her first action, having given unlooked-for attendance to the Duke, she heard with what partiality he did prefer herself to herself. She saw in him how much fancy doth not only darken reason, but beguiles sense. She found opinion mistress of the lover's judgment, which, serving as a good lesson to her wise conceit, she went out to Basilius, setting herself in a grave behaviour and stately silence before him, until he, who at the first, thinking her by so much shadow as he could see to be Cleophila, was beginning his loving ceremonies, did now, being helped by the peeping light, wherewith the morning did overcome the night's darkness, know her face, and his error, which acknowledging in himself, and starting back from her, she thus with a modest bitterness spake unto him: "Alas, my lord, well did your words decipher your mind, and well be those words confirmed by this gesture. Very loathsome must that woman be, from whom a man hath cause to go back, and little better liked is that wife, before whom the husband prefers them he never knew. Alas, hath my faithful observing my part of duty made you think yourself ever a whit the more exempted? Hath that which should claim gratefulness been a cause of contempt? Is the being a mother of Pamela become an odious name unto you? If my life hitherto led have not avoided suspicion, if my violated truth to you be deserving of any punishment, I refuse not to be chastised with the most cruel torment of your displeasure. I refuse not misery purchased by my own merit. Hard I must needs say, although till now I thought I should never have cause to say, is the destiny of womankind, the trial of whose virtue must stand upon the loving them that employ all their industry not to be beloved. If Cleophila's young years had not had as much gravity hidden under youthful face, as your grey hairs have been but the visor of a far unfitting youthfulness, your vicious mind had brought some fruits of late repentance, and Gynecia might then have been with much more right despised. Basilius, that was more ashamed to see himself so overtaken than Vulcan was, when with much cunning he proved himself a cuckold, began to make certain extravagant excuses. But the matter in itself, hardly brooking any purgation, with the suddenness of the time, which barred any good conjoined invention, made him sometimes allege one thing, to which by and by he would bring in a contrary, one time with flat denial, another time with mitigating a fault, now brave, then humble, used such a stammering defensive that Gynecia, the violence of whose fear indeed ran another way, was content thus to fasten up the last stitch of her anger. "Well, well, my lord," said she, "it shall well become you so to govern yourself as you may be fit rather to direct me than to be judged of me, and rather be a wise master of me than an unskilful pleader before me. Remember the wrong you do to me. It is not only to me, but your children you had of me, to your country, when they shall find they are commanded by him that cannot command his own undecent appetites. Lastly, to yourself, since with these pains you do but build up a house of shame to dwell in, if from these movable goods of nature, wherewith in my first youth my royal parents bestowed me upon you, bearing of children and increase of years have withdrawn me. Consider, I pray you, that as you are the cause of the one, so in the other time hath not left to work his never-failing effects in you. Truly, truly, very untimely are these fires in you. It is high season for us both to let reason enjoy his due sovereignty. Let us not plant anew these weeds, which by nature's course are content to fade." Basilius, that would rather than his life the matter had been ended. The best rhetoric that he had was flat demanding pardon of her, swearing it was the very force of Apollo's destiny which had carried him thus far from his own bias, but that now, like far travellers were taught to love their own country, had had such a lesson without book of affection unto her, as he would repay the debt of this error with the interest of a great deal more true honour than ever before he had borne her. "Neither am I to give pardon to you, my lord," said she, "nor you to bear honour to me. I have taken this boldness for the unfeigned love I owe you, to deliver my sorrow unto you. Much more I have for the care of your well-doing than for any other fancy, for well I know that by your good estate my life is maintained. Neither, if I would, can I separate myself from your fortune. For my part, therefore, I claim nothing, but that which may be safest for yourself my life will honour, and whatsoever else shall be but a shadow of that body." How much Basilius' own shame had found him culpable, and had already even in soul read his own condemnation, so much did this unexpected mildness of Gynecia captive his heart unto her, which otherwise perchance would have grown to a desperate carelessness. Therefore, embracing her, and confessing that her virtue shined in his vice, he did even with a true resolved mind vow unto her that, so long as he, unworthy of her, did live, she should be the furthest and only limits of his affection. He thanked the destinies that had wrought her honour out of his shame, and that had made his own finding to go amiss, to be the best mean ever after to hold him in the right path. Thus reconciled, to Basilius' great contentation, who began something to mark himself in his doings, his harder hap guided his eye to the cup of gold, wherein Gynecia had put the liquor meant for Cleophila, and having failed of that guest, was now carrying it home again. But he, whom perchance sorrow, perchance some long disaccustomed pains, had made extremely thirsty, took it out of her hands, although she directly told him both of whom she had it, what the effect of it was, and the little proof she had seen thereof, hiding nothing from him but that she had meant to administer it to a different patient. But Basilius, whose belly had no ears and much draught, kept him from the desiring a taster, finding it not unpleasant to his palate, drank it almost off, leaving very little to cover the cup's bottom. But within a while that from his stomach the drink had delivered to his principal veins his noisome vapours, first with a painful stretching and forced yawning, then with a dark yellowness dyeing his skin, and a cold deadly sweat, principally about his temples, his body, by natural course longing to deliver the heavy burden to his earthly dame, wanting force in his knees, which utterly abandoned him, with heavy fall soon gave proof whither the operation of that unknown potion tended. For with pang-like groans and ghastly turning of his eyes, immediately all his limbs stiffened and his eyes fixed, he having had time to declare his case only in these words, "O Gynecia, I die! Have care!" Of what or how much further he would have spoken, no man can tell. For Gynecia, having well perceived the changing of his colour, and those other evil signs, yet had not looked for such a sudden overthrow, but rather had bethought herself what was best for him, when she suddenly saw the matter come to that period, coming to him, and neither with any cries getting a word of him, nor with any other possible means able to bring any living action from him, the height of all ugly sorrows did so horribly appear before her amazed mind, that at the first it did not only distract all power of speech from her, but almost wit to consider, remaining, as it were, quickly buried in a grave of miseries. Her painful memory had straight filled her with the true shapes of all the forepast mischiefs. Her reason began to cry out against the rebellion of sinful sense, and to tear itself with anguish. For having made so weak a resistance, her conscience, a terrible witness of the inward wickedness, still nourishing this debateful fire, her complaint now not having an end directed unto it, something to disburden sorrow, but as an unnecessary downfall of inward wretchedness, she saw the rigour of the laws was like to lay a shameful death upon her, which, being for that action undeserved, made it the more unsupportable, and yet, in depth of her soul, most deserved, made it seem the more miserable. At length, letting her tongue go as her dolorous thoughts guided it, she thus with lamentable demeanour spake: "O bottomless pit of sorrow, in which I cannot contain myself, having the firebrands of all furies within me still falling, and yet, by the infiniteness of it, never fallen! Neither can I rid myself, being fettered with the everlasting consideration of it. For whither shall I recommend the protection of my dishonoured fall? To the earth? It hath no life, and waits to be increased by the relics of my shamed carcass. To men, who are always cruel in their neighbours' faults, and make others' overthrow become the badge of their civil masked virtue. To the heavens? O unspeakable torment of conscience, which dare not look upon them! No sin can enter there. O, there is no receipt for polluted minds. Whither then wilt thou lead this captive of thine, O snaky despair? Alas, alas! Was this the free-holding power that accursed poison hath granted unto me, that to be held the surer it should deprive life? Was this the folding in mine arms promised, that I should fold nothing but a dead body? O mother of mine, what a deathful snake have you given me! O Philoclea, well hath my mother revenged upon me my unmotherly hating of thee. O Cleophila, to whom at least any misery should fail me, remain some sparks of my detestable love. If thou hast, as now, alas, my mind assures me thou hast, deceived me, there is a fairer scene prepared for thee to see the tragical end of thy hated lover." With that word there flowed out 2 rivers of tears out of her fair eyes, which before were dry, the remembrance of her other mischiefs being dried up in a furious fire of self-detestation, love only, according to the temper of it, melting itself into those briny tokens of passion. Then, turning her eyes again unto the body, she remembered a dream she had had some days before, wherein, thinking herself called by Cleophila, passing a troublesome passage, she found a dead body, which told her there should be her only rest. This no sooner caught hold of her remembrance, than that she, determining with herself it was a direct vision of her fore-appointed end, took a certain resolution to embrace death, as soon as it should be offered unto her, and no way to seek the prolonging of her annoyed life. And therefore, kissing the cold face of Basilius, "And even so will I rest," said she, "and join this faulty soul of mine to thee, if so much the angry gods will grant me." As she was in this plight, the sun now gleaming over our horizon, the first shepherds came by, who, seeing the Duke in that case, and hearing the noise Dametas made of the Lady Philoclea, ran with the doleful tidings of Basilius' death unto him, who presently, with all his company, came to the cave's entry, where the Duke's body lay. Dametas, for his part, more glad for the hope he had of his private escape, than sorry for the public loss his country received of a prince not to be misliked. But in Gynecia nature prevailed above judgment, and the shame she conceived to be taken in that order overcame for that instant the former resolution, so that as soon as she saw the foremost of the pastoral troop, the wretched princess ran to have hid her face in the next woods, but with such a mind that she knew not almost herself what she could wish to be the ground of her safety. Dametas, that saw her run away in Cleophila's upper raiment, and judging her to be so, thought certainly all the spirits in hell were come to play a tragedy in those woods. Such strange change she saw every way. The Duke dead at the cave's mouth, the Duchess, as he thought, absent, Pamela fled away with Doris, his wife and Mopsa in divers francies. But of all other things, Cleophila conquered his capacity, suddenly from a woman grown a man, and from a locked chamber gotten before him into the fields, which he gave the rest quickly to understand. For instead of doing anything as the exigent required, he began to make circles, and all those fantastical defences he had ever heard were fortifications against devils. But the other shepherds, who had both better wits and more faith, forthwith divided themselves, some of them running after Ganesha, taking her to be Cleophila, and esteeming her running away to be a great condemnation of her own guiltiness, others going to their prince to see what service was best for them, either in recovery of his life or honouring his death. They that went after the Duchess had soon overtaken her, in whom now the first fears were stayed, and the resolution to die had possessed his place in her mind. But when they saw it was the Duchess, to whom, besides the obedient duty they owed to her state, they had always carried a singular love, for her courteous liberalities and otherwise, and virtuous parts, which had filled all that people with affection and admiration, they were all suddenly stopped, beginning to ask pardon for their following her in that sort, and desiring her to be their good lady as she had ever been. But the Duchess, who now thirsted to be rid of herself, whom she hated above all things, with such an assured countenance as they have who already have dispensed with shame and digested the sorrows of death, she thus said unto them, Continue, my friends. Your doing is better than your excusing. The one argues assured faith, the other want of assurance. If you loved your prince when he was able and willing to do you much good, which you could not then requite unto him, do you now publish your gratefulness, when it shall be seen to the world there are no hopes left to lead you unto it? Remember, you have lost Basilius, a prince to defend you, a father to care for you, a companion in your joys, a friend in your wants. And if you loved him, show you hate the author of his loss. It is I, faithful Acadians, that have spoiled this country of their protector. I, none but I, was the minister of his unnatural end. Carry, therefore, my blood in your hands to testify your own innocency. Neither spare for my title's sake, but consider it was he that so entitled me. And if you think of any benefits received by my means, think with it that I was but the instrument, and he the spring. What stay ye, shepherds, whose great shepherd is gone? You need not fear a woman, nor reverence your lord's murderer, nor take pity of her who hath not pity of herself. With this she presented her fair neck to some by name, to others by signs, desiring them to do justice to the world, duty to their good duke, honour to themselves, and favour to her. The poor men, looking one upon another, unused to be arbiters in princes' matters, and being now fallen into a great perplexity between a prince dead and a princess alive. But once for them she might have gone whither she would, thinking it a sacrilege to touch her person. When she, finding she was not a sufficient orator to persuade her own death by their hands, "Well," said she, "it is but so much more time of misery for my part. I will not give my life so much pleasure from henceforward as to yield to his desire of his own choice of death. Since all the rest is taken of me, yet let me excel in misery. Lead me, therefore, whither you will, only happy because I cannot be more wretched." But neither so much would the honest shepherds do, but rather with many tears bemoaned this increase of their former loss, till she was fain to lead them, with a very strange spectacle, either that a princess should be in the hands of shepherds, or that a prisoner should direct her guardians. Lastly, before either a witness or accuser, a lady condemn herself to death. But in such mournful march they went towards the other shepherds, who in the meantime had left nothing unassayed to revive the Duke, but all was bootless, and their sorrows had increased the more they had suffered any hopes vainly to arise. Among other trials, they made at least to know the cause of his end. Having espied the unhappy cup, they gave the little liquor that was left in it to a dog of Demetus, in which within short space it wrought the same effect, although Demetus did so much to recover him that for very love of his life he dashed out his brains. Now all together, and having Canicia among them, who, to make herself the more odious, did continually record to their minds the excess of their loss, they yielded themselves over to all those forms of lamentation the doleful images do imprint in the honest but over-tender hearts, especially when they think the rebound of the evils falls to their own smarts. Therefore, after the ancient great manner, some of them remembering the nobility of his birth, others his shape, which, though not excellent, yet favour and pity drew all things now to the highest point, others his peaceful government, the thing which most pleaseth men resolved to live of their own, others his liberality, which, though it cannot light upon all men, yet all men naturally hoping it may be they, makes it a most amiable virtue. Some calling in question the greatness of his power, which increased the compassion to see the present change, having a doleful memory how he had tempered it with such familiar courtesy among them, that they did more feel the fruits than see the pomps of his greatness, all with one consent giving him the sacred titles of good, just, merciful, the father of the people, the life of his country. They ran about his body, tearing their beards and garments, some sending their cries to heaven, others inventing particular howling musics, many vowing to kill themselves at the day of his funerals, generally giving a true testimony that men are loving creatures when injuries put them not from their natural course, and how easy a thing it is for a prince by succession deeply to sink into the souls of his subjects, a more lively monument than Mausolus' tomb. Lastly, having one after the other cryingly sung the Duke's praise and his own lamentation, they did all desire Agelastus, one notably noted among them, as well for his skill in their poetry as for an austerely maintained sorrowfulness, wherewith he seemed to despise the works of nature, to make an universal complaint for them in this universal mischief, who did it in this sestine: Since wailing is a bud of causeful sorrow, since sorrow is the follower of ill fortune, since no ill fortune equals public damage, now, princess, loss hath made our damage public. Sorrow pay we unto the rites of nature, and inward grief seal up with outward wailing. Why should we spare our voice from endless wailing, who justly make our hearts the seats of sorrow? In such a case, where it appears that nature doth add her force unto the sting of fortune, choosing, alas, this our theatre public, where they would leave trophies of cruel damage. Then, since such powers conspire unto our damage, which may be known, but never helped with wailing, yet let us leave a monument in public of willing tears, torn here, and cries of sorrow. For lost, lost, is by blow of cruel fortune Arcadia's gem, the noblest child of nature. O nature, doting old, O blinded nature, how hast thou torn thyself, sought thine own damage, in granting such a scope to filthy fortune, by thy imp's loss to fill the world with wailing? Cast thy stepmother eyes upon our sorrow, public our loss, to see thy shame is public. Oh, that we had, to make our woes more public, seas in our eyes, and brazen tongues by nature, a yelling voice, and hearts compost of sorrow, breath made of flames with knowing naught but damage, our sports murdering ourselves, our musics wailing, our studies fixed upon the falls of fortune. No, no, our mischief grows in this vile fortune, that private pangs cannot breathe out in public, the furious inward griefs with hellish wailing, but forced are to burden feeble nature with secret sense of our eternal damage, and sorrow feeding our souls with sorrow. Since sorrow then concludeth all our fortune, with all our deaths show we this damage public. His nature fears to die, who lives still wailing. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 17 of The Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4 continued. They did with such hearty lamentation disperse among those woods their resounding shrieks, that, the sun, the perfectest mark of time, having gotten up 2 hours' journey in his daily changing circle, their voice, helped with the only answering echo, came to the ears of the faithful and worthy gentleman Philanax, who at that time was coming accompanied with divers of the principal Arcadian lords to visit the Duke upon this occasion. Fame, the charge of many ears, and governor of many tongues, had delivered to the attentive ears of Philanax the late drunken commotion of the Vagonians, with so large an increase that he, who too well knew that too much provision might well lose some charge, but too little might well lose all, had speedily assembled in the frontiers where he lay, vici horse, and came with all diligence, giving order more should be in readiness, if more needed. But being come to the very town itself of Vagonia, as it was out of his way, he there understood how far the virtue of Cleophila had made Basilius fortunate, and that those dangers feared were utterly past. Yet, to avoid any other disturbance to his master's quiet, whom he loved with incomparable loyalty, suffering those that were pardoned to enjoy the fruits of a prince's word, he placed garrisons in all the towns and villages anything near the lodges, over whom he appointed captains of such wisdom and virtue as might not only with the force of the soldiers keep the inhabitants from outrage, but might unpartially look to the discipline both of the men of war and of the people. That done, thinking it as well his duty to see the Duke, as of good purpose, being so near, to receive his further direction, accompanied as above said, he was this morning coming into him, when those unpleasant voices gave his mind an uncertain presage of his near approaching sorrow. For by and by he saw the body of his dearly beloved prince, and heard Gynaecia's lamenting, not such as the turtle-like dove is wont to make for the ever oversoon loss of her only loved make, but with cursings of her life, detesting of her own wickedness, seeming therefore only not to desire death because she would not show a love of anything. The shepherds, especially Dametas, knowing him to be the second person in authority, gave forth with relation unto him what they knew and had proved of this dolorous spectacle, besides the other accidents of his children. But he, principally touched with his master's loss, lighting from his horse with a heavy cheer, kneeled down by him, where, finding he could do no more than the shepherds had for his recovery, the constancy of his mind, surprised before he might call together his best rules, could not refrain such like words. "Ah, dear master," said he, "what change it hath pleased the Almighty Justice to work in this place! How soon, not to your loss, who have lived long to nature, and now live longer by your deserved glory, but longest of all in the eternal mansion you now possess, But how soon, I say, to your ruin have you left the frail bark of your estate? Oh, that the words of my most faithful duty, delivered unto you when you first entered this solitary course, might have wrought as much persuasion in you as they sprang from truth in me. Perchance your servant Philanax should not now have had cause in your loss to bewail his own overthrow. And therewith, taking himself, Indeed, evil fitteth it me, saith he, to let go my heart to womanish complaints, since my prince being undoubtedly well, it rather shows love of myself which makes me bewail my own loss. No, the true love must be procured in the honour of your memory, and that must be showed with seeking just revenge upon your unjust and unnatural enemies. And far more honourable it will be for your tomb to have the blood of your murderers sprinkled upon it than the tears of your friends. And if your soul look down upon this miserable earth, I doubt not it had much rather your death were accompanied with well-deserved punishment of the causers of it, than with the heaping on it more sorrows with the end of them to whom you vouchsafed your affection. Let them lament that have woven this web of lamentation. Let their own deaths make them cry out of your death, that were the authors of it. Therewith, carrying manful sorrow and vindictive resolution in his face, he raised up, looking upon the poor guiltless princes, transported with an unjust justice, that his eyes were sufficient heralds for him to denounce a mortal hatred. She, whom furies of love, firebrands of her conscience, shame of the world, with the miserable loss of her husband, towards whom now the disdain of herself bred more love, with the remembrance of her vision, wherewith she resolved assuredly the gods had appointed that shameful end to be her resting place, had set her mind in no other way but to death, used such like speeches to Philanax as she had done before to the shepherds, willing him not to look upon her as a woman, but as a monster, not as a princess, but as a traitor to his prince, not as Basilius' wife, but as Basilius' murderer. She told him how the world required at his hands the just demonstration of his friendship. If he now forgot his prince, he should show he never loved but his fortune, but like the vermin which suck of the living blood, and leave the body so soon as it is dead. Poor princess, needlessly seeking to kindle him who did most deadly detest her, which he uttered in this bitter answer. Madam, said he, you do well to hate yourself, for you cannot hate a worse creature. And though we feel enough your hellish disposition, yet we need not doubt you are a counsel to yourself of much worse than we know. But now fear not, you shall not long be cumbered with being guided with so evil a soul. Therefore prepare yourself, that if it be possible, you may deliver up your spirit so much purer as you wash your wickedness with repentance. Then, having presently given order for the bringing from Mantinia a great number of tents for the receipt of the principal Arcadians, the manner of that country being that where the prince died there should be order taken for the country's government, and in the place any murder was committed, the judgment should be given there before the body were buried, both concurring in this matter, and already great part of the nobility being arrived, he delivered the Duchess to a gentleman of great trust. And as for Demetus, taking from him the keys of both the lodges, calling him the mote of the prince's estate, and only spot of his judgment, he caused him with his wife and daughter to be fetted up in as many chains and clogs as they could bear, and every third hour to be cruelly whipped, till the determined judgment should be given of all those matters. That done, having sent already at his first coming to all quarters of the country to seek Pamela, although with small hope of overtaking them, he himself went, well accompanied, to the lodge, where the two unfortunate lovers were attending a cruel conclusion of their long, painful, late pleasant affection. Demeter's clownish eyes having been only the discoverers of Pyrocles' stratagem, he had no sooner taken a full view of them, which in some sights would rather have anything but an accusing mind, and locked the door upon those two young folks, now made prisoners for love, as before they had been prisoners to love, but that immediately upon his going down, whether with noise that Demeter made, or with the creeping in of the light, or rather, as I think, that he had but little slept that night, so the sweet embracement he enjoyed gave his senses a very easy salve to come to themselves. But so it was that Pyrocles awaked, grudging in himself that sleep, though very short, had robbed him of any part of those his highest contentments, especially considering that he was then to prepare himself to return to the Duke's bed, and at his coming to set such a comical face of the matter as he should find, by the speeches of Basilius and Gynecia, should be most convenient. But being now fully awaked, he might hear a great noise under the lodge, which, as affection is full of doubts, made him leap out of his bed. Having first, with earnest kissing the peerless Philoclea, who then soundly sleeping was the natural image of exact beauty, received into his sense a full proportion of the greatest delight he could imagine under the moon. But looking up, the first evil handsel he had of the evil case wherein he was the seeing of himself deprived of his sword, from which he had never separated himself in any occasion, and even in that night, first by the Duke's bed, and then there he laid it, as he thought safe, putting great part of the trust of his well-doing in his own courage, so armed. For, indeed, the confidence in oneself is the chief nurse of true magnanimity, which confidence, notwithstanding, doth not leave the care of necessary furnitures for it. And therefore, of all the Grecians, Homer doth ever make Achilles the best armed. But that, I say, was his first ill token. But by and by he perceived he was a prisoner, before any arrest. For the door, which he had left open, was made so fast of the outside, that for all the force he could employ unto it, could not undo Demeter's doing. Then went he to the window, to see if that way there were any escape for him and his dear lady. But as vain he found all his employment there, not having might to break out but only one bar, wherein, notwithstanding, he strained his sinews to the uttermost, and that he rather took out to use for other services than for any possibility he found of escape. For even then it was that Demeter, having gathered together the first coming shepherds, did blabber out what he had seen in Philoclea's chamber. Pyrocles markingly hearkened to all that Demeter said, whose voice and mind acquaintance had taught him sufficiently to know. But when he assuredly perceived all his action with the lady Philoclea was fully discovered, remembering with all the cruelty of the Arcadian laws, which without exception did condemn all to death who were found in act of marriage without solemnity of marriage, assuring himself besides the law that the Duke and Duchess would use so much more hate against their daughter as they had found themselves soughted by him in the pursuit of their love. Lastly, seeing they were not only in the way of death, but fitly encaged for death, looking with a hearty grief upon the honour of love, the fellowless Philoclea, whose innocent soul, now enjoying his own goodness, did little know the danger of his ever fair then sleeping harbour. His excellent wit, strengthened with virtue, but guided by love, had soon described to himself a perfect vision of their present condition, wherein, having presently cast a resolute reckoning of his own part of the misery, not only the chief but sole burden of his anguish consisted in the unworthy case which was like to fall upon the best deserving Philoclea. He saw the misfortune, not the mismeaning of his work, was like to bring that creature to end, in whom the world, as he thought, did begin to receive honour. He saw the weak judgment of man would condemn that as a death-deserving vice in her, which had in truth never broken the bands of a true living virtue. And how often his eye turned to his attractive adamant, so often did an unspeakable horror strike his noble heart to consider so unripe years, so faultless a beauty, the mansion of so pure goodness, should have her youth so untimely cut off, her natural perfections unnaturally consumed, her virtue rewarded with shame. Sometimes he would accuse himself of negligence that had not more curiously looked to all the house entries, and yet could he not imagine the way Demetus was gotten in? And to call back what might have been, to a man of wisdom and courage, carries but a vain shadow of discourse. Sometimes he could not choose, but with the dissolution of his inward might, lamentably consider with what face he might look upon his till then joy, Philoclea, when the next light waking should deliver her, should perchance be the last of her hurtless life, and that the first time she should bend her excellent eyes upon him, she should see the accursed author of her dreadful end. And even this consideration, more than any other, did so settle itself in his well-disposed mind, that, dispersing his thoughts to all the ways that might be of her safety, finding a very small discourse in so narrow limits of time and place, at length, in many difficulties, he saw none bear any likelihood for her life but his death. For then he thought it would fall out, when they found his body dead, having no accuser but Demetus, as by his speech there were not, that then it might justly appear that either Philoclea, in defending her honour, or else he himself, in despair of achieving, had left his carcass proof of his fact, but witness of her clearness. Having a small while stayed upon the greatness of this resolution, and looked to the furthest of it, "Be it so," said the valiant Pericles. "Never life for better cause, nor to better end was bestowed. For if death be to follow this fact, which no death of mine shall ever make repent, who is to die so justly as myself? And if I must die, who can be so fit executors as mine own hands, which, as they were accessories to the fact, so in killing me they shall suffer their own punishment?" But then arose there a new impediment, for Demetus, having carried away anything which he thought might hurt as tender a man as himself, he could find no fit instrument which might give him a final dispatch. At length, making the more haste lest his lady should awake, taking the iron bar, which, being sharper something at one end than at the other, he hoped, joined to his willing strength, might break off the slender thread of mortality. "Truly," said he, "Fortune, thou hast well preserved mine enemy, that will grant me no fortune to be unfortunate, nor let me have an easy passage, now I am to trouble thee no more. But," said he, "O bar, blessed in that thou hast done service to the chamber of the paragon of life, since thou couldest not serve me to make a perfect escape, yet serve my turn, I pray thee, that I may escape from myself." Therewithal, yet once looking to fetch the last repast of his eyes, and new again transported with the pitiful case he left her in, kneeling down, he thus prayed unto Jupiter. "O great Maker and great Ruler of the world," said he, "to thee do I sacrifice this blood of mine, and suffer, O Jove, the errors of my youth to pass away therein, and let not the soul, by thee made, and ever bending unto thee, be ever rejected of thee, neither be offended that I do abandon this body to the government of which thou hadst placed me, without thy leave, since how can I know but that thy unsearchable mind is I should so do, since thou hast taken from me all mean longer to abide in it? And since the difference stands but in a short time of dying, thou that hast framed mine heart inclined to do good, how can I in this small space of mine benefit so much all the human kind, as in preserving thy perfectest workmanship, thy chiefest honour. O justice itself, howsoever thou determinest of me, let this excellent innocency not be oppressed. Let my life pay her loss. O Jove, give me some sign that I may die with this comfort. And pausing a little, as if he had hoped for some token, and whensoever to the eternal darkness of the earth she doth follow me, let our spirits possess one place, and let them be more happy in that uniting. With that, striking the bar upon his heart side with all the force he had, and falling withal upon, to give it the more thorougher passage, the bar in truth was too blunt to do the fact, although it pierced his skin and bruised his ribs very sore, so that his breath was almost past him. But the noise of the fall drave away sleep from the quiet senses of the dear Philoclea, whose sweet soul had an earthly salutation of a deadly spectacle unto her, with so much more astonishment as the falling asleep but a little before had left her in the uttermost point of contentment, and saw now before her eyes the most cruel enterprise that human nature can undertake, without discerning any cause thereof. But the lively print of her affection had soon taught her not to stay long upon deliberation in so urgent a necessity. Therefore, getting with speed her well-accorded limbs out of her sweetened bed, as when jewels are hastily pulled out of some rich coffer, she spared not the nakedness of her tender feet, but, I think, borne as fast with desire as fair carried Daphne, she came running to Pyrocles, and finding his spirits troubled with the fall, she put by the bar that lay close to him, and straining him in her most loving embracement, "My comfort, my joy, my life," said she, "what haste have you to kill your Philoclea with the most cruel torment that ever lady suffered? Do you not yet persuade yourself yet that any hurt of yours is death unto me, and that your death should be my hell? Alas, if any sudden mislike of me, for other cause I see none, have caused you to loathe yourself, if any fault or desert of mine hath bred this terriblest rage in you, rather let me suffer the bitterness of it, for so shall the deserver be punished, mankind preserved from such a ruin, and I for my part shall have that comfort that I die by the noblest hand that ever drew sword." Pyrocles, grieved with his fortune, that he had not in one instant cut off all such deliberation, thinking his life only reserved to be bound to be the unhappy news-teller, "Alas," said he, "my only star, why do you this wrong to God, yourself, and me, to speak of faults in you? No, no, most faultless, most perfect lady, it is your excellency that makes me hasten my desired end. It is the right I owe to the general nature that, though against private nature, makes me seek the preservation of all that she had done in this age. Let me die. There is no way to save your life most worthy to be conserved than that my death be your clearing." Then did he, with far more pain and backward loathness than the so near killing himself was, but yet driven with necessity to make her yield to that he thought was her safety, made her a short but pithy discourse what he had heard by Demeter's speeches, confirming the rest with a plain demonstration of their imprisonment. And then sought he new means of stopping his breath, but that by Philoclea's labour above her force he was stayed to hear her, in whom a man might perceive what small difference in the working there is betwixt the simple voidness of evil and a judicial habit of virtue. For she, not with an unshaked magnanimity wherewith Pyrocles weighed and despised death, but with an innocent guiltlessness, not knowing why she should fear to deliver her unstained soul to God, helped with the true loving of Pyrocles, which made her think no life without him, did almost bring her mind to as quiet attending all accidents as the unmastered virtue of Pyrocles. Yet having with a pretty paleness, which did leave milken lines upon her rosy cheeks, paid a little duty to human fear, taking the prince by the hand, and kissing the wound he had given himself. "Oh, the only life of my life, and if it fall out so, the comfort of my death," said she. "Far, far from you be the doing of me such wrong as to think I will receive my life as a purchase for your death. But well may you make my death so much more miserable, as it shall anything be delayed after mine only felicity. Do you think I can account of the moment of death like the unspeakable afflictions my soul should suffer, so oft as I call Pyrocles to my mind, which should be as oft as I breathed? Should these eyes guide my steps, that has seen your murder? Should these hands feed me, that had not hindered such a mischief? Should this heart remain within my every pant, to count the continual clock of my miseries? Oh no, if die we must, let us thank death he hath not denied us so true a union. And truly, my Pyrocles, I have heard my father and other wise men say, that the killing oneself is but a false colour of true courage, proceeding rather of fear of a further evil, either torment or shame. For if it were not respecting the harm that would likewise make him not respect what might be done unto him, and hope being of all other the most contrary thing to fear, this being an utter banishment of hope, it seems to receive his ground in fear. Whatsoever would they say comes out of despair cannot bear the title of valour, which should be lifted up to such a height that, holding all things under itself, it should be able to maintain his greatness even in the midst of his miseries. Lastly, they would say God had appointed us captains of these our bodily forts, which without treason to that majesty were never to be delivered over till they were redemanded. Pyrocles, who had that for a law unto him not to leave Philoclea in anything unsatisfied, although he still remained in his former purpose, and knew the time would grow short for it, yet, hearing no noise, the shepherds being as then run to Basilius, with settled and humbled countenance, as a man that should have spoken of a thing that did not concern himself, bearing even in his eyes sufficient shows that it was nothing but Philoclea's danger which did anything burden his heart, far stronger than fortune, having with vehement embracing of her got yet some fruit of his delayed end, he thus answered the wise innocency of Philoclea: "Lady, most worthy not only of life, but to be the very life of all things, the more notable demonstrations you make of the love so far beyond my deserts, with which it pleaseth you to overcome fortune in making me happy, the more am I, even in course of humanity, to leave that love's force, which I neither can nor will leave, bound to seek requitals. Witness that I am not ungrateful to do which the infiniteness of your goodness, being such as it cannot reach unto it, yet doing all I can, and paying my life, which is all I have, though it be far without measure short of your desert, yet shall I not die in debt to mine own duty. And truly, the more excellent arguments you made to keep me from this passage, imagined far more terrible than it is, the more plainly it makes me see what reason I have to prevent the loss not only Arcadia, but all the face of the earth should receive, if such a tree, which even in his first spring doth not only bear most beautiful blossoms, but most rare fruits, should be so untimely cut off. Therefore, O most truly beloved lady, to whom I desire, for both our goods, that these may be my last words, give me your consent, even out of that wisdom which must needs see that besides your unmatched betterness, which perchance you will not see, it is fitter one die than both. And since you have sufficiently showed you love me, let me claim by that love you will be content rather to let me die contented than wretchedly, rather with a clear and joyful conscience than with desperate condemnation, that I, accursed villain, should be the mean of banishing from the sight of men the true example of virtue. And because there is nothing left me to be imagined which I so much desire as that the memory of Pyrocles may even have an allowed place in your judgment, I am content to draw so much breath longer, as by answering the sweet objections you alleged, may bequeath, as I think, a right conceit unto you, that this my doing is out of judgment, and not sprung of passion. Your father, you say, was wont to say that this like action doth rather proceed of fear of further evil or shame than of a true courage. Truly, first they put a very guessing case, speaking of them who can never come after to tell with what mind they did it. And as for my part, I call the immortal truth to witness, that no fear of torment can appall me, who knows it is but divers manners of appariling death, and have learned long to set bodily pain but in the second form of my being. And as for shame, how can I be ashamed of that for which my well-meaning conscience will answer for me to God, and your unresistible beauty to the world? But to make that argument in his own force, and grant it done for the avoiding of a further pain or dishonour, for, as for the name of fear, it is but an odious title of a passion given to that which true judgment performeth, grant, I say, it is to shun a worse case. And truly I do not see but that true fortitude, looking into all human things with a persisting resolution, carried away neither with wonder of pleasing things, nor astonishment of unpleasing things, doth not yet deprive itself of the discerning the difference of evils, but rather is the only virtue which with an assured tranquillity shuns the greater by valiant entering into the less. Thus, for his country's safety he will spend his life. For the saving of a limb he will not niggardly spare his goods. For the saving of all his body he will not spare the cutting of a limb, where indeed the weak-hearted man will rather die than see the face of a surgeon, who might with as good reason say that the constant man abides the painful surgery for fear of a further evil, but he is content to wait for death itself. But neither is true, for neither hath the one any fear but a well-choosing judgment, nor the other hath any contentment but only fear. Not having a heart actively to perform a matter of pain, is forced passively to abide a greater damage. For to do requires a whole heart, to suffer falleth easiliest in the broken minds, and if in bodily torments, much more in shame, wherein, since valour is a virtue is ever limited, we must not run so infinitely as to think the valiant man is willingly to suffer anything, since the very suffering of some things is a certain proof of want of courage, and, if anything, among the chiefest may shame go, for if honour be to be held dear, his contrary is to be abhorred, and that not for fear, but of a true election, which is the less inconvenience, either the loss of some years more or less, for once we know our lives be not immortal, or the submitting ourselves to each unworthy misery which the foolish world may lay upon us. As for their reason that fear is contrary to hope, neither do I defend fear nor much yield to the authority of hope, to either of which great inclining shows but a feeble reason, which must be guided by his servants, and who builds not upon hope shall feel no earthquake of despair. Their last alleging of the heavenly powers, as it bears the greatest name, so is it the only thing that at all bred any combat in my mind. And yet I do not see but if that God have made us masters of anything, it is of our own lives, out of which, without doing wrong to anybody, we are to issue at our own pleasure. And the same argument would as much prevail to say we should for no necessity lay away from us any of our joints, since they being made of him, without his warrant we shall not depart from them. Or if that may be for a greater cause, we may pass to a greater degree, and if we be life-tenants to God in this little castle, Do you not think we must take warning of him, to give over our charge, when he leaves us unprovided of good minds to tarry in it? No, certainly do I not, answered the sorrowful Philoclea, since it is not for us to appoint that mighty majesty what time he will help us. The uttermost instant is scope enough for him to revoke everything to one's own desire. And therefore to prejudicate one's own determination is but a doubt of goodness in him, who is nothing but goodness. But when indeed he doth either by sickness or outward force lay death upon us, then are we to take knowledge that such is his pleasure, and to know that all is well that he doth. And that we should be masters of ourselves, we can show at all no title nor claim, since neither we made ourselves nor bought ourselves. We can stand upon no other right but his gift, which we must limit as it pleaseth him. Neither is there any proportion betwixt the loss of any other limb and that, since the one bends to the preserving all, the other to the destruction of all. The one takes not away the mind from the action for which it is placed in the world, the other cuts off all possibility of his working. And truly, my most dear Pyrocles, I must needs protest unto you that I cannot think your defence even in rule of virtue sufficient. Sufficient and excellent it were, if the question were not of two outward things, wherein a man might by nature's freedom determine whether he would prefer shame to pain present, smaller torment to greater following, or no. But to this, besides the comparisons of the matter's values, there is added of the one part a direct evil, doing which maketh the balance of that side too much unequal, since a virtuous man without any respect, whether the grief be less or more, is never to do that which he cannot assure himself is allowable before the ever-living rightfulness, but rather to think honours or shames, which stand in other men's true or false judgments, pains or not pains, which never approach our souls, to be nothing in regard to of an unspotted conscience. And these reasons do I remember I have heard good men bring in, that since it hath not his ground in an assured virtue, it proceeds rather of some other disguised passion. Pyrocles was not so much persuaded as delighted by her well-conceived and sweetly pronounced speeches. But when she had closed up her pitiful discourse, and as it were sealed up her delightful lips with the moistness of her tears, which followed still one another like a precious rope of pearl, now thinking it high time, "Be it as you say," said he, "most virtuous beauty, in all the rest, but never can God himself persuade me that Pyrocles' life is not well lost for to preserve the most admirable Philoclea. Let that be, if it be possible, written in my tomb, and I will not envy Codrus' honour." With that he would again have used the bar, meaning, if that failed, to leave his brains upon the wall, when Philoclea, now brought to that she most feared, kneeled down under him, and embracing so his legs, that without hurting her, which for nothing he would have done, he could not rid himself from her, she did with all the conjuring words which the authority of love may lay, beseech him he would not now so cruelly abandon her, he would not leave her comfortless in that misery to which he had brought her, that then indeed she would even in her soul accuse him to have most foully betrayed her, that then she should have cause to curse the time that ever the name of Pyrocles came to her ears, which otherwise no death could make her do. "Will you leave me," said she, "not only dishonoured as unchaste with you, but as a murderer of you? Will you give my eyes such a picture of hell before my near approaching death, as to see the murdered body of him I love more than all the lives that nature can give?" With that she sware by the highest cause of all devotions, that if he did persevere in that cruel resolution, she would not only confess to her father that with her consent this act had been committed, But if that would not serve, after she had pulled out her own eyes, made accursed by such a sight, she would give herself so terrible a death as she might think the pain of it would countervail the never-dying pain of her mind. Now, therefore, kill yourself, to make me, whom you say you love, as long as I after live you, change my loving admiration of you to a detestable abhorring of your name. And so, indeed, you shall have the end you shoot at, for instead of one death, you shall give me 1,000, and yet in the meantime deprive me of the help God may send me. Pyrocles, even overweighed with her so wisely uttered affection, finding her determination so fixed that his end should but deprive them both of a present contentment, and not avoid the coming evil, as a man that ran not into it by a sudden qualm, but by a true sense of reason, preferring her life to his own, now that wisdom did manifest unto him that way would not prevail, he retired himself with as much tranquillity from it as before he had run unto it, like a man that had set the keeping or leaving of the body as a thing without himself, and so thereof had a freed and untroubled consideration. Therefore, throwing away the bar from him, and taking her up from the place where he thought the consummating of all beauties very unworthily lay, suffering all his senses to devour up their chiefest food, which he assured himself they should shortly after for ever be deprived of, "Well," said he, "most dearly, lady, whose contentment I prefer before mine own, and judgment esteem more than mine own, I yield unto your pleasure. The gods send you have not won your own loss. For my part, they are my witnesses that I think I do more at your commandment in delaying my death than another would in bestowing his life. But now," said he, "as thus far I have yielded unto you, so grant me in recompense thus much again, that I may find your love in granting, as you have found your authority in obtaining. My humble suit is you will say I came in by force into your chamber, for so I am resolved to affirm, and that will be the best for us both, but in no case name my name, that, whatsoever become of me, my house be not dishonoured." Philoclea, fearing lest refusal would turn him back again to his violent refuge, gave him a certain countenance that might show she did yield to his request, the latter part whereof indeed she meant for his sake to perform, neither could they spend more words together. For Philanax, with 20 of the noblest personages of Arcadia after him, were come into the lodge, Philanax making the rest stay below. For the reverence he bare to womanhood, as sturdily as he could, came to the door, and, opening it, drew the eyes of those two doleful lovers upon him, Philoclea closing again for modesty's sake the riches of her beauties, but Pyrocles took hold of his bar, minding at least to die before the excellent Philoclea should receive any outrage. But Philanax rested a while upon himself, stricken with admiration at the excellent shape of Pyrocles, whom before he had never seen, and withal remembering the notable act he had done, when with his courage and eloquence he had saved Basilius, perchance the whole state, from utter ruin, he felt a kind of relenting towards him. But when the same thought came weighted on with the remembrance of his master's death, which he by all probabilities thought he had been of counsel unto with the Duchess, compassion turned into hateful passion, and left in Philanax a strange medley, betwixt pity and revenge, betwixt liking and abhorring. "O Lord," said he to himself, "what wonders doth nature in our time, to set wickedness so beautifully garnished, and that which is strangest, out of one spring to make wonderful effects, both of virtue and vice to issue." Pyrocles, seeing him in such a muse, neither knowing the man nor the cause of his coming, but assuring himself it was not for his good, yet thought best to begin with him in this sort. "Gentlemen," said he, "what is the cause of your coming to my lady Philoclea's chamber? Is it to defend her from such violence as I might go about to offer unto her? If it be so, truly your coming is in vain. For her own virtue hath been a sufficient resistance. There needs no strength to be added to so inviolate chastity. The excellency of her mind makes her body impugnable, which, for my own part, I had soon yielded to confess, by going out of this place, where I found but little comfort, being so disdainfully received, had I not been, I know not by whom, presently upon my coming hither, so locked into this chamber that I could never escape hence, where I was fettered in the most guilty shame that ever man was, seeing what a paradise of unspotted goodness my filthy thoughts sought to defile. If for that, therefore, you come, already, I assure you, your errand is performed. But if ye be to bring me to any punishment whatsoever for having undertaken so unexcusable presumption, truly I bear such an accuser about me of my own conscience, that I willingly submit myself unto it. Only thus much let me demand of you, that you will be a witness unto the Duke what you hear me say, and oppose yourself, that neither his sudden fury nor any other occasion may offer any hurt to this lady, in whom you see nature hath accomplished so much that I am fain to lay mine own faultiness as a foil of her purest excellency. I can say no more, but look upon her beauty, remember her blood, consider her years, and judge rightly of her virtues, and I doubt not the gentleman's mind will then be a sufficient instructor unto you in this, I may term it, miserable chance, happened unto her by my unbridled audacity. Philonex was content to hear him out, not for any favour he owed him, but to see whether he would reveal anything of the original cause and purpose of the Duke's death. But finding it so far from that he named Basilius unto him as supposing him alive, thinking it rather cunning than ignorance, "Young man," said he, "whom I have cause to hate before I have means to know, you use but a point of skill in confessing the manifest smaller fault, to be believed hereafter in the denial of the greater. But for that matter, all passeth to one end, and hereafter we shall have leisure to seek by torments the truth, if the love of truth itself will not bring you into it. As for my lady Philoclea, if it so fall out as you say, it shall be the more fit for her years, and comely for the great house she came of, that an ill-governed beauty hath not cancelled the rules of virtue. But howsoever it be, it is not for you to teach an Arcadian what reverent duty we owe to any of that progeny. But," said he, "come you with me without resistance, for the one cannot avail, and the other may procure pity." "Pity," said Pyrocles, with a bitter smiling, disdained with so currish an answer. "No, no, Arcadian, I can quickly have pity of myself, and I would think my life most miserable which should be a gift of thine. Only I demand this innocent lady's security, which, until thou hast confirmed unto me by an oath, assure thyself the first that lays hands on her shall leave his life for a testimony of his sacrilege." Philonex, with an inward scorn, thinking it most manifest they were both, he at least, counsel of the Duke's death, "Well," said he, "you speak much to me of the Duke. I do here swear unto you by the love I have ever borne him, she shall have no worse, howsoever it fall out, than her own parents." "And upon that word of yours I yield," said the poor Pyrocles, deceived by him that meant not to deceive him. Then did Philonex send for apparel for him, and having arrayed him, delivered him into the hands of a nobleman of the company, every one desirous to have him in his charge, so much did his goodly presence, in whom true valour shined, bred a delightful admiration in all the beholders. Philonex himself stayed with Philoclea, to see whether of her he might learn any disclosing of this former confusion. But she, sweet lady, whom first a kindly shamefastness had separated from Pyrocles, they being both left in a more open view than her modesty would well bear, Then the attending her father's coming, and studying how to behave herself towards him, for both their safeties, had called her spirits unto her, now that Pyrocles upon a sudden was delivered out of the chamber from her. At the first she was so surprised with the extreme strokes of the woeful sight, that, like those that in their dream are taken with some ugly vision, they would fain cry for help, but have no force, so remained a while quite deprived not only of speech, but almost of every other lively action. But when indeed Pyrocles was quite drawn from her eyes, and that her vital strength began to return unto her, now, not knowing what they did unto Pyrocles, but according to the nature of love, fearing the worst, wringing her hands, and letting abundance of tears be the first part of her eloquence, bending her amber-crowned head over her bedside to the hard-hearted Philanax. "O Philanax, Philanax," said she, "I know how much authority you have with my father. There is no man whose wisdom he so much esteems, nor whose faith he so much reposeth upon. Remember how oft you have promised your service unto me, how often you have given me occasion to believe there was no lady in whose favour you desired more to remain. Now my chance is turned. Let not your troth turn. I present myself unto you the most miserable and humble suppliant living. Neither shall my desire be great. I seek for no more life than I shall be thought worthy of. If my blood may wash away the dishonour of Arcadia, spare it not, although through me it hath never been willingly dishonoured. My only suit is you will be a mean for me, that while I am suffered to enjoy this life, I may not be separated from him to whom the gods have joined me, and that you determine nothing more cruelly of him than you do of me. And if you rightly judge of our virtuous marriage, whereto our innocences were the solemnities, and the gods themselves the witnesses, then procure we may live together. But if my father will not so conceive of us, as the fault, if any were, was united, so let the punishment be united also. There was no man that ever loved his prince, or anything pertaining unto him, with a truer heart than Philanax did. This made even to the depth of his heart receive a most vehement grief to see his master made, as it were, more miserable after death. And for himself there was nothing could have kept him from falling to all tender pity, but the perfect persuasion he had that all this was joined to the pack of his master's death, which the speech of marriage made him the more believe. Therefore, muttering to himself such like words, the violence the gentleman spake of is now turned to marriage. He alleged Mars, but she spake of Venus. Oh, unfortunate master, this hath been that fair devil Ganesha hath sent away one of her daughters prostituted, the other empoisoned thee to overthrow the diadem of Arcadia. But at length, thus to herself, he said, If your father, madam, were now to speak unto, truly there should nobody be found a more ready advocate for you than myself. For I would suffer this fault, though very great, to be blotted out of my mind by your former led life, and being daughter to such a father. But since among yourselves you have taken him away, in whom was the only power to have mercy, you must now be clothed in your own working, and look for no other than that which dead, pitiless laws may allot unto you. For my part, I loved you for your virtue. But now, where is that I loved you for? Your father? Unhappy folks, you have robbed the world of him. These words of her father were so little understood of the only well-understanding Philoclea, that she desired him to tell her what he meant to speak in such dark sort unto her of her lord and father, whose displeasure was more dreadful unto her than her punishment, that she was free in her own conscience she had never deserved evil of him, but in this last fact, wherein, notwithstanding, if it pleased him to proceed with patience, he should find her choice had not been unfortunate. He that saw her words written in the plain table of her fair face thought it impossible there should be therein contained deceit, and therefore so much the more abashed. "Why," said he, "madam, would you have me think that you are not of conspiracy with Princess Pamela's flight and your father's death?" With that word the sweet lady gave a pitiful cry, having straight in her face and breast abundance of witnesses that her heart was far from any such abominable consent. "Ah, of all sides utterly ruined Philoclea," said she. "Now indeed I may suffer all consent of hope to die in me. Dear father, where was I that might not do you my last service before? Soon after, miserably following you." Philanax perceived the demonstration so lively and true in her that he easily acquitted her in his heart of that fact, and the more was moved to join with her in most hearty lamentation. But remembering him that the burden of the state and punishment of his master's murders lay all upon him, "Well," said he, "madam, I can do nothing without all the states of Arcadia. What they will determine of you I know not. For my part, your speeches would much prevail with me, but that I find not how to excuse your giving over your body to him that, for the last proof of his treason, lent his garments to disguise your miserable mother in the most vile fact she hath committed. Hard surely it will be to separate your causes with whom you have so nearly joined yourself." "Neither do I desire it," said the sweetly weeping Philoclea. "Whatsoever you do determine of him, do that likewise to me, for I know from the fountain of virtue nothing but virtue could ever proceed." Philanax, feeling his heart more and more mollifying to her, renewed the image of his dead master in his fancy, and using that for the spurs of his revengeful choler, went suddenly without any speech from the desolate lady, to whom now fortune seemed to threaten unripe death, and undeserved shame among her least evils. But Philanax, leaving good guard upon the lodge, went himself to see the order of his other prisoners, whom even then as he issued he found increased with unhoped means, the order of which shall be from the beginning thereof declared. End of section 17. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 18 of The Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4 concluded. Long methinks it is since anything hath been spoken of the noble Prince Musidorus, especially having been left in so impatient a case as he should hardly brook a tedious respite. But so sovereign a possession the charming Philoclea had stolen into, that her eldest sister was almost forgotten, who, having delivered over the burden of her fearful cares to the natural ease of a well-refreshing sleep, reposing both her body and mind upon the trusted support of her princely shepherd, was with the braying cries of a rascal company robbed of her quiet, at what time she was in a shrewd likelihood to have had great part of her trust in Musidorus deceived, and found herself robbed of that she had laid in store as her dearest jewel. So did her own beauties enforce a force against herself. But a great peril preserved her from the less, and the coming of her enemies defended her from the violence of a friend, so that she at one instant opened her eyes, which in so double a danger had great need to look to themselves, and the every way enraged Musidorus raised from her enraged, betwixt the repentant shame of his promise-breaking attempt and the tyrannical fire of lust, which, having already caught hold of so sweet and fit a fuel, was past the calling back of reason's counsel, and now, betwixt the doubt he had what these men would go about, and the spite he conceived against their cumbersome presence. But the clowns, having with their hideous noise brought them both to their feet, had soon knowledge what guests they had found, for indeed these were the stormy remnants of those Fagonian rebels, whose naughty minds could not trust so much to the goodness of their prince as to lay their hangworthy necks upon the constancy of his promised pardon. Therefore, when the rest, who as sheep had but followed their fellows, so sheepishly had submitted themselves, these only committed their safety to the thickest part of the desert woods, who, as they were in the constitution of their minds little better than beasts, so were they apt to degenerate to a beastly kind, having these few days already framed their gluttonish stomachs to have for food the wild benefits of nature, the uttermost end they had being but to draw out as much as they could the line of a tedious life. In this sort, vagabonding in those untrodden places, they were guided by the everlasting justice to be chastisers of Musidorus' broken vow, whom, as soon as they saw turned towards them, they full well remembered it was he, accompanied with some other honest shepherds, had come to the succour of Cleophila, and had left among some of them bloody tokens of his valour. As for Pamela, they had many times seen her. Thus, first stirred up with a rustical revenge against him, and then desire of spoil, to help their miserable wants, but chiefly thinking it was the way to confirm their own pardon, to bring the princess back again unto her own father, whom they were sure he would not have sent so far slightly accompanied. They did, without any other denouncing of war, set all together upon the worthy Musidorus, who, being beforehand as much inflamed against them for the interrupting his vehement pursuit, gave them so brave a welcome that the smart of some made the rest stand farther off, crying and prating against him, but like bad curs, rather barking than closing. He, in the meantime, placing his trembling lady to one of the fair pine trees, and so setting himself before her, as might show the cause of his courage grew in himself, but the effect was only employed in her defence. The villains, that now had a second proof how ill wards they had for such a sword, turned all their violence into throwing darts and stones, indeed the only way to overmaster the valour of Musidorus, who, finding some already touch, some fall so near his chiefest lady Pamela, that in the end some other might hap to do an incurable mischief, setting all his hope in despair, ran out from his lady among them, who straight, like so many swine, when a hardy mastiff sets upon them, dispersed themselves. But the first he overtook, as he ran, carrying his head as far before him as those manner of runnings are wont to do, with one blow strake it clear off, that it falling between the hands of the body, and the body falling upon it, it made a show as though the fellow had had great haste to gather up his head again. Another, the speed he made to run for the best game, bare him full butt against a tree, so that, tumbling back with a bruised face and a dreadful expectation, Musidorus was straight upon him, and parting with his sword one of his legs from him, left him to make a roaring lamentation that his mortar treading was marred for ever. A third, finding his feet too slow, as well as his hands too weak, suddenly turned back, beginning to open his lips for mercy. But before he had entered a rudely compiled oration, Musidorus' blade was come betwixt his jaws into his throat, and so the poor man rested there for ever, with a very ill mouthful of an answer. Musidorus, in this furious chafe, would have followed some other of those hateful wretches, but that he heard his lady cry for help, whom 3 of that villainous crew had, whilst Musidorus followed their fellows, compassing about some trees, suddenly come upon and surprised, threatening to kill her if she cried, and meaning to convey her out of sight while the prince was making his bloodthirsty chase. But she that was resolved no worse thing could befall her than the being deprived of him on whom she had established all her comfort, with a pitiful cry fetched his eyes unto her, who then, thinking so many weapons thrust into his eyes, as with his eyes he saw bent against her, made all hearty speed to succour her. But one of them, wiser than his companions, set his dagger to her alabaster throat, swearing if he threw not away his sword, he would presently kill her. There was never poor scholar that, having instead of his book some playing toy about him, did more suddenly cast it from him, as the child feared the presence of a cruel schoolmaster, than the valorous Musidorus discharged himself of his only defence, when he saw it stood upon the instant point of his lady's life. And holding up his noble hands to so unworthy audience, O Arcadians, it is I that have done you the wrong. She is your princess, said he. She never had will to hurt you, and you see she hath no power. Use your choler upon me, that have better deserved it. Do not yourselves the wrong to do her any hurt, which in no time or place will ever be forgiven you. They that yet trusted to his courtesy bade him stand further off from his sword, which he obediently did. So far was love above all other thoughts in him. Then did they call together the rest of their fellows, who, though they were few, yet, according to their number, possessed many places, and then began those savage senators to make a consultation what they should do, some wishing to spoil them of their jewels, and let them go on their journey, for that if they carried them back, they were sure they should have least part of the prey, others, preferring their own homes to anything, desiring to bring them to Basilius as pledges of their surety, and there wanted not which cried the safest way was to kill them both. To such an unworthy thraldom were these great and excellent personages brought, that the most part resisted to the killing of the princess, foreseeing their lives could never be safe after such a fact committed, and began to wish rather the spoil than death of Musidorus. When the villain that had his leg cut off came scrawling towards them, and being helped to them by one of the company, began with a groaning voice and with a disfigured face to demand the revenge of his blood, which, since he had spent with them in their defence, it were no reason he should be suffered by them to die discontented. The only contentment he required was that by their help, with his own hands, he might put his murderer to some cruel death. He would fain have cried more against Musidorus, but that much loss of blood, helped on which with this vehemency, choked up the spirits of his life, leaving him to make betwixt his body and his soul an evil-favoured partition. But they, seeing their fellow in that sort die before their faces, did swell in new mortal rages, all resolved to kill him, but now only considering what manner of terrible death they should invent for him. Thus was a while the agreement of his slaying broken by the disagreement of the manner of it, and extremity of cruelty for a time grew to be the stop of cruelty. At length they were resolved every one to have a piece of him, and to become all as well hangmen as judges, when Pamela, tearing her hair and falling down among them, sometimes with all the sort of humble prayers mixed with promises of great good turns, which they knew her state was able to perform, sometime threatening them that if they killed him and not her, she would not only revenge it upon them, but upon all their wives and children, bidding them consider that though they might think she was come away in her father's displeasure, yet they might be sure he would ever show himself a father, that the gods would never, if she lived, put her in so base a state, but that she should ever have ability to plague such as they were, returning afresh to prayers and promises, and mixing the same again with threatenings, brought them, who were now grown colder in their fellow's cause, who was past aggravating the matter with his cries, to determine with themselves there was no way but either to kill them both or save them both. As for the killing, already they having answered themselves that that was a way to make them citizens of the woods for ever, they did in fine conclude they would return them back again to the Duke, which they did not doubt would be a cause of a great reward, besides their safety from their fore-deserved punishment. Thus having, either by fortune or the force of these two lovers' inward-working virtue, settled their cruel hearts to this gentler course, they took their 2 horses, and having set upon them their princely prisoners, they returned towards the lodge. The villains, having decked all their heads with laurel branches, as thinking they had done a notable act, singing and shouting, ran by them in hope to have brought them the same day to the Duke. But the time was so far spent that they were forced to take up that night's lodging in the midst of the woods, where, while the clowns continued their watch about them, now that the night, according to his dark nature, did add a kind of desolation to the pensive hearts of the two afflicted lovers, it is said that Musidorus, taking the tender hand of Pamela, and bedewing it with his tears, in this sort gave an issue to the swelling of his heart's grief. "Most excellent lady," said he, "in what case think you I am with myself? How unmerciful judgments do I lay upon my soul, now that I know not what God hath reserved my well-meaning enterprise, as instead of doing you that honour which I hoped, and not without reason I hoped, Thessalia should have yielded unto you, am now like to become a wretched instrument of your discomfort. Alas, how contrary an end have all the inclinations of my mind taken! My faith falls out at treason unto you, and the true honour I bear you is the field wherein your dishonour is like to be sown. But I invoke that universal and only wisdom, which, examining the depth of hearts, hath not his judgment fixed upon the event, to bear testimony with me that my desire, though in extremest vehemency, yet did not so overgo my remembrance, but that as far as man's wit might be extended, I sought to prevent all things that might faulty or hurt. But now that all evil fortune have crossed my best framed intent, I am most miserable in that I cannot only not give you help, but, which is worst of all, am barred from giving you counsel. For how should I open my mouth to counsel you in that wherein you are by my counsel most unworthily fallen?" The fair and wise Pamela, although full of cares of the unhappy turning of his matter, yet seeing the grief of Musidorus, only stirred for her, did so tread down all other motions with the true force of virtue, that she thus answered him, having first kissed him, which before she had never done, either love so commanding her, which doubted how long they should enjoy one another, or of a lively spark of nobleness to descend in most favour when he is lowest in affliction. "My dear and ever dear Musidorus," said she, "a great wrong you do to yourself that will torment you thus with grief for the fault of fortune, since a man is bound no further to himself than to do wisely. The chance is only to trouble them that stand upon chance, but greater is the wrong, at least if anything comes from you may bear the name of wrong, you do unto me, to think me either so childish as not to perceive your faithful faultlessness, or, perceiving it, so basely disposed as to let my heart be overthrown, standing upon itself in so unspotted a pureness. Hold for certain, most worthy Musidorus, it is yourself I love, which can no more be diminished by these flowers of evil hap than flowers are marred with the timely rains of April. For how can I want comfort that have the true and living comfort of my unblemished virtue? And how can I want honour, as long as Musidorus, in whom indeed honour is, doth honour me? Nothing's bred for myself can discomfort me, and fools' opinions I will not reckon as dishonour." Musidorus, looking up to the stars, "O mind of minds," said he, "the living power of all things, which dost with all those eyes behold our ever-varying actions, accept into thy favourable ears this prayer of mine. If I may any longer hold out this dwelling on the earth, which is called a life, grant me ability to deserve at this lady's hands the grace she hath showed unto me. Grant me wisdom to know her wisdom and goodness, so to increase my love of her goodness, that all mine own chosen desires be to myself, but second to her determination, whatsoever I be, let it be to her service. Let me herein be satisfied, that for such infinite favours of virtue I have some way wrought her satisfaction. But if my last time approacheth, and that I am no longer to be among mortal creatures, make yet my death serve her to some purpose, that hereafter she may not have cause to repent herself that she bestowed so excellent a mind upon Musidorus. Pamela could not choose but accord the conceit of their fortune to these passionate prayers, insomuch that her constant eyes yielded some tears, which, wiping from her fair face with Musidorus' hand, speaking softly unto him, as if she had feared more that anybody should be a witness of her weakness than of anything else she had said, "You see," said she, "my prince and only lord, what you work in me, by your too much grieving for me. I pray you think I have no joy but in you, and if you fill that with sorrow, what do you for me? What is prepared for us we know not, but what with sorrow we can prevent it, we know. Now let us turn from these things, and think you how you will have me behave myself towards you in this matter." Musidorus, finding the authority of her speech confirmed with direct necessity, the first care came into his mind was of his dear friend and cousin, the Prince Pyrocles, with whom at his parting he had concluded what names they should bear, if upon any occasion they were forced to give themselves out for great men, and yet not make themselves fully known. Now, fearing lest if the princess should name him for Musidorus, the fame of their two being together would discover Pyrocles, holding her hand betwixt his hands a good while together, "I did not think, most excellent princess," said he, "to have made any further request unto you, for having been already to you so unfortunate a suitor, I know not what modesty can bear any further demand. But the estate of one young man whom, next to you, far before myself, I love more than all the world, one both worthy of all well-being for the noble constitution of his mind, and most unworthy to receive hurt by me, whom he doth in all faith and constancy love, the pity of him only goes beyond all resolution to the contrary." Then did he, to the princess' great admiration, tell her the whole story as far as he knew of it, and that when they made the grievous disjunction of their long company, they had concluded Musidorus should entitle himself Palladius, Prince of Caria, and Pyrocles should be Timophorus of Lycia. "Now," said Musidorus, "he, keeping a woman's habit, is to use none other name than Cleophila. But I, that find it best of the one side for your honour it be known you went away with the prince, and not with the shepherd, of the other side, accounting any death less evil than the betraying that sweet friend of mine, will take this mean betwixt both, and using the name of Palladius, if the respect of a prince will stop your father's fury, that will serve as well as Musidorus, until, Pyrocles' fortune being some way established, I may freely give good proofs that the noble country of Thessalia is mine. And if that will not mitigate your father's opinion to mewards, nature, I hope, working in your excellencies, will make him deal well by you. For my part, the image of death is nothing fearful unto me, and this good I shall have reaped by it, that I leave my most esteemed friend in no danger to be disclosed by me. And besides, since I must confess I am not without a remorse of her case, my virtuous mother shall not know her son's violent death, hid under the fame will go of Palladius. But as long as her years, now of good number, be counted among the living, she may joy herself with some possibility of my return." Pamela, promising him upon no occasion ever to name him, fell into extremity of weeping, as if her eyes had been content to spend all their seeing moistness. Now that there was speech of the loss of that which they held for their chiefest light, so that Musidorus was forced to repay her counsels with sweet consolations, which continued betwixt them until it was about midnight, that their thoughts, even weary of their own burdens, fell into a straying kind of uncertainty, and the mind, standing only upon the nature of their inward intelligences, left their bodies to give a sleeping respite to their vital spirits, which they, according to the quality of sorrow, received with greater greediness than ever in their lives before. According to the nature of sorrow, I say, that which is past cares. Remedy for care, stirring the brain, and making thine the spirits, breaketh rest. But those griefs wherein one is determined there is no preventing, do breed a dull heaviness, which easily clothes itself in sleep, as it fell out in these persons who delicately wound up one in another's arms, laid a plot in the picture of death. How gladly, if death came, their souls would go together. But as soon as morning appeared to play her part, which, as you have heard, was laden with so many well-occasioned lamentations, their lovish guard, who had all night kept themselves awake with prating how valiant acts they had done when they ran away, and how fair a death their fellow died, who at his last gasp sued to be a hangman, awaked them and set them upon their horses, to whom the very shining sort of excellent virtue, though in a very harish subject, had wrought a kind of reverence in them. Musidorus, as he rid among them, of whom they had no other hold but the hold of Pamela, thinking it want of a well-squared judgment to leave any mean unassayed of saving lives, to this purpose spake to his unseemly guardians, using a plain kind of phrase, to make his speech the more credible. My masters, said he, there is no man that is wise but hath, in whatsoever he doth, some purpose whereto he directeth his doing, which so long he follows till he see that either that purpose is not worth the pains, or that another doing carries with it a better purpose. That you are wise in what you take in hand, I have to my cost learned. That makes me desire you to tell me what is the end in carrying the princess and me back again to her father. Pardon, cried one. Reward, cried another. Well, said he, take both, although I know you are wise to remember that hardly they both together, being of so contrary a making, for the ground of pardon is an evil, neither any man pardons but remembers an evil done. The cause of reward is the opinion of some good act, and whoso rewardeth, that holds the chief place of his fancy. Now, one man of one company to have the same consideration both of good and evil, but that the concept of pardoning, if it be pardoned, will take away the mind of rewarding, is very hard, if not impossible. For either, even in justice, he will punish the fault as well as reward the desert, or else in mercy balance the one with the other, so that the not chastising shall be a sufficient satisfying. Thus then you may see that in your own purpose rests a great uncertainty, but I will grant that by this your deed you shall obtain your double purpose. Yet consider, I pray you, whether by another mean that may not better be obtained, and then I doubt not your wisdoms will teach you to take hold of the better. I am sure you know anybody were better have no need of a pardon than enjoy a pardon, for as it carries with it the surety of a preserved life, so bears it a continual note of a deserved death. This, therefore, besides the danger you may run into, my Lady Pamela being the undoubted inheritrix of this state, if she shall seek to revenge your wrong done unto her, shall be continually cast in your teeth as dead men by the law. The honester sort will disdain your company, and your children shall be the more basely reputed of, and yourselves in every slight fault hereafter, as men once condemned, aptest to be overthrown. Now, if you will, as I doubt not you will, for you are wise, turn your course, and guard my Lady Pamela thitherward whither she was going, first, you need not doubt to adventure your fortunes whither she goes, and there you shall be assured, in a country as good and rich as this is, of the same manners and language, to be so far from the conceit of a pardon, as we both shall be forced to acknowledge we have received by your means whatsoever we hold dear in this life. And so, for reward, judge you, whether it be not more likely you shall there receive it, where you have done no evil, but singular and undeserved goodness, or here, where this service of yours shall be diminished by your duty, and blemished by your former fault. Yes, I protest and swear to you by the fair eyes of that lady, there shall no gentleman in all that country be preferred. You shall have riches, pleasure, ease, and that which is best to such worthy minds, you shall not be forced to cry mercy for a good fact. You only of all the Arcadians shall have the praise in continuing your late valiant attempt. These words in their minds, who did nothing for any love of goodness, but only as their senses presented greater shows of profit, began to make them waver, and some to clap their hands and stretch their heads, and swear it was the best way. Others, that would seem wiser than the rest, to capitulate what tenements they should have, what subsidies they should pay, others to talk of their wives, in doubt whether it were best to send for them, or take new where they went. Most like fools, not thinking readily what was next to be done, but imagining what they would make when they came there. One or two only of the least discoursers beginning to turn their faces towards the woods which they had left, and coming within the plain near to the lodges, when unhappily they espied a troop of horsemen. But then their false hearts had quickly, for the present fear, forsaken their last hopes, and therefore, keeping on their way towards the lodge with songs and cries of joy, these horsemen, who were some of them Philanax had sent out to search for Pamela, came galloping unto them, marvelling who they were that in such a general mourning durst sing joyful tunes, and in so public a ruin wear the laurel tokens of victory, and that which seemed strangest, they might see two among them unarmed, like prisoners, but riding like captains. But when they came nearer, they perceived the one was a lady, and the Lady Pamela. Then, glad they had by hap found that which they so little hoped to meet withal, taking these clowns, who first resisted them for the desire they had to be the deliverers of the two excellent prisoners, learning that they were of the Phagonians, which had made the dangerous uproar, as well under colour to punish that, as this their last withstanding them, but indeed their principal cause being because they themselves would have the only praise of their own quest, they suffered not one of them to live. Marry, 3 of the stubbornest of them they left their bodies hanging upon the trees, because their doing might carry the likelier form of judgment. Such an unlooked-for end did the life of justice work for the naughty wretches by subjects to be executed that would have executed princes, and to suffer that without a law, which by law they had deserved. And thus these young folks, twice prisoners before any due arrest, delivered of their jailers, but not of their jail, had rather change than respite of misery. These soldiers that took them, with very few words of entertainment, hasting to carry them to their lord Philanax, to whom they came, even as he, going out of the Lady Philoclea's chamber, had overtaken Pyrocles, whom before he had delivered to the custody of a nobleman of the country. When Pyrocles, led towards his prison, saw his friend Musidorus with the noble Lady Pamela in that unexpected sort returned, his grief, if any grief were in a mind which had placed everything according to his natural worth, was very much augmented. For besides some small hope he had, if Musidorus had once been clear of Arcadia, by his dealing and authority to have brought his only gladsome desires to good issue, the hard estate of his friend did no less, rather more, vex him than his own. For so indeed it is ever found where valour and friendship are perfectly coupled in one heart, the reason being that the resolute man, having once digested in his judgment the worst extremity of his own case, and having either quite repelled or at least excelled all passion which ordinarily followeth an overthrown fortune, not knowing his friend's mind so well as his own, not without patience he brooks his case, which is as it were the material cause of making a man happy or unhappy, doubts whether his friend accounts not himself more miserable, and so indeed be more lamentable. But as soon as Musidorus was brought by the soldiers near unto Philanax, Pyrocles, not knowing whether ever after he should be suffered to see his friend, and determining there could be no advantage by dissembling a not knowing of him, leapt suddenly from their hands that held him, and passing with a strength strengthened with a true affection thorough them that encompassed Musidorus, he embraced him as fast as he could in his arms, and kissing his cheeks, "O my Palladius," said he, "let not our virtue now abandon us. Let us prove our minds are no slave to fortune, but in adversity can triumph over adversity." "Dear Timophorus," answered Musidorus, seeing by his apparel his being a man was revealed, "I thank you for this best care of my best part, but fear not, I have kept too long company with you to want now a thorough determination of these things. I well know there is nothing evil but within us. The rest is either natural or accidental." Philanax, finding them of so near acquaintance, began presently to examine them apart, but such resolution he met within them, that no such means he could learn further than it pleased them to deliver, so that he thought best to put them both in one place, with espial of their words and behaviour, that way to sift out the more of the forepast mischiefs, and for that purpose gave them both unto the noble man who before had the custody of Pyrocles, by name Sympatus, leaving a trusty servant of his own to give diligent watch to what might pass betwixt them. No man that had ever passed through the school of affection needs doubt what a tormenting grief it was to the noble Pamela to have the company of him taken from her to whose virtuous company she had bound her life. But, weighing with herself, it was fit for her honour, till her doing were clearly manifested, that they should remain separate, kept down the rising tokens of her grief, showing passion in nothing but her eyes, which accompanied Musidorus even unto the tent whither he and Pyrocles were led. Then, with a countenance more princely than she was wont, according to the wont of highest hearts, like the palm tree, striving most upward when he is most burdened, she commanded Philanax to bring her to her father and her mother, that she might render them account of her doings. Philanax, showing a sullen kind of reverence unto her, as a man that honoured her as his master's heir, but much misliked her for her, in his conceit, dishonourable proceedings, told her what was past, rather to answer her than that he thought she was ignorant of it. But her good spirit did presently suffer a true compassionate affliction of those hard adventures, which, with crossing her arms, looking a great while on the ground, with those eyes which let fall many tears, she well declared. But in the end, remembering how necessary it was for her not to lose herself in such an extremity, she strengthened her well-created heart, and stoutly demanded Philanax what authority then they had to lay hands of her person, who, being the undoubted heir, was then the lawful princess of that dukedom. Philanax answered, her grace knew the ancient laws of Arcadia. There she was to have no sway of government till she came to 21 years of age, or were married. And married I am, replied the wise princess. Therefore I demand your due allegiance. The gods forbid, said Philanax, Arcadia should be a dowry of such marriages. Besides, he told her all the states of her country were evil satisfied touching her father's death, which likewise, according to the statutes of Arcadia, was even that day to be judged of, before the body were removed to receive his princely funerals. After that passed, she should have such obedience as by the laws was due unto her. Desiring God, she would show herself better in public government than she had done in private. She would have spoken to the gentleman, but Philanax, fearing lest thereby some commotion might arise, or at least a hindrance of executing his master's murderers, which he longed more after than anything, hasted her up to the lodge where her sister was, and there, with a chosen company of soldiers to guard the place, left her with Philoclea, Pamela protesting they laid violent hands upon her, and that they entered into rebellious attempts against her. But high time it was for Philanax so to do, for already was the whole multitude fallen into confused and dangerous demissions, which was a notable example how great dissipations monarchical governments are subject unto. For now their prince and guide had left them, they had not experience to rule, and had not whom to obey. Public matters had ever been privately governed, so that they had no lively taste what was good for themselves, but everything was either vehemently desirable or extremely terrible. Neighbours' invasions, civil dissension, cruelty of the coming prince, and whatsoever in common sense carries a dreadful show, was in all men's heads, but in few how to prevent. Hearkening on every rumour, suspecting everything, condemning them whom before they had honoured, making strange and impossible tales of the Duke's death, while they thought themselves in danger, wishing nothing but safety, as soon as persuasion of safety took them, desiring further benefits as amendment of forepast faults, which faults, notwithstanding, none could tell either the ground or effects of, all agreeing in the universal names of liking or misliking, but of what, in especial points, infinitely disagreeing. Altogether like a falling steeple, the parts whereof, as windows, stones, and pinnacles, were well, but the whole mass ruinous. And this was the general case of all, wherein, notwithstanding, was an extreme medley of diverse thoughts. The great men, looking to make themselves strong by factions, the gentlemen, some bending to them, some standing upon themselves, some desirous to overthrow those few which were over them, the soldiers desirous of troubles as the nurse of spoil, and not much unlike them, though in another way, were all the needy sort, the rich fearful, the wise careful. This composition of conceits brought forth a dangerous tumult, which yet would have been more dangerous, but that it had so many parts that nobody well knew against whom to oppose themselves. For some there were that cried to have the state altered, and governed no more by a prince. Marry, in the alteration, many would have the Lacedaemonian government of few chosen senators. Others the Athenian, where the people's voice held the chief authority, but these were rather the discoursing sort of men than the active, being a matter more in imagination than practice. But they that went near to the present case, as in a country that knew no government without a prince, were they that strave whom they should make, whereof a great number there were that would have the Princess Pamela presently to enjoy it, some disdaining that she had, as it were, abandoned her own country, inclining more to Philoclea. And there wanted not which wished Ganesha were delivered and made regent till Pamela were worthily married. But great multitudes there were which, having been acquainted with the just government of Philanax, went to establish him as lieutenant of the state, and these were the most popular sort, who judged by the commodities they felt. But the principal men in honour and might, who had long before envied his greatness with Basilius, did much more spurn against any such preferment of him. For yet before their envy had some kind of breathing out of his rancour by laying his greatness as a fault to the prince's judgment, who showed in Demetus he might easily be deceived in men's value. But now, if the prince's choice by so many mouths should be confirmed, what could they object to so rightly esteemed an excellency? They therefore were disposed sooner to yield to anything than to his raising, and were content to cross Philanax, to stop those actions which otherwise they could not. But think, good Philanax himself as much hindered by those that did immoderately honour him, which brought both more envy and suspicion upon him, as by them that did manifestly resist him, but standing only upon a constant desire of justice and a clear conscience, went forward stoutly in the action of his master's revenge, which he thought himself particularly bound to. For the rest, as the ordering of the government, he accounted himself but as one, wherein, notwithstanding, he would employ all his loyal endeavour. But among all the noblemen, he that most set himself against him was named Timantus, a man of middle age, but of extreme ambition, as one that had placed his uttermost good in greatness, thinking small difference by what means he came by it, of commendable wit, if he had not made it a servant to unbridled desires, cunning to creep into men's favour, which he prized only as they were serviceable unto him. He had been brought up in some soldiery, which he knew how to set out with more than deserved ostentation, servile, though envious, to his betters, and no less tyrannically minded to them he had advantage of, counted revengeful, but indeed measuring both revenge and reward as the party might either help or hurt him, rather shameless than bold, and yet more bold in practices than in personal adventures. In sum, a man that could be as evil as he listed, and listed as much as any advantage might thereby be gotten. As for virtue, he counted it but a school name. He, even at the first assembling together, finding the great stroke Philanax carried among the people, thought his readiest way of ambition to join with him, which, though his pride did hardly brook, yet the other vice, carrying with it a more apparent object, prevailed over the weaker, so that, with those liberal protestations of friendship, which men that care not for their word are wont to bestow, he offered unto him the choice in marriage of either the sisters, so he would likewise help him to the other, and make such a partition of the Arcadian estate, wishing him that since he loved his master because he was his master, which showed the love began in himself, he should rather, now occasion was presented, seek his own good substantially, than affect the smoke of a glory, by showing untimely fidelity to himself that could not reward it, and have all the fruit he should get in men's opinions, which would be as diverse as many, few agreeing to yield to him due praise of his true heart. But Philanax, who had limited his thoughts to that he esteemed good, to which he was neither carried by the vain tickling of uncertain fame, nor from which would he be transported by enjoying anything whereto the ignorant world gives the excellent name of goods, with great mislike of his offer, he made him so peremptory an answer, not without threatening, if he found him foster any such fancy, that Timantus went with an inward spite from him, whom before he had never loved, and measuring all men's marches by his own pace, rather thought it some further fetch of Philanax, as that he would have all to himself alone, than was any way taken with the lovely beauty of his virtue, whose image he had so quite defaced in his own soul, that he had left himself no eyes to behold it, but stayed waiting fit opportunity to execute his desires, both for himself and against Philanax, when, by the bringing back of Pamela, the people, being divided into many motions, which, both with the murmuring noises and putting themselves in several troops, they well showed he thought apt time was laid before him, the waters being, as the proverb saith, troubled, and so the better for his fishing. Therefore, going among the chiefest lords whom he knew principally to repine at Philanax, and making a kind of convocation of them, he inveighed against his proceeding, drawing everything to the most malicious interpretation that malice himself could instruct him to do. He said it was season for them to look to such a weed, that else would overgrow them all. It was not now time to consult of the dead, but of the living, since such a sly wolf was entered among them that could make justice the cloak of tyranny, and love of his late master the destruction of his now being children. "Do you not see," said he, "how far his corruption hath stretched, that he hath such a number of rascals' voices to declare him lieutenant, ready to make him prince? But that he instructs them, matters are not yet ripe for it. As for us, because we are too rich to be bought, he thinks us the fitter to be killed. Hath Arcadia bred no man but Philanax? Is she become stepmother to all the rest? And hath given all her blessings to Philanax? Or if there be men among us, let us show we disdain to be servants to a servant. Let us make him know we are far worthier not to be slaves than he to be master. Think you he hath made such haste in these matters to give them over to another man's hand? Think you he durst become the jailer of his princess, but either meaning to be her master or her murderer? And all this for the dear good will he bears to the Duke's memory, whose authority he abused in his life, so he would now persevere to abuse his name after his death. O notable affection for the love of the father to kill the wife, and disinherit the children! O single-minded modesty to aspire to no less than the princely diadem! No, no, he hath viewed all this while but to roam the sooner to his affected end. But let us remember what we be. In quality his equals, in number far before him. Let us deliver the Duchess and our natural princesses, and leave them no longer under his authority, whose proceedings would rather show that he himself had been the murderer of the Duke than a fit guardian for his posterity. These pierced much into the minds already inclined that way, insomuch that most part of the nobility confirmed Timanta's speech, and were ready to execute it, when Philanax came amongst them, and with a constant but reverent behaviour desired them they would not exercise private judges in so common a necessity. He acknowledged himself a man, and a faulty man, to the clearing or satisfying of which he would at all times submit himself. Since his end was to bring all things to an upright judgment, it should evil fit him to flee the judgment. But, said he, my lords, let not Timanta's railing speech, who whatsoever he finds evil in his own soul can with ease lay upon another, make me lose your good favour. Consider that all well-doing stands so in the middle betwixt his two contrary evils, that it is a ready matter to cast a slanderous shade upon the most approved virtues. Who hath an evil tongue can call severity cruelty, and faithful diligence diligent ambition. But my end is not to excuse myself nor accuse him, for both those hereafter will be time enough. There is neither of us whose purging or punishing may so much import to Arcadia. Now I request you, for your own honour's sake, and require you by the duty you owe to this estate, that you do presently, according to the laws, take in hand the chastisement of our master's murderers, and laying order for the government. By whomsoever it be done, so it be done, and justly done, I am satisfied. My labour hath been to frame things so as you might determine. For my part, I call the heavens to witness, the care of my heart stands to repay that wherein both I and most of you were tied to that prince, with whom all my love of worldly action is dead. As Philanax was speaking his last words, there came one running to him with open mouth and fearful eyes, telling him that there were a great number of the people that were bent to take the young men out of Timanta's hands, and, as it should seem by their acclamations, were like enough to proclaim them princes. Nay, said Philanax, speaking aloud, and looking with a just anger upon the other nobleman, it is now season to hear Timanta's evil slanders, while strangers become our lords, and Basilius' murderers sit in his throne. But whoever is a true Arcadian, let him follow me. With that he went to the place he heard of, followed by those that had ever loved him, and some of the noblemen, some other remaining with Timanthus, who in the meantime was conspiring by strong hand to deliver Gynecia, of whom the weakest guard was had. But Philanax, where he went, found them all in an uproar, which thus was fallen out. The greatest multitude of people which were come to the death of Basilius were the Mantineans, as being the nearest city to the lodges. Among these, the chief man, both in authority and love, was Corzinus, he that had not long before been host to the two princes. whom, though he knew not so much as by name, yet their noble behaviour had bred much love in his heart towards them, as both with tears he parted with them when they left him, under promise to return, and kept their jewels and apparel as the relics of two demigods. Among others, he had entered their prison, and seen them, which forthwith so invested his soul both with sorrow and desire to help them, whom he tendered as his children, that, calling his neighbours the Mantineans unto him, he told them all the praises of the two young men, swearing he thought the gods had provided for them better than they themselves could have imagined. He willed them to consider that, when all was done, Basilius' children must enjoy the state, who, since they had chosen so as all the world could not mend their choice, why should they resist God's doing and their prince's pleasure? This was the only way to purchase quietness without blood, where otherwise they should at one instant crown Pamela with a crown of gold and a dishonoured title, which, whether she would ever forget, he thought it fit for them to weigh. Such, said he, heroical greatness shines in their eyes, such an extraordinary majesty in all their actions, as surely fortune by parentage, or nature in creation, hath made them princes. And yet a state already we have. We need but a man, who, since he is presented unto you by the heavenly providence, embraced by your undoubted princes, worthy for their youth of compassion, for their beauty of admiration, and for their excellent virtue to be monarchs of the world, shall we not be contented with our own bliss? Shall we put out our eyes because another man cannot see? Or rather, like some men, when too much happens unto them, they think themselves in a dream, and have not spirits to taste their own good? No, no, my friends, believe me, I am so unpartial that I know not their names, but so overcome I am with their virtue, that I shall then think the destinies have ordained a perpetual flourishing to Arcadia, when they shall allot such a government unto it. This, spoken by a man both grave in years and known honest, prevailed still with all the Mantineans, that with one voice they ran to deliver the two princes. But Philanax came in time to withstand them, both sides yet standing in arms, and rather wanting a beginning than minds to enter into a bloody conflict, which Philanax foreseeing, thought best to remove the prisoners secretly, and, if need were, without form of justice, to kill them. Then against justice, as he thought, to have them usurp the state. But there again arose a new trouble, for Sympathus, the nobleman that kept them, was so stricken in compassion with their excellent presence, that, as he would not falsify his promise to Philanax to give them liberty, so yet he would not yield them unto himself, fearing he would do them violence. Thus tumult upon tumult arising, the sun, I think, aweary to see their discords, had already gone down to his western lodging. But yet, to know what the poor shepherds did, who were the first descriers of these matters, will not to some ears perchance be a tedious digression. The end of the fourth book. End of section 18. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 19 of The Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Here begin the fourth Eclogues. The shepherds, finding no place for them in these garboils, to which their quiet hearts, whose highest ambition was in keeping themselves up in goodness, had at all no aptness, retired themselves from among the clamorous multitude, and, as sorrow desires company, went up together to the western side of a hill, whose prospect extended so far as they might well discern many of Arcadia's beauties. And there, looking upon the sun's, as then declining, race, the poor men sate pensive of their present miseries, as if they found a wearisomeness of their woeful words. Till at last good old Geron, who, as he had longest tasted the benefits of Basilius' government, so seemed to have a special feeling of the present loss, wiping his eyes and long white beard, bedewed with great drops of tears, began in this sort to complain. "Alas, poor sheep," said he, "which hitherto have enjoyed your fruitful pasture in such quietness as your wool, among other things, hath made this country famous. Your best days are now past. Now you must become the victual of an army, and perchance an army of foreign enemies. You are now not only to fear home wolves, but alien lions. Now, I say, now the Basilius, our right Basilius, is deceased. Alas, sweet pastures, shall soldiers that know not how to use you possess you? Shall they that cannot speak Arcadian language be lords over your shepherds? For alas, with good cause may we look for any evil, since Basilius, our only strength, is taken from us." To that all the other shepherds present uttered pitiful voices, especially the very born Arcadians. For as for the other, though humanity moved them to pity human cases, especially of a prince under whom they had found a refuge for their miseries and justice equally administered, yet they could not so naturally feel the lively touch of sorrow, but rather used this occasion to record their own private sorrows, which they thought would have agreed with a more joyful time. Among them the principals were Strephon, Claius, and Felicities. Strephon and Claius would require a whole book to recount their sorrows, and the strange causes of their sorrows. Another place, perchance, will serve for the better declaring of them. But, in short, 2 gentlemen they were, both in love with one maid of that country, named Urania, thought a shepherd's daughter, but indeed of far greater birth. For her sake they had both taken this trade of life, each knowing other's love, but yet of so high a quality their friendship was, that they never so much as brake company one from the other, but continued their pursuit like 2 true runners, both employing their best speed, but one not hindering the other. But after many marvellous adventures, Urania, never yielding better than hate for their love, upon a strange occasion left the country, giving withal straight commandment to these 2 by writing, that they should tarry in Arcadia until they heard from her. And now some months were past that they had no news of her. But yet, rather meaning to break their hearts than break her commandment, they bare it out as well as such evil might be, until now that the general complaints of all men called in like question their particular griefs, which eclogue-wise they specified on this double sestine. Strephon, Claius. Strephon. Ye goatherd gods that love the grassy mountains, ye nymphs which haunt the springs in pleasant valleys, ye satyrs joyed with free and quiet forests, vouchsafe your silent ears to playing music, which to my woes gives still an early morning, and draws the dolour on till weary evening. Claius. O Mercury, foregoer of the evening, O heavenly huntress of the savage mountains, O lovely star entitled of the morning, while that my voice doth fill these woeful valleys, vouchsafe your silent ears to playing music, which oft hath echo tired in secret forests. Strephon. I that was once free burgess of the forests, where shade from sun and sport I sought in evening, I that was once esteemed for pleasant music, and banished now amongst the monstrous mountains of huge despair and foul affliction's valleys, am grown a scritch owl to myself each morning. Claius. I that was once delighted every morning hunting the wild inhabitants of the forests, I that was once the music of the valleys, so darkened am that all my day is evening, heart broken so that molehills seem high mountains, and fill the valleys with cries instead of music. Strephon. Long since, alas, my deadly swanish music hath made itself a crier of the morning, and hath with wailing strength climbed highest mountains. Long since my thoughts more desert be than forests. Long since I see my joys come to their evening, and state thrown down to every trodden valleys. Claius. Long since the happy dwellers of these valleys have prayed me leave my strange exclaiming music, which troubles their day's work and joys of evening. Long since I hate the night, more hate the morning. Long since my thoughts chase me like beasts in forests, and make me wish myself laid under mountains. Strephon. Meseems I see the high and stately mountains transform themselves to low dejected valleys. Meseems I hear in these ill-changed forests the nightingales do learn of owls their music. Meseems I feel the comfort of the morning turn to the mortal siren of an evening. Caius. Meseems I see a filthy cloudy evening, as soon as sun begins to climb the mountains. Meseems I feel a noisome scent the morning. When I do smell the flowers of the valleys, meseems I hear, when I do hear sweet music, the dreadful cries of murdered men in forests. Strephon. I wish to fire the trees of all these forests. I give the sun a last farewell each evening. I curse the fiddling finders out of music. With envy I do hate the lofty mountains, and with despite do spite the humble valleys. I do detest night, evening, day, and morning. Caius. Curse to myself, my prayer is the morning. My fire is more than can be made with forests, my estate more base than is the basest valleys. I wish no evening, more to see each evening. Shamed, I hate myself in sight of mountains, and stop mine ears, lest I grow mad with music. Strephon. For she whose parts maintain a perfect music, whose beauties shine more than the blushing morning, who much did pass in state the stately mountains, in straightness passed the cedars of the forests, hath cast me, wretch, into eternal evening, by taking her 2 sons from these dark valleys. Caius. For she with whom compared the Alps are valleys, she whose least word brings from the spheres their music, at whose approach the sun rays in the evening, who where she went bare in her forehead morning, is gone from these our spoiled forests, turning to deserts our best pastured mountains. Strephon. These mountains witness shall, so shall these valleys. Caius. These forests eke made wretched by our music, our morning hymn this is, and song at evening. But as though all this had been but the taking of a taste to their wailings, Strephon again began this dizaine, which was answered unto him in that kind of verse which is called the Crown. Strephon. I joy in grief, and do detest all joys, despise delight, and tire with thoughts of ease. I turn my mind to all forms of a noise, and with the change of them my fancy please. I study that which most may me displease, and, in despite of that displeasure, might embrace that most my soul destroys. Blinded with beams, fell darkness is my sight, dwell in my ruins, fed with sucking smart, I think from me, not from my woes depart. Caius. I think from me, not from my woes depart, and lo, this time called life, may think that life nature to me for torments did impart. Think my hard haps have blunted death's sharp knife, not sparing me in whom his work be rife. And thinking this, think nature, life, and death place sorrow's triumph on my conquered heart, whereto I yield, and seek no other breath but from the scent of some infectious grave, nor of my fortune aught but mischief crave. Strephon. Nor of my fortune aught but mischief crave, and seek to nourish that which now contains all what I am, if I myself will save, then must I save what in me chiefly reigns, which is the hateful web of sorrow's pains. Sorrow, then cherish me, for I am sorrow. No being now but sorrow I can have. Then deck me as thine own. Thy help I borrow, since thou joy reckless art, and that thou haste enough to make a fertile mind lie waste. Caius. Enough to make a fertile mind lie waste is that huge storm which pours itself on me. Hailstones of tears, of sighs a monstrous blast, thunders of cries, lightnings my wild looks be, the darkened heaven my soul which naught can see. The flying spirits which trees by roots uptears be those despairs which have my hopes quite raced. The difference is all folks those storms forbear, but I cannot. Who then myself should flee? So close unto myself my racks do lie. Strephon. So close unto myself my racks do lie, both cause, effect, beginning and the end are all in me. What help can then I try? My ship, myself, whose course to love doth bend, sore beaten doth her mast of comfort spend. Her cable reason breaks from anchor hope, fancy her tackling torn away doth fly. Ruin the wind hath blown me from her scope, bruised with waves of care, but broken is on rock despair the burial of my bliss. Caius. On rock despair the burial of my bliss I long do plough with plough of deep desire. The seed fast meaning is no truth to miss. I harrow it with thoughts which all conspire favour to make my chief and only hire. But woe is me, the year is gone about, and now I fain would reap, I reap but this, hate fully grown, absence new sprung out, so that I see, although my sight impair, vain is their pain who labour in despair. Strephon. Vain is their pain who labour in despair, for so did I when with mine angle will I sought to catch the fish torpedo fair. Even then despair did hope already kill, yet fancy would perforce employ his skill, and this hath got, the catcher now hath got, lamed with the angle which itself did bear, and unto death quite drowned in dolours, brought to death as then disguised in her fair face. Thus, alas, I had my loss in chase. Caius. Thus, alas, I had my loss in chase, when first that crowned basilic I knew, whose footsteps I with kisses oft did trace, till by such hap as I must ever rue, mine eyes did light upon her shining hue, and thus on me astonished with her sight. Since then my heart did lose his wonted place, infected so with her sweet poison's might, that leaving me for dead, to her it went. But her flight hath my dead relics spent. Strephon. But her flight hath my dead relics spent. Her flight from me, though dead to me, yet living still in her, while her beams lent such vital spark that her mine eyes might see. But now these living lights absented be. Full dead before, I now to dust should fall, but that eternal pains my soul have hent, and keep it still within this body thrall. That thus I must, while in this death I dwell, in earthly fetters feel a lasting hell. Caius. In earthly fetters feel a lasting hell, alas, I do, from which divine release I would the earth, I would the heavens fell. But vain it is to think those pains should cease where life is death, and death cannot bring peace. O fair, O only fair, from thee, alas, these foul, most foul disasters to my fall! Since thou from me, O Sun, didst pass, therefore esteeming all good blessings toys, I joyed in grief, and do detest all joys. Strephon. I joy in grief, and do detest all joys, but now an end, O Cleis, now an end. For even the herbs our hateful music stroys, and from our burning breath the trees do bend. When they had ended, with earnest entreaty they obtained of Felicities that he would impart some part of the sorrow his countenance well witnessed unto them. And he, who by no entreaty of the Duke would be brought unto it, in this doleful time was content thus to manifest himself. The name of Samothea is so famous that, telling you I am of that, I shall not need to extend myself further in telling you what that country is. But there I was born, of such parentage as neither left me so great that I was a mark for envy, nor so base that I was subject to contempt, brought up from my cradle age with such care as parents are wont to bestow upon their children whom they mean to make the maintainers of their name. And as soon as my memory grew strong enough to receive what might be delivered unto it by my senses, they offered learning unto me, especially that kind that teacheth what in truth, and not in opinion, is to be embraced, and what to be eschewed. Neither was I barred from seeing the natural knowledge of things, so far as the narrow sight of man hath pierced into it. And because the mind's commandment is vain without the body be enabled to obey it, my strength was exercised with horsemanship, weapons, and such other qualities as, besides the practice, carried in themselves some serviceable use, wherein so I profited, that as I was not excellent, so I was accompagnable. After that, by my years, or perchance by sooner privilege than years commonly grant, I was thought able to be mine own master. I was suffered to spend some time in travel, that by the comparison of many things I might ripen my judgment, since greatness, power, riches, and such like, standing in relation to another, who doth know nothing but his own, doth not know his own. Then, being home returned, and thought of good hope, for the world rarely bestows a better title upon youth, I continued to use the benefits of a quiet mind. In truth, I call him to witness that knoweth hearts, even in the secret of my soul bent to honesty. Thus far you see, as no pompous spectacle of an untroubled tenor of a well-guided life. But alas, what should I make pathetical exclamations to a most true event? So it happened that love, which what it is your own feeling can best tell you, diverted this course of tranquillity, which, though I did with so much covering hide, that I was thought void of it, as any man, yet my wound, which smarted in myself, brought me in fine to this change, much in state, but more in mind. But how love first took me, I did once, using the liberty of versifying, set down in a song, in a dream indeed it was, and thus did I poetically describe my dream. Now was our heavenly vault deprived of the light with suns depart, and now the darkness of the night did light those beamy stars, which greater light did dark. Now each thing which enjoyed that fiery quickening spark, which life is called, were moved their spirits to repose, and wanting use of eyes, their eyes began to close, and silence sweet each where with one consent embraced a music sweet to one in careful music placed. And Mother Earth, now clad in mourning weeds, did breathe a dull desire to kiss the image of our death, when I, disgraced wretch, not wretched then, did give my senses such relief as they which quiet live, whose brains boil not in woes, nor breasts with beatings ache, with nature's praise are wont in safety home to take. Far from my thoughts was aught whereto their minds aspire, who under courtly pomps do hatch a base desire. Free all my powers were from those captiving snares, which heavenly purest gifts defile in muddy cares. Nor could my soul itself accuse of such a fault as tender conscience might with furious pangs assault, but like the feeble flower, whose stalk cannot sustain his weighty top, his top doth downward dropping lean. Or as the silly bird in well-acquainted nest doth hide his head with cares, but only how to rest. So I in simple course and unentangled mind did suffer drowsy lids mine eyes then clear to blind, and laying down my head did nature's rule observe, which senses up doth shut, the senses to preserve. They first their use forgat, then fancy lost their force, till deadly sleep at length possessed my living course. A living course I lay, but my wakeful mind, which made of heavenly stuff no mortal change doth bind, flew up with freer wings, of fleshly bondage free, and having placed my thoughts thus placed me. Methought, nay sure, I was in fairest wood of Samothia land, a land which whilome stood an honour to the world, while honour was their end, and while their line of years they did in virtue spend. But there I was, and there my calmy thoughts I fed on nature's sweet repast, as healthful senses led. Her gifts my study was, her beauties were my sport, my works her works to know, her dwelling my resort. Those lamps of heavenly fire to fixed motion bound, for ever turning spheres, the never moving ground. What essence destiny hath, if fortune be or no, whence our immortal souls to mortal earth do flow, what life it is, and how that all these lives do gather with outward Maker's force, or like an inward Father. Such thoughts methought I thought, and strained my single mind, then void of nearer cares, the depths of things to find. Who, lo, with hugest noise, such noise as tower makes, when it, blown up with mine, a fall of ruin takes, or such a noise it was as highest thunders send, or cannons thunder, like all shot together lend, the moon asunder rent. O gods, O pardon me, that forced with grief reveals what grieved eyes did see, the moon asunder rent, whereat with sudden fall, more swift than falcon's stoop or feeding falconer's call, there came a chariot fair, by doves and sparrows guided, whose storm-like course stayed not, till hard by me it bided. I wretch astonished was, and thought the deathful doom of heaven, of earth, of hell, of time and place was come. But straight there issued forth two ladies sure they seemed to me, on whom did wait a virgin pure. Strange were the ladies' weeds, yet more unfit than strange. The first with clothes tucked up, as nymphs in woods do range, tucked up even to the knees, with bow and arrows pressed. Her right arm naked was, discovered was her breast, but heavy was her pace, and such a meagre cheer as little hunting mind, God knows, did there appear. The other had with art more than our women know, as stuff meant for the sails set out to glaring show, a wanton woman's face, and with curled knots had twined her hair, which by the help of painters cunning shined. When I such guests did see come out of such a house, the mountains great with child, I thought brought forth a mouse. But walking forth, the first thus to the second said, Venus, come on, said she. Diana, you are obeyed. Those names abashed me much, when those great names I heard, although their fame meseemed from truth had greatly jarred. As I thus musing stood, Diana called to her waiting nymph, a nymph that did excel as far all things that erst I saw, as orient pearls exceed that which their mother hight, or else their silly seed. Indeed a perfect hue, indeed a sweet consent, all those graces gifts the heavens have ever lent. And so she was attired, as one that did not prize so much her pearl's parts, nor yet could them despise, but called she came apace wherein did move the band of beauties, all the little world of love. And bending humbled eyes, O eyes, the sun of light, she waited Mistress Will, who thus disclosed her sprite. Sweet mirror mine, quoth she, the pleasures of my mind, in whom of all my rules the perfect proof I find, to only thee, thou seest, we grant this special grace, us to attend in this most private time and place. Be silent therefore now, and so be silent still of what thou seest close up in secret, not thy will. She answered was with look and well-performed behest, and mirror I admired, her shape sank in my breast. But thus with ireful eyes and face that shook with spite, Diana did begin. What moved me to invite your presence, sister dear, first to my movie sphere and hither? Now vouchsafe to take with willing ear. I know full well you know what discord long hath reigned betwixt us two, how much that discord foul hath stained both our estates, while each the other did deprave. Proof speaks too much to us that feeling trial have. Our names are quite forgot, our temples are defaced, our offerings spoiled, our priests from priesthood are displaced. Is this the fruit of strife, those 1,000 churches high, those 1,000 altars fair, now in the dust to lie? In mortal minds our minds but planets' names preserve. No knee once bowed, forsooth, for them they say we serve. Are we their servants grown? No doubt a noble stay, celestial powers, to worms, Jove's children, serve to play. But such they say we be. This praise our discord bred, while we for mutual strife a striving passion fed. But let us wiser be, and what foul discord break, so much more strong again let safest concord make. Our years do yet require, you see we both do feel the weakening work of time's forever whirling wheel. Although we be divine, our grandsire Saturn is with age's force decayed, yet once the heaven was his. And now, before we seek by wise Apollo's skill our younger years to renew, for so he saith he will, let us a perfect peace betwixt us two resolve, which, lest the ruinous want of government dissolve, let one the princess be, to her the other yield. For vain equality is but contentious field, and let her have the gifts that should in both remain. In her let beauty both and chasteness fully reign. So as if I prevail, you give your gifts to me. If you, on you I lay what in my office be. Now resteth only this, which of us two is she to whom precedence shall of both recorded be. For that, so that you like, hereby doth lie a youth, she beckoned unto me, as yet of spotless truth, who may this doubt discern, for better wit than lot becometh us, in us fortune determines not. This crown of amber fair, an amber crown she held, to worthiest let him give, when both he hath beheld, and be it as he saith. Venus was glad to hear such proffer made, which she well showed with smiling cheer, as though she were the same as when by Paris' doom she had chief goddesses in beauty overcome. And surely thus can say, I never sought debate, Diana dear, my mind to love and not to hate was ever apt. but you my pastimes did despise. I never spited you, but thought you overwise. Now kindness proffered is, none kinder is than I, and so most ready am this meaner piece to try. And let him be our judge. The lad doth please me well. Thus both did come to me, and both began to tell, for both together spake, each loth to be behind, that they by solemn oath their deities would bind to stand unto my will. Their will they made me know. I, that was first aghast when first I saw their show, now bolder waxed proud that I such sway might bear. For near acquaintance doth diminish reverent fear, and having bound them fast by sticks, they should obey to all what I decreed, did thus my verdict say. How ill you both can rule, well hath your discord taught, nay yet, for aught I see, or beauties merit aught. To yonder nymph, therefore, to Mira I did point, the crown above you both for ever I appoint. I would have spoken out, but out they both did cry, Fie, fie, what have we done, ungodly rebel, fie! But now we must needs yield to what our oaths require. Yet thou shalt not go free, quoth Venus, such a fire her beauty kindle shall within thy foolish mind, that thou full oft shalt wish thy judging eyes were blind. Nay, then, Diana said, the chasteness I will give, in ashes of despair, though burnt, shall make thee live. Nay, thou, said both, shalt see such beams shine in her face, that thou shalt never dare seek help of wretched case. And with that cursed curse away to heavens they fled, first having all their gifts upon fair Mira spread. The rest I cannot tell, for therewithal I waked, and found with deadly fear that all my sinews shaked. Was it a dream? O dream, how hast thou wrought in me, that I things erst unseen should first in dreaming see? And then, O traitor sleep, made for to be our rest, how hast thou framed the pain wherewith I am oppressed? O coward Cupid, thus dost thou thy honour keep, unarmed, alas, unarmed to take a man asleep? In such or such like sort in a dream was offered unto me the sight of her in whose respect all things afterward seemed but blind darkness unto me. For so indeed it fell out, that her I saw, I say that sweet and incomparable Mira, so like her, which in that rather vision than dream of mine I had seen, that I began to persuade myself in my nativity I was allotted unto her. To her, I say, whom even Corydon's had made the upshot of all his despairing desires, and so, alas, from all other exercises of my mind, bent myself only to the pursuit of her favour. But having spent some part of my youth in following her, sometimes with some measure of favour, sometimes with unkind interpretations of my most kind thoughts, in the end, having attempted all means to establish my blissful estate, and having been not only refused of all comfort, but new quarrels picked against me, I did resolve by perpetual absence to choke my own evil fortunes. Yet before I departed, these following elegiacs I sent unto her. Long, short, short, long, 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 short, short, long, 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 short, short, long, long, short, short, long, short, short, long. Unto the caitiff wretch whom long affliction holdeth, and now fully believes help to be quite perished, grant yet a look to the last monument of his anguish. O you, alas, so I find, cause of his only ruin, dread not a whit, O goodly cruel, that pity may enter into thy heart by the sight of this epistle I send, and so refuse to behold of these strange wounds the recital, lest it might thee allure home to thyself to return. Unto thyself, I do mean those graces dwell so within thee, gratefulness, sweetness, holy love, hearty regard, such things cannot I seek. Despair hath given me my answer. Despair, most tragical clause to a deadly request. Such thing cannot he hope that knows thy determinate hardness, hard life, a rich marble, hard but a fair diamond. Can those eyes, that of eyes drowned in most hearty flowing tears, and tears of a man had no return to remorse, can those eyes now yield to the kind concept of a sorrow, which ink only relates, but ne laments, ne replies? Ah, that I do not conceive, though that to me lief were more than Nestor's years, more than a king's diadem. Ah, that I do not conceive to the heaven when a mouse climbs. Then may I hope to achieve grace of a heavenly tiger. But alas, like a man condemned, doth crave to be heard speak, not that he hopes for amends of the disaster he feels, but finding approach of death, with an inly relenting gives an adieu to the world as his only delight. Right so my boiling heart, inflamed with fire of a fair eye, bubbling out, doth breathe signs of his huge dolors, now that he finds to what end his life and love be reserved, and that he hence must part, where to live only I lived. O fair, O fairest, are such the triumphs of thy fairness? Can death beauty become? Must I be such a monument? Must I be only the mark shall prove that virtue is angry? Shall prove the fierceness can with a white dove abide? Shall to the world appear that faith and love be rewarded with mortal disdain, bent to unendly revenge? Unto revenge, O sweet, on a wretch wilt thou be revenged, as the offence is done? And go beyond, if he can. All my offence was love. With love then must I be chastened, and with more by the laws that to revenge do belong. If that love be a fault, more fault in you to be lovely. Love never had me oppressed, but that I saw to be loved. You be the cause that I love. What reason blameth a shadow that with a body it goes, since by a body it is? If the love hate you did, you should your beauty have hidden. You should those fair eyes have with a veil covered. But fool, fool that I am, those eyes would shine from a dark cave. What veils then to prevail, but to a more miracle? Or those golden locks, those locks which lock me to bondage, torn, you should disperse unto the blasts of a wind. But fool, fool that I am, though I had but a hair of her head found, even as I am, so I should unto that hair be a thrall. Or with a fair hand's nails, O hands, which nails me to death, you should have your face, since love is evil, blemished. O wretch, what did I say? Should that fair face be defaced? Should my too much sight cause so true a sun to be lost? First let Cimmerian darkness be my only habitation. First be mine eyes pulled out. First be my brain perished, ere I should consent to do such excessive a damage unto the earth by the hurt of this her heavenly evil. Oh, not. But such love, you say, you could have afforded, as might learn temperance void of outrageous events? O sweet simplicity, from whence should love be so learned? Unto Cupid, that boy, should a pendant be found? Well, but faulty I was. Reason to my passion yielded, passion unto my rage, rage to a hasty revenge. But what's this for a fault, for which such faith be abolished, such faith so stainless, inviolate, violent? Shall I not, oh, may I not thus refresh the remembrance what sweet joys I had once, and what a place I did hold? Shall I not once object that you, You granted a favour unto the man whom now such miseries you award. Bend your thoughts to the dear sweet words which then to me given were. Think what a world is now, think who hath altered her heart. What, was I then worthy of such good, now worthy so much evil? Now fled, then cherished, then so nigh, now so remote? Did not a rosed breath, from lips more rosy proceeding, say that I well should find in what a care I was had, with much more? Now what do I find but care to abhor me, care that I sink in grief, care that I live banished? And banished do I live? Nor now we seek a recovery, since so she will, whose will is to me more than a law. If then a man in most evil case may give you a farewell, farewell, long farewell, all my woe, all my delight. Felicities would have gone on in telling the rest of his unhappy adventures, and by what desperate work of fortune he was become a shepherd, but the shepherd Decus desired him he would for that time leave particular passion, and join in bewailing this general loss of that country which had been a nurse to strangers as well as a mother to Arcadians. And so, having purchased silence, he rather cried out than sang this following lamentation. Since that to death is gone the shepherd high, who most the silly shepherd's pipe did prize, your doleful tunes, sweet muses, now apply, and you, O trees, if any life there lies in trees, now through your proved parks receive the strange resound of these my causeful cries. And let my breath upon your branches cleave, my breath distinguished into words of woe, that so I may signs of my sorrows leave. But if among yourselves some one tree grow that aptest is to figure misery, let it, embraced, bear your griefs to show. The weeping myrrh, I think, will not deny her help to this justest cause of plaint. Your doleful tunes, sweet muses, now apply, and thou, poor earth, whom fortune doth attaint in nature's name to suffer such a harm as for to lose thy gem or earthly saint, upon thy face let coolly ravens swarm, let all the sea thy tears accounted be, thy bowels with all killing metals arm. Let gold now rust, let diamonds waste in thee, let pearls be wan with woe their dam doth bear. Thyself henceforth the light do never see, and you, O flowers, which sometimes princes were, till these strange alterings you did hap to try, of princes' loss yourselves for tokens rear. Lily, in mourning black thy whiteness dye. O hyacinth, let I be on thee still. Your doleful tunes, sweet muses, now apply. O echo, all these woods with roaring fill. And do not only mark the accents last, but all for all reach not my wailful will. One echo to another echo cast sound of my griefs, and let it never end till that it hath all woods and waters passed. Nay, to the heavens your just complaining send, and stay the stars on constant race, till that they do unto our dolors bend, and ask the reason of that special grace, that they which have no lives should live so long, and virtuous souls should so soon leave their place. Ask if in great men good men do so throng, that he for want of elbow room must die, or if that they be scant. If this be wrong, did wisdom this our wretched time espy in one true chest to rob all virtuous treasure? Your doleful tunes, sweet muses, now apply. And if that any counsel you to measure your doleful tunes, to them still playing say, to well-felt grief plaint is the only pleasure. O light of sun, which is entitled day, oh, well thou dost that thou no longer bidest, for mourning night her black weeds may display. O Phoebus, with good cause thy face thou hidest, rather than have thy all-beholding eye fouled with this sight, while thou the chariot guidest. And well, methinks, becomes this vaulty sky a stately tomb to cover him deceased. Your doleful tune, sweet Muses, now apply. O Philomela, with thy breast oppressed by shame and grief, help, help me to lament such cursed harms as cannot be redressed. Or if thy mourning notes be fully spent, then give a quiet ear unto my plaining, for I to teach the world complaint am bent. Ye dimmy clouds, which well employ your staining this cheerful air with your obscured cheer, witness your woeful tears with daily raining. And if, O sun, thou ever didst appear in shape which by man's eye might be perceived, virtue is dead. Now set thy triumph here. Now set thy triumph in this world bereaved of what was good, where now no good doth lie, and by the pomp all loss will be conceived. All notes of mine yourselves together tie, with too much grief methinks you are dissolved. Your doleful tune, sweet Muses, now apply. Time, ever old and young, is still revolved within itself, and never taketh end. But mankind is for aye to naught resolved. The filthy snake her aged coat can mend, and getting youth, in youth again can flourish. But unto man age ever death doth send. The very trees with grafting we can cherish, so that we can long time produce their time. But man, which helpeth them, must helpless perish. Thus the minds which over all do climb, when they by years' experience get best graces, must finish then by death's detested crime. We last short while, and build long-lasting places. Ah, let us all against foul nature cry. We nature's works do help, she us defaces. For how can nature unto this apply, that she her child, I say her best child, killeth? Your doleful tunes, sweet Muses, now apply. Alas, methinks my weakened voice but spilleth the vehement course of this just lamentation. Methinks my sound no place with sorrow filleth. I know not I, but once in detestation I have myself, and all what life containeth, since death on virtue's fort hath made invasion. One word of woe another after traineth, ne do I care how rude be my invention, so it be seen what sorrow in me reigneth. O elements, by whose, they say, contention our bodies be in living power maintained, was this man's death the fruit of your dissension? O physics power, which some say hath restrained approach of death, alas, thou helpest meagerly. When once one is for Atropos distrained, great be physicians' brags, but aid is beggarly. When rooted moisture fails or groweth dry, they leave off all, and say death comes too eagerly. They are but words, therefore, which men do buy of any, since Aesculapius ceases. Your doleful tune, sweet Muses, now apply. Justice, justice, is now, alas, oppressed. Bountifulness hath made his last conclusion. Goodness, for best attire, in dust is dressed. Shepherds, bewail your uttermost confusion, and see by this picture to you presented, death is our home, life is but a delusion. For see, alas, who is from you absented, absented, nay, I say, for ever banished from such as were to die for him contented. Out of our sight in turn of hand is vanished. Shepherd of shepherds, whose well-settled order, private with wealth, public with quiet garnished, while he did live, far, far was all disorder. example more prevailing than direction. Far was home strife, and far was foe from border. His life a law, his look a full correction. As in his health we healthful were preserved, so in his sickness grew our true infection. His death, our death. But my muse hath swerved from such deep plaint as should our woes descry, which he of us for ever hath deserved. The style of heavy heart can never fly so high as should make such a fame notorious. Cease, muse, therefore, thy dart, O death, apply, and farewell, prince, whom goodness hath made glorious. Agelastus, when Decus had ended his song, thus maintained the lamentation in this rhyming sestine, having the doleful tune of the other shepherds' pipes joined unto him. Farewell, O sun, Arcadia's clearest light. Farewell, O pearl, the poor man's plenteous treasure. Farewell, O golden staff, the weak man's might. Farewell, O joy, the woful's only pleasure. Wisdom, farewell, the skillless man's direction. Farewell with thee, farewell all our affection. For what place now is left for our affection, now that of purest lamp is quent the light, which to our darkened minds was best direction? Now that the mind is lost of all our treasure, now death hath swallowed up our worldly pleasure, we orphans left void of all public might. Orphans indeed, deprived of father's might, for he our father was in all affection, in our well-doing placing all his pleasure, still studying how to us to be a light, as well in peace he was a safest treasure, in war his wit and word was our direction. Whence, alas, shall we seek our direction, when that we fear our hateful neighbours' might, who long have gaped to get Arcadian treasure? Shall we now find a guide of such affection, who for our sakes will think our travel light, and make his pain, to keep us safe, his pleasure? No, no, for ever gone is all our pleasure, for ever wandering from our good direction, for ever blinded of our clearest sight, for ever lamed of our surest might, for ever banished from well-placed affection, for ever robbed of our royal treasure. Let tears for him, therefore, be all our treasure, and in our wailful naming him our pleasure. Let hating of ourselves be our affection, and unto death bend all our thoughts' direction. Let us against ourselves employ our might, and putting out of eyes seek we our light. Farewell our light, farewell our spoiled treasure, farewell our might, farewell our dainted pleasure, farewell direction, farewell all affection. The night begun to cast her dark canopy over them, and they, even wearied with their woes, bended homewards, hoping by a sleep, forgetting themselves, to ease their present dolours, when they were met with a troop of 20 horsemen, the chief of which, asking them for the Duke, and understanding the hard news, did thereupon stay among them, and send away with speed to Philanax. But since the night is an ease of all things, it shall at this present ease my memory, tired with these troublesome matters. Here endeth the 4th Eclogues and the 4th book or act. End of section 19. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 20 of the Old Arcadia by Sir Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 5th and last book or act. The dangerous division of men's minds, the ruinous renting of all estates, had now brought Arcadia to feel the pangs of uttermost peril, such convulsions never coming but that the life of that government draws near his necessary period, when to the honest and wise Philanax, equally distracted betwixt a desire of revenge and care of the state's establishment, there came unlooked for a Macedonian gentleman, who in short but pithy manner delivered unto him that the renowned Evarchus, king of Macedon, having made a long and tedious journey to visit his old friend and confederate, the Duke Basilius, was now come within half a mile of the lodges, where, having understood by certain shepherds the sudden death of their prince, had sent unto him, of whose authority and faith he had good knowledge, desiring him to advertise him in what security he might rest there for that night, where, willing he would, if safely he might, help to celebrate the funerals of his ancient companion and ally, adding, he need not doubt, since he had brought but 20 in his company, he would be so unwise as to enter into any forcible attempt with so small force. Philanax, having entertained the gentleman as well in the midst of so many tumults he could, pausing a while with himself, and considering how it should not only be unjust and against the laws of nations not well to receive a prince whom good-will had brought among them, but in respect of the greatness of his might, very dangerous to give him any cause of due offence. Remembering, withal, the excellent trials of his equity, which made him more famous than his victories, he thought he might be the fittest instrument to redress the ruins they were in, since his goodness put him without suspicion, and his greatness beyond envy. Yet weighing how hard many heads were to be bridled, and that in this monstrous confusion such mischief might be attempted, of which late repentance should after be but a simple remedy, he judged best first to know how the people's minds would sway to this determination. Therefore, desiring the gentleman to return to the king his master, and beseech him, though with his pains, to stay for an hour or two where he was, till he had set things in better order to receive him, he himself went first to the nobleman, then to Cirxenus and the principal Mantineans, who were most opposite unto him, desiring them that as the night had most blessedly stayed them from entering into civil blood, so they would be contented in the night to assemble the people together to hear some news which he was to deliver them. There is no thing more desirous of novelties than a man that fears his present fortune. Therefore they whom mutual diffidence made doubtful of their utter destruction were quickly persuaded to hear any new matter which might alter, at least, if not help, the nature of their fear, namely, the chiefest men, who, as they had most to lose, so were most jealous of their own case, and were already grown to be as weary to be followers of Timantus' ambition as before they were enviers of Philanax's worthiness. As for Cirxenus and Sympathus, as in the one a virtuous friendship had made him seek to advance, and in the other a natural commiseration had made him willing to protect the two excellent, though unfortunate, prisoners, so were they not against this convocation. For having nothing but just desires in them, they did not mistrust the justifying of them. Only Sympathus laboured to have withdrawn them from this assembly, saying it was time to stop their ears from the ambitious charms of Philanax. Let them first deliver Gynecia and her daughters, said he, which were fit persons to hear, and then they might begin to speak. That this was but Philanax's cunning, to link broil upon broil, because he might avoid the answering of his trespasses, which, as he had long intended, so had he prepared coloured speeches to disguise them. But as his words expressed rather a violence of rancour than any just ground of accusation, so pierced they no further than some partial ears, the multitude yielding good attention to that Philanax would propose unto them, who, like a man whose best building was a well-framed conscience, neither with fawning words nor fawning countenance, but even with the grave behaviour of a wise father, whom nothing but love makes to chide, he thus said unto them, I have, said he, a great matter to deliver unto you, and thereout am I to demand a great demand of you. But truly such hath this late proceeding been of yours, that I know not what is not to be demanded of you. Methinks I may have reason to require of you, as men are wont among pirates, that the life of him that never hurt may be safe. Methinks I am not without appearance of cause, as if you were Cyclopes or cannibals, to desire that our prince's body, which hath 30 years maintained us in a flourishing peace, be not torn in pieces or devoured among you, but may be suffered to yield itself, which never was defiled with any of your blood, to the natural rest of the earth. Methinks, not as to Arcadians renowned for your faith to prince and love of country, but as sworn enemies to this sweet soil, I am to desire you that at least, if you will have strangers to your princes, yet you will not deliver the seigneury of this goodly dukedom to your noble duke's murderers. Lastly, I have reason, as if I had to speak to madmen, to desire you to be good to yourselves. For before God, what either barbarous violence or unnatural folly hath not this day had his seat in your minds, and left his footsteps in your actions? But in troth, I love you too well to stand long displaying your faults. I would you yourselves did forget them, so you did not fall again into them. For my part, I had rather be an orator of your praises. But now, if you will suffer attentive judgment, and not forejudging passion, to be the wearer of my words, I will deliver unto you what a blessed mean the heavens have sent unto you, if you list to embrace it. I think there is none among you, either so young in years or understanding, but hath heard the true fame of that just prince Evarchus, king of Macedon, a prince with whom our late master did ever hold most perfect alliance. He, even he, is this day come, having but 20 horse with him, within 2 miles of this place, hoping to have found the virtuous Basilius alive, but now willing to do honour unto his death. Surely, surely, the heavenly powers have in so full a time bestowed him upon us to unite our disunions. For my part, therefore, I wish that, since among ourselves we cannot agree in so manifold partialities, we do put the ordering of all these things into his hands, as well touching the obsequies of the Duke, the punishment of his death, as the marriage and crowning of our princess. He is both by experience and wisdom taught how to direct his greatness, such as no man can disdain to obey him, his equity such as no man need to fear him. Lastly, as he hath all these qualities to help, so hath he, though he would, no force to hurt. If therefore you so think good, since our laws bear, that our prince's murder be chastised before his murdered body be buried, we may invite him to sit to-morrow in the judgment seat, after which done, you may proceed to the burial. When Philanax first named Evarchus landing, there was a muttering murmur among the people, as though in the evil-ordered weakness of theirs he had come to conquer their country. But when they understood he had so small a retinue, whispering one with another, and looking who should begin to confirm Philanax's proposition, at length Sympathus was the first that allowed it, then the rest of the noblemen. Neither did Kirksemus strive, hoping so excellent a prince could not but deal graciously with such 2 young men, whose authority, joined with Philanax, all the popular sort followed. Sympathus, still blinded with his own ambitious haste, not remembering factions are no longer to be trusted than the factions may be persuaded it is for their own good, would needs strive against the stream, explaining against Philanax that now he showed who it was that would betray his country to strangers. But well he found that who is too busy in the foundation of a house may well pull the building about his ears. For the people, tired already with their divisions, of which his complaining had been principal nurse, and beginning now to espy a haven of rest, hated anything that should hinder them from it, asked one another whether this were not he whose evil tongue no man could escape, whether it were Timanthus that made the first mutinous oration to strengthen their troubles, whether Timanthus, without their consent, had not gone about to deliver Ganesha, and thus inflaming one another against him, they threw him out of the assembly, and after pursued him with stones and staves, so that with loss of one of his eyes, sore wounded and beaten, he was fain to flee to Philanax's feet for the succour of his life, giving a true lesson that vice itself is forced to seek the sanctuary of virtue. For Phalanx, who hated his evil but not his person, and knew that a just punishment might by the manner be unjustly done, remembering withal that, although herein the people's rage might have hit right enough, yet if it were nourished in this, no man knew to what extremities it might extend itself, with earnest dealing, and employing the uttermost of his authority, he did protect the trembling Timanthus. And having taken a general oath that they should, in the nonage of the princess, or till these things were settled, yield full obedience to Evarchus, so far as were not prejudicial to the laws, customs, and liberties of Arcadia, and having taken a particular oath of Sympathus that the prisoners should be kept close, without conference to any man, he himself, honourably accompanied with a great number of torches, went to the king Evarchus, whom he found taking his rest under a tree, with no more affected pomps than as a man that knew, howsoever he was exalted, the beginning and end of his body was earth. But first it were fit to be known what cause moved this puissant prince in this sort to come to Arcadia. Evarchus did not further exceed his meanest subject with the greatness of his fortune than he did surmount the greatness of his fortune with the greatness of his mind, insomuch that those things which oftentimes the best sort think rewards of virtue, he held them not at so high a price, but esteemed them servants to well-doing, the reward of virtue being in itself, on which his inward love was so fixed that never was it dissolved into other desires, but, keeping his thoughts true to themselves, was neither beguiled with the painted glass of pleasure, nor dazzled with the false light of ambition. This made the line of his actions straight, and always like itself, no worldly thing being able to shake the constancy of it, which among many other times yielded some proof of itself, when Basilius, the mightiest prince of Greece next to Evarchus, did suddenly, without the advice or allowance of his subjects, without either good show of reasonable cause or good provision for likely accidents in the sight of the world, put himself from the world, as a man that not only unarmed himself, but would make his nakedness manifest. This, measured by the minds of most princes, even those whom great acts have entitled with the holy name of virtue, would have been thought a sufficient cause, where such opportunity did offer so great a prey to their hands, to have sought the enlarging of their dominions, wherein they falsely put the more or less felicity of an estate. But Evarchus, that had conceived what is evil in itself no respect can make good, and never forgat his office was to maintain the Macedonians in the exercise of goodness and happy enjoying their natural lives, never used war, which is maintained with the cost and blood of the subject, but when it was to defend their right, whereon their well-being depended. For this reckoning he made, how far soever he extended himself, neighbour he must have, and therefore, as he kept in peace-time continual discipline of war, and at no time would suffer injury, so he did rather stand upon a just moderation of keeping his own in good and happy case, than multiplying desire upon desire, seeking one enemy after another, put both his honour and people's safety in the continual dice of fortune. So that, having this advantage of Basilius' country laid open unto him, instead of laying an unjust gripe upon it, which yet might have been beautified with the noble name of conquest, he straight considered the universal case of Greece deprived by this means of a princely pillar. He weighed and pitied the pitiful case of the Arcadian people, who were in worse case than if death had taken away their prince, for so yet their necessity would have placed some one to the helm. Now, a prince being, and not doing like a prince, keeping and not exercising the place, they were in so much more evil case as they could not provide for their evil. He saw the Asiatics of the one side, the Latins of the other, gaping for any occasion to devour Greece, which was no way to be prevented but by their united strength, and strength most to be maintained by maintaining their principal instruments. These rightly wise and temperate considerations moved Evarchus to take his laboursome journey to see whether by his authority he might draw Basilius from this burying himself alive, and to return again to employ his old years in doing good, the only happy action of man's life. Neither was he without a consideration in himself to provide the marriage of Basilius' 2 daughters for his son and nephew against their return, the tedious expectation of which, joined with the fear of their miscarrying, having been long without hearing any news from them, made him the willinger to ease that part of melancholy with changing the objects of his wearied senses, and visiting his old and well-approved acquaintance in every perfect state. And having throughly settled his late conquests, taking with him a good number of galleys to waft him in safety to the Arcadian shore, he sailed with a prosperous wind to a port not far from Mantinia, where, landing no more with him but the small company you have heard of, and going toward the desert, he understood to his great grief the news of the prince's death, and waited in this sort for his safe conduct till Philanax came, who, as soon as he was in sight of him, lighting from his horse, presented himself unto him in all those humble behaviours which not only the great reverence of the party, but the conceit of one's own misery is wont to frame. Evarchus raised up unto him, with so gracious a countenance as the goodness of his mind had long exercised himself unto, careful so much more to descend in all courtesies as he saw him bear a low representation of his afflicted state. But to Philanax, as soon as by near looking on him he might perfectly behold him, the gravity of his countenance and years, not much unlike to his late deceased but ever beloved master, brought his form so lively into his memory, and revived so all the thoughts of his wonted joys with him, that instead of speaking to Evarchus, he stood a while like a man gone a far journey from himself, calling, as it were, with his mind an account of his losses, imagining that this pain needed not been violently stopped of her own course, and casting more loving than wise conceits what a world this would have been if this sudden accident had not interrupted it. And so far strayed he into this raving melancholy that his eyes, nimbler than his tongue, let fall a flood of tears, his voice being stopped with extremity of sobbing. So much had his friendship carried him to Basilius, that he thought no age was timely to his death. But at length, taking the occasion of his own weeping, he thus did speak to Evarchus: "Let not my tears, most worthy renowned prince, make my presence unpleasant, nor my speech unmarked of you. For the justness of the cause takes away any blame of weakness in me, and the affinity that the same beareth to your greatness seems even lawfully to claim pity in you. A prince of a prince's fall, a lover of justice, of a most unjust violence. And give me leave, excellent Evarchus, so to say it. I am but the representer of all the late flourishing Arcadia, which now with mine eyes do weep, with my tongue doth complain, with my knees doth lay itself at your feet, which never have been unready to carry you to the virtuous protecting of innocence. Imagine, vouchsafe to imagine, most wise and good king, that here is before your eyes the pitiful spectacle of a most dolorously ending tragedy, wherein I do but play the part of all this now miserable province, which, being spoiled of her guide, doth lie like a ship without a pilot, tumbling up and down in the uncertain waves, till it either run upon the rock of self-division, or be overthrown by the stormy wind of foreign force. Arcadia, finding herself in these desolate terms, doth speak, and I speak for her to thee, not vainly, puissant prince, since that now she is not only robbed of the natural support of her lord, but so suddenly robbed that she hath not breathing time to stand for her safety, so unfortunately that it doth appall their minds, though they had leisure, and so mischievously that it doth exceed both the suddenness and unfortunateness of it. Thou wilt lend thine arm unto her, and as a man take compassion of mankind, as a virtuous man chastise most abominable vice, and as a prince protect a people, which all have with one voice called for thy goodness, thinking that as thou art only able, so thou art fully able to redress their imminent ruins. They do therefore, with as much confidence as necessity, flee unto you for succour. They lay themselves open to you. To you I mean yourself, such as you have ever been, that is to say, one that hath always had his determinations bounded with equity. They only reserve the right to Basilius' blood, the manner to the ancient prescribing of their laws. For the rest, without exception, they yield over unto you as to the elected protector of this dukedom, which name and office they beseech you, till you have laid a sufficient foundation of tranquillity, to take upon you. The particularities both of their statutes and demands you shall presently after understand. Now only I am to say unto you, that this country falls to be a fair field, to prove whether the goodly tree of your virtue will live in all soils. Here, I say, will be seen whether either fear can make you short, or the licorousness of dominion make you beyond justice. And I can for conclusion say no more but this: you must think upon my words, and on your answer depends not only the quiet, but the lives of so many thousands, which for their ancient confederacy in this their extreme necessity desire neither the expense of your treasure nor hazard of your subjects, but only the benefit of your wisdom, whose both glory and increase stands in the exercising of it. The sum of this request was utterly unlooked for of Hipparchus, which made him the more diligent in marking his speech, and after his speech take the greater pause for a perfect resolution. For, as of the one side, he thought nature required nothing more of him than that he should be a help to them of like creation, and had his heart no way commanded with fear, thinking his life well past, having satisfied the tyranny of time with the course of many years, the expectation of the world with more than expected honour, lastly the tribute due to his own mind with the daily offering of most virtuous actions, so of the other he weighed the just reproach that followed those who easily entered into other folks' business, with the opinion might be conceived love of seigneury rather than of justice had made him embark himself thus into a matter nothing appertaining unto him. But in the end, wisdom being an essential and not an opinious thing, made him rather bend to what was in itself good, than what by evil minds might be judged not good, and therein did see that, though that people did not belong unto him, yet doing good, which is enclosed within no terms of people or place, did belong unto him. To this the secret assurance of his own worthiness, which, although it be never so well clothed in modesty, yet always lives in the worthiest minds, did much push him forward, saying unto himself, the treasure of those inward gifts he had were bestowed by the gods upon him, to be beneficial and not idle. On which determination resting, and yet willing, before he waited any further, to examine well the depth of the other's proffer, he thus, with that well-appeased gesture which unpassionate nature bestoweth upon mankind, made answer to Philanax's most urgent petition. Although long experience hath made me know all men, and so princes, which be men, to be subject to infinite casualties, the very constitution of our lives remaining in continual change, yet the affairs of this country, or at least my meeting so jumply with them, makes me even abashed with the strangeness of it. With much pain I am come hither to see my long-approved friend, and now I find if I will see him, I must see him dead. After, for mine own security, I seek to be warranted mine own life, and here I am appointed suddenly to be a judge of other men's lives. Though a friend to him, yet am I a stranger to the country, and now of a stranger you would suddenly make me a director. I might object to your desire my weakness, which age perhaps hath wrought both in body and mind, and justly I may pretend the necessity of mine own country, to which, as I am by all true rules nearly tied, so can it not long bear the delay of my absence. But though I would and could dispense with these difficulties, what assurance can I have of the people's will, which, having so many circles of imaginations, can hardly be enclosed in one point? Who knows a people that knows not a sudden opinion makes them hope, which hope, if it be not answered, they fall to hate, choosing and refusing, erecting and overthrowing, according as the presentness of any fancies carries them. Even this their hasty drawing to me makes me think they may be as hastily withdrawn from me, for it is but one ground of inconstancy, soon to take or soon to leave. It may be they have heard of Evarchus more than cause. Their own eyes will be perhaps curious judges. Out of hearsay they may have builded many conceits, which I cannot, perchance will not, perform. Then will undeserved repentance be a greater shame and injury unto me than their undeserved proffer is honour. And, to conclude, I must be fully informed how the patient is minded, before I can promise to undertake the cure. Philanax was not of the modern minds who make suitors magistrates, but did ever think the unwilling worthy man more fit than the undeserving desirer. Therefore, the more Evarchus drew back, the more he found in him that the cunningest pilot doth much dread a rock, the more earnestly he pursued his public requests unto him. He desired him not to make any weak excuses for his weakness, since so many examples had well proved his mind was strong to overpass the greatest troubles, and his body strong enough to obey his mind, and that so long as they were joined together, he knew Evarchus would think it no wearisome exercise to make them vessels of virtuous actions. The duty to his country he acknowledged, which as he had so settled as it was not to fear any sudden alteration, so since it did want him, as well it might endure fruitful as an idle absence. As for the doubt he conceived of the people's constancy in this their election, he said it was a doubt, as all human actions are subject unto, yet as much in politic matters, which receive not geometrical certainties, a man may assure himself there was evident likelihoods to be conceived of the continuance both in their unanimity and his worthiness, whereof the one was apt to be held, and the other to hold joined to the present necessity, the firmest band of mortal minds. In sum, he alleged so many reasons to Evarchus's mind, already inclined to enter into any virtuous action, that he yielded to take upon himself the judgment of the present cause, so as he might find indeed that such was the people's desire, out of judgment and not factions. Therefore, mounting on their horses, they hasted to the lodges, where they found, though late in the night, the people wakefully watching for the issue of Philanax's embassade. No man thinking the matter would be well done without he had his voice in it, and each deeming his own eyes the best guardians of his throat in that unaccustomed tumult. But when they saw Philanax return, having on his right hand the king of Arcas, on whom they now had placed the greatest burden of their fears, with joyful shouts and applauding acclamations they made him and the world quickly know that one man's sufficiency is more available than 10,000's multitude. So ill-balanced be the extremities of popular minds, and so much natural imperiousness there rests in a well-framed spirit. For as if Evarchus had been born of the princely blood of Arcadia, or that long and well-acquainted proof had engrafted him in their community, so flocked they about this stranger, most of them already from dejected fears, rising to ambitious considerations, who should catch the first hold of his favour, and then from those crying welcomes to babbling one with another, some praising Philanax for his well-succeeding pains, others liking Evarchus' aspect, and as they judged his age by his face, so judging his wisdom by his age. Evarchus passed through them like a man that did neither disdain a people, nor yet was anything tickled with their flatteries, but holding always his own. A man might read a constant determination in his eyes, and in that sort dismounting among them, he forthwith demanded the convocation be made, which accordingly was done with as much order and silence. And, as it might appear, Neptune had not more force to appease the rebellious winds than the admiration of an extraordinary virtue hath to temper a disordered multitude. He, being raised up upon a place more high than the rest, where he might be best understood, in this sort spake unto them. I understand, saith he, faithful Arcadians, by my lord Philanax, that you have with one consent chosen me to be the judge of the late evils happened, orderer of the present disorders, and finally protector of this country, till therein it be seen what the customs of Arcadia require. He could say no further, being stopped with a general cry, that so it was, giving him all the honourable titles and happy wishes they could imagine. He beckoned unto them for silence, and thus again proceeded. Well, said he, how good choice you have made, the attending must be in you, the proof in me. But because it many times falls out, we are much deceived in others, we being the first to deceive ourselves, I am to require you not to have any overshooting expectation of me, the most cruel adversary of all honourable doings, nor promise yourselves wonders out of a sudden liking. But remember that I am a man, that is to say, a creature, whose reason is often darkened with error. Secondly, that you will lay your hearts void of foretaken opinions, else whatsoever I do or say will be measured by a wrong rule, like them that have the yellow jaunders, everything seeming yellow unto them. Thirdly, whatsoever debates have risen among you may be utterly extinguished, knowing that even among the best men are diversities of opinions, which are no more in true reason to breed hatred, than one that loves black should be angry with him that is clothed in white. For thoughts and conceits are the very apparel of the mind. Lastly, that you do not easily judge of your judge, but since you will have me to command, think it is your part to obey. And in reward of this, I will promise and protest unto you that to the uttermost of my skill, both in the general laws of nature, special of Greece, and particular of Arcadia, wherein I must confess I am not unacquainted, I will not only see the past evils duly punished, and your weal hereafter established, but for your desire in it, if need shall require, I will employ the forces and treasures of mine own country. In the meantime, this shall be the first order I will take, that no man, under pain of grievous punishment, name me by any other name but Protector of Arcadia. For I will not leave any possible colour to any of my natural successors to make claim to this which by free election you have bestowed upon me, and so I vow unto you to depose myself of it, as soon as the judgment is passed, the Duke buried, and his lawful successor appointed. For the first whereof, I mean the trying which be guilty of the Duke's death, and these other heinous trespasses, because your customs require such haste, I will no longer delay it than till tomorrow, as soon as the sun shall give us fit opportunity. You may therefore retire yourselves to your rest, that you may be the readier to be present at these so great important matters. With many allowing tokens was Evarchus' speech heard, who now by Philanax, that took the principal care of doing all due services unto him, was offered a lodging made ready for him. The rest of the people, as well as the small commodity of that place would suffer, yielding their weary heads to sleep, when, lo, the night, thoroughly spent in these mixed matters, was for that time banished the face of the earth. And Evarchus, seeing the day begin to disclose his comfortable beauties, desiring nothing more than to join speed with justice, willed Philanax presently to make the judgment place be put in order. And as soon as the people, who as yet were not fully dispersed, might be brought together, to bring forth the prisoners and the Duke's body, which the manner was should in such cases be held in sight, though covered with black velvet, until they that were accused to be the murderers were quitted or condemned. Whether the reason of the law were to show the more grateful love to their prince, or by that spectacle the more to remember the judge of his duty, Philanax, who now thought in himself he approached to the just revenge he so much desired, went with all care and diligence to perform his charge. But first it shall be well to know how the poor and princely prisoners passed this tedious night. There was never tyrant exercised his rage with more grievous torments upon any he most hated, than the afflicted Gynecia did crucify her own soul after the guiltiness of her heart was surcharged with the suddenness of her husband's death. For although that effect came not from her mind, yet her mind being evil and the effect evil, she thought the justice of God had for the beginning of her pains coupled them together. This incessantly boiled in her breast, but most of all when Philanax, having closely imprisoned her, she was left more freely to suffer the firebrands of her own thoughts, especially when it grew dark, and had nothing left by her but a little lamp, whose small light, to a perplexed mind, might rather yield fearful shadows than any assured light. Then began the heaps of her miseries to weigh down the platform of her judgment. Then began despair to lay his ugly claws upon her. She began then to fear the heavenly powers she was wont to reverence, not like a child, but like an enemy. Neither kept she herself from blasphemous repining against her creation. "O gods," would she cry out, "why did you make me to destruction? If you loved goodness, why did you not give me a good mind? Or if I cannot have it without your gift, why do you plague me? Is it in me to resist the mightiness of your power?" Then would she imagine she saw strange sights, and that she heard the cry of hellish ghosts. Then would she screech out for succor, but no man coming to her, she would fain have killed herself, but knew not how. At some times again the very heaviness of her imaginations would close up her senses to a little sleep. But then would her dreams become her tormentors. One time it would seem unto her Philanax was hailing her by the hair of the head, and having put out her eyes, was ready to throw her into a burning furnace. Another time she would think she saw her husband making the complaint of his death to Pluto and the magistrates of that infernal region, contending in great debate what eternal punishment they should allot unto her. But long her dreaming would not hold, but that it would fall upon Cleophila, to whom she would think she was crying for mercy, and that he did pass away by her in silence, without any show or pitying her mischief. Then, waking out of a broken sleep, and yet wishing she might ever have slept, new forms but the same miseries would seize her mind. She feared death, and yet desired death. She had passed the uttermost of shame, and yet shame was one of her cruelest assaults. She hated Pyrocles as the original of her mortal overthrow, and yet the love she had conceived to him had still a high authority in her passions. "O Cleophila," would she say, not knowing how near himself was to as great a danger, "now shalt thou glut thine eyes with the dishonoured death of thine enemy." Enemy? Alas, enemy, since so thou hast well showed thou wilt have me account thee. Couldest thou not as well have given me a determinate denial, as to disguise thy first disguising with a double dissembling? Perchance, if I had not been utterly hopeless, the virtue was once in me might have called together his forces, and not have been led captive to this monstrous thraldom of punished wickedness. Then would her own knowing of good inflame anew the rage of despair, which, becoming an unresisted lord in her breast, she had no comfort but in death, which yet she had in horror when she thought of. But the wearisome detesting of herself made her long for the day's approach, at which time she determined to continue her former course, in acknowledging anything which might hasten her end; wherein, although she did not hope for the end of her torments, feeling already the beginning of hell agonies, yet, according to the nature of pain, the present being most intolerable, she desired to change that, and put to adventure the ensuing. And thus rested the restless Gynecia. End of section 20. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland.